And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Hey, Dash, give me a fight time.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Whoa, what the hell is that? What is going on out there? Oh my God! Hide your mid laners! All right.
So it's a war zone out here.
Oh my God. Broxa.
Team Liquid arrived in style today in their special edition Honda. We'll see if Broxa will win out in his LCS Premier versus Immortals. Wags and Walks, they ran an adoption drive at the LCS today where we answer an age-old question first posed by Ansem Douglas. It was us. We let the dogs out. That's very right here at the LCS. It is dog day. Look at those little puppers. Oh, Celestine. Star Guardian Celestine, she just exited the set.
The producers were 1 second late.
Oh, we had her for like a minute.
There
Yeah,
we go.
dog day on the LCS is a good day. It's a good day to be a dog, good day to be an LCS host. I can tell you that much. Welcome to the LCS Countdown for 30 minutes. We are going to treat you to Cloud9 versus TSM and wolf down some player Valentines until the timer reaches 0 and we jump into Champions Select. Now, tickets for the Spring Finals in Frisco, Texas go on sale next week, so make sure you get your seat before we head down south. Tickets go on sale, or go live rather, on Friday, February 21st at 10 a.m. PST. That's noon for those of you in Texas via SeatGeek.com. Get the exact purchase URL from the 2020 LCS Spring Finals article on LOLesports.com. We've got a while till we get on up to Frisco, but if you look at the standings, Cloud9 is still in first. That was spelled F-U-R-S-T in the prompter, just so you all know. First. While Immortals and TSM, they're 2 games behind from being top dog. Evil Geniuses, FlyQuest, Golden Guardians, and Team Liquid, they're having a rough time going at it in 7th, while CLG is still in the doghouse at 10. We'll see who can possibly change their place in the standings with our matches today. First up, the new dog on the block, Broxa, faces off against the jungler he replaced with Xmithy in Team Liquid versus Immortals. Then game 2, we'll have the fans howling as Cloud9 and TSM face off with 2 more tussles until we close things out with our Academy Showcase. If you have President's Day off, go ahead and join us here for Monday Night League, where we bring you the final 2 matches of the week with Cody Sun, Papa, Smithy, Neos, and Nadeshot all joining the Bud Light League Lounge to close out the week, and that's quite a lineup. Now, earlier this week, I got a chance to talk to FLICKR, who said TSM could be the team that gives C9 a challenge.
Who are the teams that you're most afraid of, that you feel are going to give you the most trouble, your biggest competition at the moment?
The biggest competition at the moment, I think TSM is actually looking like
And you're playing them this week.
they're shaping up to be pretty strong, yeah. Yeah, for now, TSM.
TSM, there it is. All right, it's a 2-horse race.
For Cloud9 versus TSM, what are the most important matchups we're looking at here today, guys?
So I said this during JLXP, but I feel like the jungle matchup is going to be the most important for me if TSM is going to win. So for me, Blabber was kind of my 6-game in MVP, but Dardoch has been extremely effective in a lot of early games, and since C9 has never really played from behind at all, if Dardoch can pull off something impressive in this game, that would give TSM a chance.
I think it's one of those things, too. When you look at the stats, Blabber looks like the clear better of the two.
He's been incredible.
But it's the most team-dependent role. So when you're smashing and you're 6-0 and you have a 30-minute game time average, you're going to look way, 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 way better than any competition. But I think Dardoch has a very similar mentality. He wants to make a lot of plays. He's very aggressive. He has the mechanics to back it up, which I think makes him one of the best candidates in the league for actually stopping Blabber in his tracks.
And I mean, for junglers, they got to go somewhere, right? And I got to say, I think for TSM especially, they're going to be wanting to go into that top lane.
Yeah.
I wanted to press
you
the
wanted
button.
Sorry, I stole it from you.
Yeah.
Mark is the one who made the
I just love the
better luck.
So yeah, a big part of Broken Blade especially is TSM's draft. They've had flex picks between top and jungle, and technically mid lane was set. So I really like the position they're putting themselves in, where Broken Blade actually has a chance to play these kind of carries, and that's very different than other teams in the league.
And I think they need to do that too, just because when you see how dominant LCKR has been in the top lane with Monster CSD, just incredible KDA, all this stuff, he has high forward percentage as well. Like, it does make it where you feel like you need a trick of some kind. You need some move that's going to give you an advantage before you get into the game. That's why I think your point about the draft is really important.
Kill participation and damage percentage are interesting to me because it, to some degree, speaks to maybe Broken Blade being a little bit more a part of the team's success.
I mean, especially last week with the Kiana game, when your mid laner's playing Ornn, your damage percentage is going to go up a little bit.
Yeah.
It does show a willingness of TSM to play around Broken Blade, whereas they actually have mainly played around mid and bot when we look at C9. LCKR has been extremely effective on an island, so they have played around these players a little differently.
I also love your point, and even the one you kind of just added to there, the idea of TSM's flexibility in draft, but I wonder how that can be utilized effectively against a team like Cloud9.
I mean, it's really tough because Cloud9's really strong, and Reaper is a really good coach, I think. Even in that shot, LCKR was talking about how he does a good job of setting his players up. But I do think the most important thing you can do is there's on a new patch. And so there's going to be new picks that people are prioritizing. I think if TSM can find some of these, you can now target ban a little bit heavier. They're on red side, they'll have counter pick. I hope that they do one of those things where they pick a couple in the first phase, some of these potential flex picks, and then be able to get them into the right lane matchups in the second half.
That's a big ticket matchup coming in game 2 of the day, so stay tuned for that one. MasterCard, though, is giving away a trip to the Spring Finals. There are 2 ways to win. Either purchase RP using your MasterCard or save that card in the league client. Both ways automatically enter you to win. Get that set up during the break, and we'll catch you back here for more Countdown. See you soon. Welcome back to the LCS Countdown, where we are nearing game 1 of the day, and we still have puppies. That's the best part. An exciting part of today's dog festivities is all the dog food that we have. So what I'm going to do is have my analysts try... Oh, wait a second. Yeah? Oh, no. Okay, well, I'm receiving some breaking news. We are going to send this over to Kobe for the report. Kobe, fill us in.
Yeah, thanks, Ash. I've been following Broxa all day, and I can confirm he's in the Team Liquid training room right now. They're warming up, and they've been talking strategy. I think here, thanking the enemy mid laner. I don't know, but he went and got coffee a couple of minutes ago from the players' lounge. We're being told we can't film here right now, Dash. So I'm gonna go find another angle on Broxa, and we're gonna keep track of his movements. I'll check back in later.
Thanking the enemy mid laner would be an interesting tactical strategy for day one.
I think
for
it's
Broxah.
the all chat. You know, when you kill him.
Oh,
thank you.
thank
yeah,
you.
and thank
Thank you.
Mr. Broxah.
Thank you.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. Classic. Well, as it is our jobs to analyze every waking moment of these players' competitive experience, it's only natural we might develop a certain affinity for the player or the other, you know. So I'm giving the analysts a chance to pick their player Valentines. Who have you brought for me today?
Okay, for me, I want to pair up with the Altec. I feel like he has quietly had a great reemergence back into the LCS. And if you're a shallow person, you don't want to dig too deep. I know a lot of people love stopping at lane stats. I understand his CSD in lane is not great. But if you can look past that, you'll find a beautiful man within. He has great stats in pretty much every other category, top 4 across the board almost. This is answering the question of what people had about Immortals, which was who is going to be able to step up and carry. Altec's actually done a great job. He has a unique champion pool as well. Haven't picked up any wins on the Cassiopeia, but it's very interesting that he's able to do that. And so I think he has had almost as good of a reemergence as you could have hoped for.
Reliable Valentine.
He's a great.
Yeah.
He's more than that. He's great. He's a great Valentine. Why are you putting down my Valentine?
I'm not. I think reliability is a great trait.
All right, who's your Valentine?
My Valentine is Niski because he does the little things in a successful team.
Okay.
His
He
mid
does the
lane
little
prox,
things.
his team proximity from the mid lane is the highest in the league. Just trying to get close to him. I mean, Niski will just do that for you. He's the one who brings everyone together. He spams flash timers in team chat.
He spams
the
Twitch
entire
chat
game.
as well.
Yeah, he's very chatty. He's not willing to sacrifice the team for himself. He's much more willing to sacrifice himself for the team. And I think it's a big part of C9's success. When everyone's pointing to Blabber and LCR and Sven, I think Niski's been great.
He's just a social climber. You just picked the most successful
let's look at
team,
the stats.
No.
and he picked the most
All right,
important role
I
on
didn't
the most.
pick Faker as my Valentine.
That's good. At least you know you have no Sean versus Faker. Niski is within
But
your.
for the record, you would have chosen Faker if you were allowed
I mean, who
to.
wouldn't?
Yeah, that's a very good point. That's a very good point.
You hear that, Niski? You hear that? You would take
can't-
Faker. Your second choice.
Your second fiddle. All right, Prolly, who's your Valentine?
So I'm not as confident as these guys on the couch. I'm gonna go ahead and say I'm gonna anonymously submit my Valentine to Broken Blade. I think he's been secretly doing really well on TSM. They're on the climb 4-0, but I'm not confident enough to give him the I love you heart candy yet. But so far he's like highest goal difference at 10 amongst top laners, plus over 300. That's pretty big. That's about a kill. I think if every lane had that similarity, they would be like a pretty dominating team. And then another small thing is his damage share is really high.
Yeah.
And for a top laner, his like gold share is kind of low. So that like kind of difference between like how many resources he's pulling and how much damage he's doing is it's pretty attractive to me.
Why's it got to be secret, though? Why are you doing this anonymously?
I just don't have.
You don't have the
I don't have
confidence?
the confidence
You
yet.
approach
just
the top
go
laner.
write a letter and submit
Right.
it.
Yeah, I'll
yeah.
put it in his locker later.
Well, those are your Valentines. Let me introduce you to mine right here. Appa, this beautiful
Easy
puppy,
choice.
is my Valentine for the day. We are going to step away, but as we go, we've got Avali's artistic interpretation of today's match 4. Let's take a look. Hey, welcome back to the LCS Countdown, where we're about 13 minutes away from that first game of the day, playing a little fetch in our downtime. I know what's been on your minds, but, oh, wait a second. Again, more breaking news.
More breaking news.
Gentlemen, this
Wow.
is big news. This is big news. Let's go back over to Kobe for another update.
Thanks, Dash. I'm here where Broxa just got his peripherals out of this very case. They headed up onto stage, and it was a smooth transition, grabbing their water bottles, their Red Bulls. They're completely ready for this game. Everyone's excited with his arrival, and the fans are going nuts. The energy down here is palpable. This is like nothing I've ever seen before in my 200 years of collective casting experience. Obviously, we will keep you up to date on this developing story. For now, back to you, Dash.
I don't know how palpable that energy was.
I heard it.
You couldn't feel that? I felt it.
Mark.
Felt it. It was
Sorry, I
heavy
must
hitting.
earpiece.
Your mic
Be safe out there, Kobe. We appreciate you doing that very dangerous work of being out in the field to track all of our incoming players' progress. If you need the 101, though, on Team Liquid's new jungler, Riv has got you covered in Broxa Oversimplified.
It's time to brush up on your Broxa, so get your pencils out for a TLDR on the LCS's newest Danish terror. Broxa was playing with the Fnatic Academy team until the 2017 Spring Split when he moved up to the main roster, and it turns out he was pretty good. Actually, he was really good. Fnatic hit their stride and dethroned G2 to take the 2018 Summer Split Championship before going on to play in the World Finals in Beijing. They didn't win, but Broxa is still really good. As a matter of fact, the following year they made it to the World Quarterfinals in 2019. Did I mention Broxa is good? This has been Broxa Oversimplified.
Well, when it comes to game one, it's hard, rather, to not sympathize with the amount of pressure on Broxa's shoulders, even if it's not all on him. He isn't. What? What do you want from me?
How can you flub?
What do you expect me to do?
Yeah.
I'm not going to ignore puppy love, okay? He joins a championship team that's in a slump, right? But all eyes are on him, whether he likes it or not.
Yeah. I mean, especially because game one is against Immortals, who are 4-2 right now under the guidance of Smithy, the man he's supposed to replace. And so there's all these problems with Team Liquid that we're seeing, not just with Surenfire. You're going in without much practice. You got here 2 days ago. We heard 2 scrim sets total, basically.
Yeah, if that.
If that. So you have to instantly try and fix Team Liquid. You have to go up against the guy you're replacing, and you have to do it with no time.
And the thing with Immortals is they are very surprisingly sitting at 4-2, and if they win this one, would move to 5-2, which would give them temporary sole possession of second place. So, like, yeah, sure, this is 2019 summer regular season stats, and when you saw that, like, Xmithy was a very reliable jungler for this team. He has a much different role on this Immortal squad.
Yeah, but right now, you know what Broxa's been doing? He's been studying Immortals gameplay, Smithy's pathing. Who's been studying Broxa's gameplay and Broxa's pathing?
Right? There's no evidence.
No one.
What, have you been watching him play?
Hey, you're not going to go back to
queue?
2019 watching it. You're like, new jungle? How's he play? We don't know.
That's
Yeah,
a very
that's
good
the
point.
problem. Team Liquid doesn't know yet either.
Oh.
That's the advantage.
I don't know.
Both are walking into it very impromptu.
So who, if it's an advantage, who's favored there?
Oh, Team Liquid.
Okay.
Because at least they can hear him talk. Like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go over here. Why? I don't know. This is the way I'm going.
Well, the weird thing too is like normally I would be like, oh, it's an advantage for Team Liquid's bot lane. They're supposed to be the best in the league, but they got smashed in their previous game by Golden Guardians bot lane. The fact that Hakuho and Alltech have been doing really well, they're doing really well.
Yeah.
It's not as, like, these advantages that TL should have are not nearly as pronounced as they should be, which makes me more concerned with Broxa coming in. It's not like, oh, we've upgraded jungle, but also Double Faction needs to start playing well. And Impact can't get solo killed by Soaz, who beat Someday, and Someday beat the crap out of Impact.
Yeah.
Not quite transitive property, but...
I mean, how would you expect Broxa to play in TL? What is Broxa's, perfected role within the team that Smithy wasn't able to fill before?
I mean, I think it's about mid-jungle synergy. They need to draft powerful mid-jungle 2v2s. They need to let Broxa invade Xmithy as much as possible, and they need to take over the map that way against Ica and Xmithy. That's what they're hoping to build towards. It's just a matter of, with, 10 hours worth of scrims, if they can pull it off on stage.
I mean, hopefully they lean on Jensen for that, because it is... Yeah. Ica hasn't been terrible, but I still would put him in the bottom half of the league. And so if anyone's going to step up and have a good performance on Brox's debut, I think Jensen having a good time in the mid lane would help immensely, because then they can spill that over easier than if he's stuck in the mid lane just 1v1ing the entire time.
So then expecting Brox's role to be, shoring up some mid-jungle synergy, and if he does go there this game, what is the response from Xmithy? Does he have to match it to protect Ica, or do we expect him to kind of more play true to his old tendencies and go to the side lanes?
Well, I mean, Xmithy has a much easier job than Broxa right now, because he actually had time to build synergy with his laners and stuff like that. Broxa, on the other hand, is going to be pretty much playing purely off of his own fundamentals and understanding of the game. So I don't think Smithy's going to have to focus on outplaying Broxa that much, as more he needs to get himself into a situation where they can 2v2 the jungle and the mid laner, so they can actually expose this brand new roster that's playing together.
Fair enough. Any other thoughts on Dash is just playing? Sorry, I have a Dino Gnar that I'm having a wrestling match with right now. So I mean, Team Liquid Immortals. Let's move away from the junglers, and let's maybe talk about what Team Liquid can do to make Brox's job easier, given the fact that he's coming in with all this expectation, but we're kind of recognizing the fact that that's unrealistic.
Yeah, I mean, we got a chance to catch up with Dodo and Kane about 40 minutes ago, and they talked a little bit about what their expectations are, and long term, they want Broxa to kind of be the second core JJ in the team, a steadying presence when things are going well or not well, and I'm looking to see, they don't expect that to happen this week. They maybe don't even expect that to happen next week. Obviously, it would be nice if it happened right off the bat, but I think the overall mentality of the team should be improved now that they have their full roster together. So I'm kind of expecting the biggest improvements from Team Liquid for the rest of the split to not necessarily look like it's coming from the jungle. I'm almost just thinking, hey, now that they have the mindset that everyone's here, they're just going to be able to perform better.
Something's going to start working.
Yeah.
Right? And that can be hard to nail down at times. On mentality, though, for more on how the team is feeling heading into week 4, here's Jensen, fresh off their week 3 loss.
I think I've definitely felt more stressful situations throughout my career. Getting benched, first year on Cloud9, where we barely made Worlds. But this one feels the most difficult in a way, because I feel like I'm playing really well, and I feel like I'm putting in as much effort as I can, and I don't know what there is for me to change. In the past it was I could see, I'm not playing well, I've been lazy, but this time around, I feel like I'm doing everything I can, and it's just not working. So it's just, I don't know what there is to do for me at this point. I don't know what I can do better, or I don't even feel like I can try harder. I feel like right now I'm doing the very best I can, and it's just not working out for us.
I mean, this fresh off of a loss from week 3, so you can see some of the disappointment there in Jensen. But I do now want to kind of turn to a cool opportunity we had to talk to both Kane and Dodo backstage, just moments ago, to get the more, kind of present look within the team.
Right, and I think one thing that happens, I know I'm guilty of it, and I think a lot of fans and people are too, is you see Doublelift, who's the most vocal member of Team Liquid, giving his opinion, and we often associate that with all of Team Liquid's opinion, and we've heard things from Doublelift about, I hate Senna, she sucks, or Spring Split doesn't matter, and you start to think that maybe the whole team thinks that way, but you can see in that Jensen saw it. He still really cares about their performance right now. And we've heard from Dodo, I heard from Steve. They have a different opinion where they're like, Doublelift is not all of Team Liquid.
Right.
And he has his opinions, and that's fine, but the rest of the team has theirs as well. And I think that's one thing to keep in mind with all this stuff that's going on is there's more personalities at play. And Jensen there, you see very upset about losing the Golden Guardians.
I think he wants to have a pop-up performance today.
Yeah,
this is an opportunity for him to really show something.
And it would be the way to introduce Broxa is to have a kind of a pop-up performance like that. It is important to note that they did also mention, though, that loss last week was pretty big hit for Doublelift as well, right? So whereas before he may have been, profiting, that it didn't matter as much in spring, he does care now.
Doublelift has been the best AD carry in NA for probably 4 years, and everyone's constantly told him that. And then Keith's Thresh first bloods him.
Right.
Like, actually Keith Thresh first bloods him in his 7th all-time LCS game. Like, yeah, that's going to be a wake-up call, Double Lift.
Yep.
So
All right.
we'll see.
All right. So it's a put or shut up day here for Team Liquid. Time to turn to some win conditions for that first game of the day. Jack, I'm coming to you for Immortals win condition.
Yeah, so I think for Immortals to win, they need to pry off the fact that Broxah hasn't played with the team for that long. So I want them to have a strong level 1 draft and invade Broxah. Because the teamwork required to set up proper invade wards and communication to make it so he has a good start, I don't think is going to be there. So I want Immortals to have a very strong level 1 strategy. And then the last thing is a little bit different. I want them to play the 10.3 picks. So I'm talking about Yuumi support, I'm talking about a Soraka or maybe a Sona top, the stuff other people haven't reached for because they're comfortable with what they're working on. I don't know if they've been practicing that stuff, but I think they should be.
All right. If they are, we'd like to see it. Probably coming to you for TL's win conditions with Brox in the lineup.
I mean, I will say Broxah came from Fnatic, who had great level 1, so I doubt they're going to exploit him level 1. So for Team Liquid today, what I want to see Broxah do is, it's Valentine's weekend, hold hands with your bot lane. This is how TL used to win, so at least they have a good idea of where to go. And I think on Fnatic, Broxah did very similar things where he knows how to play through bot lane. So I want to start seeing that. And then at the same time, Immortals wins aren't the prettiest. So if I'm TL, I'm going to be like, all right, play off of our fundamentals. We don't need to have crazy games. And go by the book.
All right, by the book today for Team Liquid. We'll see if that works for them. Before we head into our predictions for the day, we had some of man's best friends weigh in on the matches today with our own set of doggy predictions.
All right, they predict all 4 games.
All right, Team Liquid, good
TL,
choice, Corgi.
yeah.
Okay,
How do
yeah.
they know?
All right, Celestine, well done.
Appa.
Ooh, Appa. TSM is the
upset.
call. Handing
That
the
looked like
first
that was
loss
kinda
ever
guided.
to us. 9 p.m. Let's go.
Golden Guardian.
I mean, that
BMO.
makes sense.
BMO is a Golden Guardians fan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All righty.
Oh,
Kaisa, where are you going,
More
Kaisa?
interested in going-
Whoa,
Yeah.
100 Thieves, 100 Thieves. All right. That's a
got
close
it.
matchup there at the end of the day.
They're
We've
both
spent a lot of time
great.
talking about the first 2. We shouldn't ignore that one that comes there at the end of the day.
This is
You
one
did
where the
good.
dogs
You
can
Yeah, well
definitely
predicted,
outpredict
bud.
the analysts. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, these are some pretty
Little
close games.
Can we change our predictions now?
You want
Yeah.
to change your predictions?
I just want to do the same
What do you
with
think?
the
dogs. Yeah,
Which,
so
I
which
don't
dog
lose.
convinced you otherwise?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I just want the
Hunt's
same.
right there.
Same
He's so
predictions of the
confident.
dogs. Well, let's see what
No.
you guys go ahead predicted for the day. Did you align?
Yeah, we're pretty
Dogs?
close to
Okay.
the dogs.
All right, well, no one went for
COG.
TSM.
I'm the only
Appa,
one
you're
who's
all
still
alone in your
happy.
TSM
I
predictions.
thought someone
but
was going to go for Immortals.
I thought Immortals.
I thought I was being kind of edgy.
who did you think was going to go for Immortals between these 2?
Probably.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
probably
I
does seem like
last
the kind
week
of
I'm
guy.
like, no way. When Broxah comes in, they won't have much practice, but they're gonna have so much vigor going into the game and energy.
I do think.
Right, could you see them losing their second game of the week?
Oh yeah, for
Right.
sure. But this first game, no,
They're just
this is
going to
gonna
come
be
out hard.
Yeah, they're
I
coming out.
get that.
I think that game was close. I thought even the 100 Thieves dig. I thought someone would have gone 100 Thieves because dig
Yeah.
was a little shaky last
I was a
week.
little surprised by that one as well.
I was back
The,
and forth on the COG Golden Guardians one, but I'm giving my faith to the Golden Guardians right now.
Well, CLG, they were close to 2-0. I know close doesn't get you much.
Right.
But in the game they lost against Immortals was a very crazy game.
I'm just watching
They don't
Mark.
see the
Mark-
dog camera. You're
I was like,
So you
don't throw
Very
the ball.
excited. Jazz hands.
Talk with your hands.
You gonna throw the ball?
Yeah.
Oh no.
All right, well, we have like a minute left to play with puppies. Appa!
Yeah.
You're bright, man.
I mean,
Come here. I need my watch partner. We're about to watch some League of Legends. Y'all want to watch some League? Come here, Appa. Yeah. Let's
there's a
watch
lot
some
of
League
hype going
Legends
into the
today.
weekend. Like the
Shall we?
first 2 games of today are awesome.
Oh, they're so
Right?
sick.
Like
they're so sick.
Just the storylines that are going to be generated, whether or not Broxah succeeds, and what happens in C9. Like if C9 goes to 7-0 versus if TSM is able to upset them. Like
And
this is-
Sven beats his
Hey.
old team as well.
Yeah.
A lot of old grudge matches coming up.
Grab the popcorn, grab the doggy treats, and let's head out to the battle arena for the call.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm
our
Clayton
dog?
Captain Flowers Reigns. We don't have one, man. This is Sam Kobe Hardman Kinsler. Unfortunately, we were not allowed to turn this into a tri-cast with a fluffy friend here today. Believe me, I did ask, but not in the cards just yet. Maybe for 2021. But here today, we're about ready to jump into week number 4. Team Liquid, Immortals. It's time. Brox is here.
Yeah, Broxah is here just in time to play against Team Liquid's old jungler, Xmithy. Super excited to see this one rack up. And honestly, heading into this is a lot more in Xmithy's favor than you would have thought at the beginning of the year. Immortals are coming off a 3-game winning streak. Broxah, like they talked about, did not get to practice with the team that much. So Team Liquid, we're going to have to see if he can actually fix a lot of the other problems that we have seen occur from this team that have not been jungle related.
Let's see how the draft plays out for him. It's Set and Syndra, and it's Fortune banned out by TL. Immortals getting rid of Aphelios and Zaya. They are daring Team Liquid. They were saying, please, please, do us a favor and pick that Senna just one more time.
Oh my goodness. 3 marksman bans here, leaving up the Senna for double lift. Oh my goodness. And Impact will take an Ornn. Now, there is actually thought behind this Ornn pick, because if Immortals then do try and get the Senna power pick for a lot of other teams that is not been useful for Team Liquid, she's very poor at busting tanks, later in the game, because lethality does not scale well. Lethality is a much more early game oriented stat, very good at taking down squishies and low armor champions. But since Senna builds so much lethality, not good at taking down those tanks later on, and Ornn is the tank to go to. So I like the first pick there from Immortals. Even if they don't feel like picking Senna themselves, they got some defense against it.
They've got themselves the gangplank, can have a pretty successful lane into the Ornn, and they're going to lock in Ezreal. So
got some buffs on this patch. I think it's a very good pick. Ezreal also pairs really well with some of the high priority mid laners right now. Zoe, you can make a full poke composition with Ezreal Zoe. You can throw a Yuumi on Ezreal as well, who also got buffs on 10-3. So definitely like this pick, since they themselves, like I talked about with the Ornn first pick, you don't really want to pick Senna looking at that one.
There we go. Senna's going back in the lamp. We got a different AD carry coming out of the shadow. Oh my God, I said it too soon. Well, okay, never mind. All right. They're just baiting the fans a little bit. It is Kalista Taric there in the bottom lane. Now, Taric, all too often when we see him, people immediately have these horrible memories of a solo queue game going up against a duo boost Master Yi and Taric combination. But remember, the champion can still be played in a non-scummy way.
And some background on that hover troll from Jensen. Yesterday, he had a solo queue game where he carried on Senna and tweeted out at double lift, "Oh, this champion is OP." So Jensen giving him a little shout out there, hovering the Senna as well. It could have been picked as a support, but Kalista works so much better with these supports that get a lot of value out of being thrown in there. Now they've got this amazing front line. A lot of defense racked up for Team Liquid with the Ornn and Taric front line.
I really like the Nautilus pickup by Immortals going into a Kalista. Kalista's ability to constantly jump with the martial cadence as the passive can make her incredibly evasive and difficult to hit. When Nautilus can point and click, lock on with the depth charge there in the team fights, can create the opportunity Immortals needs to lock her down. As we get into the second part of picks and bans here, we've got bottom lanes locked in for both teams. What you're assuming is top lanes for both teams, but we know that these champions can be flexed around. That means junglers are still needing to be picked for either side, and that means junglers are going to get banned. It's Gragas and Olaf already taken off the table.
And when we heard that Broxah was going to make it over this week of the LCS, I was really fingers crossed hoping to see him on Lee Sin. And Lee Sin has not found his way into the bans yet, just the Olaf and the Gragas thus far, so it's still a possibility, and looking for some of those champions that he really can excel on, show his mechanics.
I would love to see Broxah on Lee Sin in his debut game here in North America. Team Liquid has one more ban to go. Immortals decided they're not going to go full jungle focus here in the second half. They are going to keep LeBlanc away from Jensen. 2 seconds left, Team Liquid. What's it going to be? All right, one more jungle ban is the Elise. That one won't be played here, but the Lee Sin that you mentioned still available for pick. It's over to Immortals.
And even if Immortals maybe early on might have been thinking about a poke composition with Ezreal plus Zoe or something like that, when you're looking at this much hard engage, it's pretty hard to still go through with it, right? Because that is one of the biggest counters to poke compositions. You have Ornn, who can charge ahead, and Kalista, one of the few AD carries that actually also helps out with engage. So they get an Xmithy classic here, Captain Flowers.
Xmithy classic with the Sejuani. He's had some interesting ults with the champion in the past, but Xmithy's always been one of the best in the jungle. So
you missed one ult!
Hey, man, that's the one people remember. But this is going to create a powerful front line. The answer from Team Liquid, they're saying, all right, you want to play the tank jungler. Let's get in there. Let's put Broxah on a champion this man can shine with.
I should vocalize my wishes more often, actually.
Yeah, you seem to be making things happen here, my friend.
Ryze actually being hovered over here as well for another pickup. Their last time around did not go so well. Team Liquid tried to split the map They could not make the split actually work with the Ryzen 1-3-1, but this would be more of a grouping with the rest of the team. So this would be more of a 4-1 style if they decided to go side lane Ryze later on. Because Ornn, Kalista, Taric, Lee Sin is actually a very good 4-person comp, and you don't have to do 1-3-1. You can just do the 1-4. Meanwhile, though, I like the Cassiopeia lock in here for Ica into the Ryze. One of our classic matchups. But Cassiopeia right now, when they have this much engaged, Sejuani and Nautilus is very good at starting off this fight. So we can see if they can actually layer these CCs that they've been able to stack.
Tons of engage here for both sides. Two junglers with incredible early ganking potential against two immobile mid laners means I hope to see some action pop off around there early on in this game. And the biggest thing I'm looking forward to about this matchup, look at the amount of veteran names that you see on both of these teams. I want to see some higher level strategy here.
I agree. I want to see some high-level strategy. I disagree that Cassiopeia and Ryze are immobile mid laners, though. Both of them can run phase rush. Ryze can get extra speed off of the passive. These are champions that actually can be very slippery, especially if you do have those CC components to work around. Phase rush Cassiopeia actually can get very, very tricky to deal with.
We will check what those keystones end up loading in with once we get into the game. I can tell you guys right now, because I have a side monitor, it is phase rush on both of those champions here in the mid lane this time around, so they are both going to be utilizing that speed. It's the Conqueror for Lee Sin, the Aftershock for Sejuani. Everything will be looking pretty standard across the board there. Thank Mr. Broxa, says the audience. The Liquid fans are ready to see this guy pop off here for TL. It has been a rough start to the split, and they're looking to turn it around right here.
All right, Flowers, what's it gonna be? Broxa Smash or Broxa Feed?
That's the name of the game. That's the question, my friend.
Let me hear it. Broxa Feed or Broxa Smash?
All right, as the crowd comes to life, the champions are ready, the players are waiting for the minions to spawn. Let's throw things down to a sideline report. We got Riv standing by with Dodo.
Thank you, gents. Dodo, I just wanted to ask fast, kind of what were the first steps that the team was doing with Broxa when he came over?
So he came over yesterday, and then he came over and he got into scrims right away. And we are really excited to play with him on stage today. And yeah, he's just a grinder, and he's just really working hard. So
hitting the ground running. Second question, that Lee Sin pickup, everybody wanted to see it. Is that comfort, or is that the team letting him play, or did you actually want to see him on the Lee Sin?
Yeah, he's super confident on playing Lee Sin. He literally told us yesterday, get me Lee Sin, I will get you guys the win.
Dodo, thank you so much. Head back, watch the game with your team. Good luck. Back to you guys.
I love hearing that. Get me Lee Sin, I'll get you a win. That's a man speaking with confidence for his first day.
And that's why I said I wanted to see him on it in Champion Select. Been watching his stream over in Europe while he's been waiting for his visa. And this is certainly his most confident champion. And you want to be on your best champion when you're playing against the jungler that you replaced. Xmithy here on the other side on Sejuani, also starting on top side of the map. So both junglers going to be clearing down towards the bot side.
Fun piece of information on the side of your screen right there. Last time we got to see double lift on Kalista, 2018 spring. So more than a year and a half ago, just about 2 years ago now, 13 KDA going up against Optics, so quite a performance on that one.
Yeah, one of the things about Kalista, whenever she is in the meta, she is very in the meta because it's a play style that is so different from a lot of other marksmen. And oftentimes the Kalista stats for players are much higher because when she is very strong, it's a very contested pick. She gives you dragon control, gives you engage options, and Soaz is going to give Impact some damage options.
Impact doing a good job there to make sure he walked straight left away from the second barrel so he didn't take bonus damage at the end of that chain, but Soaz getting the better of him here in the early trades on the gangplank. That's one of the things that you do become responsible for when you pick that early Ornn. You open up the opportunity for an enemy scaling laner. Broxa going in the Immortals jungle. Oh no, disaster! Team Liquid's jungler is first blooded by Immortal.
Welcome to North America, my friend. Xmithy has a defensive ward intelligently placed and immediately collapse onto Broxa, getting that first blood. This is one of the things that people were worried about missing when Team Liquid gave up Xmithy is the planning. And this ward he put down there before he goes over to the Gromp. This gives the early alert, hey, Hakuo, head on over on the Nautilus, and it is an immediate punish.
And the CC was layered so perfectly as well. Xmithy over the wall, he starts laying down, getting those stacks on the passive for Sejuani while the Nautilus hook comes in. Boom, 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 1, 2, 3. Brox is done before he has the chance to even try to flash away. Good pickup there coming out from Immortals. And now they're able to shove back out bottom side as well. Because of the fact that Broxa was taken out, it meant that Team Liquid had to play respectfully down here, and Altec will get that lane shoved up. Double lifting Core JJ doing a good job, freezing it up here just outside turret range to keep it right where they want it to be.
Hakuo with another defensive ward on bottom side. I believe it was actually his trinket, me looking at the trinket cooldowns that put it there. So really good communication from the Immortals side for the opening here. Now Xmithy on the offensive, trying to go take back the other half of the map. Leaves around the deep ward, as well as an extra control ward here in the jungle. They are doing everything in their power to keep track of Broxa. And since it started out with such an early advantage there with the perfect counter kill, it makes it very easy for Xmithy to keep up this invade pressure.
That Scryer's Bloom will allow Xmithy to see that Broxa has made it onto the Wolf Camp that just now respawned. Xmithy did manage to steal the Gromp away, and Xmithy's going to get the first 2 Scuttle Crabs as Sejuani against Lee Sin. That feels good.
Feels extremely good because it's so rare. And it does, again, go back all the way to the planning. Now, with the recent buff to Sejuani, the buff was attack speed. You just get free 10% bonus attack speed at level 1. The intent was to help her actually keep up with the early clears they're seeing from a lot of the other aggressive junglers. Now that he's rushed the Bami Cinder as well, off of the early assist money that he got from Broxa, the clear here for Xmithy is way higher than it's supposed to be. And honestly, he's going to stay ahead of Broxa for the current time period. As you can see, decent amount of CS up, went for the invade. You talked about the double scuttles already. So now he needs to use that lead to keep vision for the lanes. You can see mid lane is surrounded by vision right now for Immortals. So even though Core JJ and Broxa are trying to get out on the map and make that jungle support synergy work, it's already over more wards.
Oh, and Xmithy, he slides over the wall, nearly finds the connect there, but not quite making the CC happen. Means that Team Liquid will manage to get everybody away, but they have to use Core's flash for it.
Yep. Game of information, Captain Flowers. Well, top side is not really about information. It's just about brawling. So as up here has plenty of sustain still left, though. 2 biscuits have arrived, so he's trying to hold those. You know there's no burst potential here for impact.
And look at the side of your screen right now. EXP comparison. Broxa almost up to level 5. Critically, Xmithy 75% of the way to level 6. And both of these junglers just have so much more potential once that ulti is available. That time frame difference between when Xmithy has his and Broxa does not, that's a huge window for Immortals to try to make a move.
And this is something that would not have been really possible last season. Xmithy almost a full level above Broxa. Like we kept on talking about, the removal of that catch-up experience means that those early mistakes or those early successes in really good defensive warding shown by Immortals and shown by Hakuo really do snowball later into the game. So we'll see if Xmithy can make that first Sejuani ultimate useful. He has gotten there like you're looking for, and there's some very good places to try and use it. Bottom lane, there's still no level 6s for the Team Liquid side. So as they finish up on this blue buff steal, I would expect Xmithy actually to swap back down to the other half of the map. Because Immortals, if you count up their composition strengths on the bottom half of the map, they have the Gangplank ultimate that they can also use. And then, before a Kalista Turret get their ults, you can actually gank them. Afterwards, they can both make each other invincible, so it becomes a lot more difficult.
Ica and Xmithy working together there, recognizing there's no way Team Liquid wins that 2 versus 2 with the level advantage that Xmithy has. They walk in, they take the blue, they get out before Impact is able to collapse, Then they get a bonus Scuttle Crab on the back end of it just to add insult to injury. Things are going wonderfully for Immortals as we run into a pause.
All right, well, a little update there. Double Lift has gained control of the minion wave, so he pushed it in and got his level 6 first. And Kalista Ultimate is one of those big immunities we talked about that makes bottom lane so much more difficult to work around. Plus, since he's got the upgrade for boots for Kalista, far more important than every other AD carry because it's passive. So he's feeling very confident in the power of bottom to defend themselves right now. And we may see Xmithy go for a topside Rift play because I really do like rushing Rift Herald nowadays with the lower value on individual dragons. You don't have to start stacking so early. And if you can invest your time in an early Rift Herald that results in guaranteed plates, that is money in the bank that you can try and use to win those fights later.
Update on our pause. It appears that we do have a mouse issue on stage. We'll get that resolved for y'all as fast as we can and get right back into the action. And speaking of that action, it has led to a situation. You mentioned the CS discrepancy earlier in the jungle, where we were seeing Xmithy farm better than Broxah. That is still the case. He's about 16 up in that matchup. Top and mid lanes are almost perfectly even, while bottom lane Doublelift has himself a 14 minion farm advantage over Alltech on that Ezreal. And I'm specifically going to be watching Doublelift because last week, I don't think anybody, not one single person who's a fan of the LCS, who's followed it for any amount of time, would expect Doublelift and Core JJ to get first blood killed 2v2 by the Golden Guardians bottom lane, which up until that point had been by far the weakest bottom lane that pretty much everybody had seen. But then they did, and that is exactly what chat said. That's a wake-up call. No more Senna. We're back on Kalista, and I want to see him step up.
So that's an interesting thing, because people have been saying wake-up call for a long time here for Team Liquid.
He's been hitting the snooze alarm.
Okay, yeah. Snooze alarm on the first one. A couple losses here, a couple losses there, snooze alarm. But now you're late for work, basically.
Yeah, they're about an hour late
Spring
for work.
has started. They're almost they're second to last place right now. They need to get up. That's what you're saying.
It's time to hop in a car and speed down the highway because you got to get there in time. And right now, time is not working in the favor of Team Liquid.
And Officer Xmithy might just pull you over.
Officer Xmithy.
Okay, because
he's sitting in the speed trap as Broxah tries to make things happen this game. And it looks like we're right back into the game. And as soon as we unpause, Alltech immediately has to flash away from an engage attempt that comes out from Doublelift and Core JJ. Doublelift using the ulti on Kalista to force that summoner.
Oh, and that's what I was talking about. The Rift Road plays actually started right now for Xmithy, as well as Ica heading over with the mid priority. They're able to take this Rift Herald. I really like, too, they changed Rift Herald, so you don't even have to be right next to it anymore. It makes it a lot less dangerous to use. Xmithy, they're going to knock some plates off by hand. Bottom will be exchanged for that Cloud Dragon for Team Liquid. But I think this is a very good trade for Immortals as well, as they take off some plates by hand and then are able to use the Rift Herald here, cash in on a few more for Soaz.
Shelly charging in, almost taking it down to only one plate remaining. See Doublelift and Jensen, the two richest guys in the game. The wealthiest man on the side of Immortals, actually the jungler, there with Xmithy Sejuani. Soaz right behind him there on the gangplank. Ico following suit just behind that. Top lane, Shelly does only manage to get the middle couple of plates. You normally want to see her take out the last one or two of them, so not perfectly ideal usage, but still cashing in with a little bit of extra money there for the Immortals top side.
Yeah, I mean, all well and good as long as you get paid. Impact here going to try and hold these minions as well. He does not have his teleport cooldown. So the Gangplank ultimate that is Soaz has been holding on to this entire time is acting as a fairly good deterrent. Bottom side, since they use that Kalista ultimate pretty early, they're not going to make anything happen until that thing comes back up. Because with teleports both on cooldown for a top side, the difference is going to be that Gangplank ultimate. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, you got to be pretty happy if you're Immortals having Ica just farm away here. First Jensen on the Cassiopeia, scaling up quite nicely. Both of them just charging their tiers. Xmithy coming to hover a little bit as well in case there's a possible gank on this minion wave push.
Immortals still with the only kill in the game as we just now crest the 10-minute point, about 1,000 gold ahead of their opponents on Team Liquid. Hako takes the opportunity to walk up through the river here, help clear out some of that vision around mid lane. Alltech is safely farming up close to his own turret. He's on Ezreal. Very much a lot of potential there to escape anything that might come their way, and they know that Team Liquid got back anyway, so it's not like any plays are going to be happening down there here soon. Broxa will clear out some of those control wards from his own side of the jungle. Xmithie has gone forward, but he has to flash away. That time, he was alone. He didn't have the rest of the squad with him. That was not communicated properly.
True, and that is, Aqua.
Oh, but talking about communication, Doublelift now gonna find himself in a bad spot. Here comes the damage! Cosmic Radiance not in time. Everything in the kitchen sink. Cannon Barrage too, they wanted him dead.
People are wondering if this week would be Broxa's arrival, fixing everything for Team Liquid, saving them, but it's turning out to be Xmithie making them regret their decision very heavily here. He does get caught on the invade, but respects the fact that the Kalista ultimate just came back up, immediately flashes away, and Hakuho once again. Hakuho has made so many of these plays for Immortal. He was the one who placed the trinket ward that saw Broxa. He is the one that slips into that side lane brush just before Doublelift hops over the wall and starts off this kill. They're able to burst him down. Look at that, that was right before. Slips into the bush. They barely burst him down before that Taric ultimate lands, by the way. You could see it almost there in time, but not quite quick enough. And Immortals get themselves some more money on the bottom side of the map as well. You can see 3 turret plates knocked off there for Alltech and Hakuho in the aftermath.
3 turret plates. We've got the Mana Moon completed, stacking that up for Alltech. Sheen just now purchased as well. Double tier users on this team, so those guys will be wanting to get those stacks as fast as humanly possible. That gold lead climbs up to nearly 2,000 now, as Immortals are just making the moves happen here today on Summoner's Rift. Sunfire Cape completed for Impact's Ornn. That's a very high value item to give your Ornn upgrade to once he gets a couple more levels and has access to those upgrades. Soaz sitting in the top side, still with the Trinity Force pieces. However, does have plenty of gold sitting around in the inventory, almost at that Trinity Force point, where we'll see the champion start to have a lot more potency with the barrels.
Yeah, Trinity Force for pretty much any champion that builds it is just, you feel like gold. You feel like you just made payday.
It really does.
That's something you've been saving up your money for your big purchase for so long, because that item is so efficient, Flowers. Like, it gives so many different stats. It's one of the most efficient items in the entire game with the power spike that it can give you for mid-game. And we'll see if they're actually able to use it. Again, the Gangplank ultimate was used. It was well worth it. And he's almost level 11, so he's about to get rank 2 for it.
I believe it's just under 98% gold efficiency for the Trinity Force, but that's without including the passives. Awesome item.
And that's where all the power is. It's in all these passives that you get, because you get so many stacked up there on that item. Meanwhile, Dragon coming up with that Gangplank ultimate timer that I was talking about. So this is the one where Immortals are going to be very ready to set up for it. You can see Soaz already started heading down the river as well, clearing out the wards, and they'll just start this one up. They've got plenty of control wards here in their early alert system, so it should just be a nice, easy ocean.
And this is the cool thing. You mentioned earlier trading the Rift Herald away for the Drakes because the individual ones don't matter that much. That Cloud Drake TL got earlier is 5% ultimate CDR. That's not going to make or break the game. Immortals got themselves some extra gold, built their lead up, and now they're in a spot where they're comfortable enough to start contesting for those Drakes as early as the second one. Earth Drake's the one who terraforms the Rift here, so we're going to see some stacking defenses. And that actually feels really good when you're Xmithie on this Sejuani. If you can keep racking those up, it would feel equally good for Impact's Ornn. These tanks are going to become big, beefy boys.
Yeah, for Ornn especially is the thing that I was going to mention. I absolutely love Mountain Drakes for Ornn teams, because not only do you get all these upgrades to the items, just adding more flat stats, then you get to multiply them as well. More objective focus here from Immortals as Xmithie heads to the top side. They were about to start up the Rift Herald, but once Soaz started brawl in there with Impact, Xmithie actually stopped on it, and they might just go for a first turret bonus for themselves.
That turret is having the Demolish proc tick down. We're after 14 minutes. This one surely turned into rubble. There we go. Xmithy makes the call to chase it even further. Looking to find the damage. Flash coming out, but the chain CC is down. Immortals will do it, and once again, it's Xmithy.
Xmithy heard you were talking smack. He brings out his Sejuani and just runs over this game. Top lane is down, the tower's down, and you know what? Yeah, Team Liquid, they get the Gromp, but that is going to be a second Rift Herald for Immortals, as Xmithy, still with the objective focus, will head right there after the kill.
Xmithy, there's a reason you watch this guy play. Every team he's on, he just always finds ways to succeed and bring out the best in the people around him. He's facilitated all the plays happening so far here in this game. He's punished Brox's invades. He's set things up for his own squad. And he's playing the best Sejuani skin. I am a fan of Xmithy's jungle gameplay.
And just for our fans that tune in right now for how we got to this point, I also want to credit the team play from Immortals and Hakuho, right? Because we keep going, oh yeah, Xmithy, because it's so cool he's playing against his old team. But Hakuho was a very big part of both of the early game plays that set Xmithy up to be able to do this for the team. I think it's important to recognize your support players.
Absolutely, absolutely. Hakuho has been on point with the roams, making sure that every single time Xmithy's ready to set something up, they don't miss out on those opportunities. Hakuho's inventory, Chain Vest, Negatron Cloak.
Oh, you know what that means, baby.
The Gargoyle's Stone Plate. Once that is completed, that is the name of the game right now for tanky supports. Get that constructed. Make it so you have 3,000 health when you dive into a team fight. It makes it so difficult to deal with these guys. As Shelly summoned up, mid lane turret still at 10% HP alive. TL should be able to clear that one out before it takes the turret down. So Immortals won't quite get what they're looking for there, and a bit of a silver lining for TL.
Yep, they're going to keep up the pressure though. Immortals don't really have a reason to give up on this. They've got a very good 1-3-1 setup right now. Ica on the Cassiopeia does have teleport ready, pushing in on the top side where he's matched up against Ornn. Very good matchup there for the Cassio, who's got a double stack wave. So Immortals controlling the resources available on the map. They've done a very good job of snowballing with the early lead. Sometimes those C teams let the control get away from them with some reckless plays, but has all been objective focus here from Immortals. And Xmithy is over the wall. This is such a defensive combo though, like we talked about, Kalista Taric. They can both make the other one immune. And unless you can burst them down while you're waiting for that timer, which we saw already successfully done, that is going to be a false play there. So Immortals don't actually go for it, and they're just going to clean up bottom side instead.
That's the thing about Taric. Every single time he's in the game, his ultimate becomes pretty much the most important ability in every team fight. So specifically, I will watch Core JJ as we're 18 minutes in, and we're probably going to start to see some big fights, and see how much value that provides.
Other thing about Kalista is she does not scale exceptionally well later into the game. Yes, they do have an Ornn on their team, so you can get more gold in her artificially by upgrading her items. Yes, they do have a Rise, but the DPS, the AD specifically, attack damage threat that's going to be coming from them as the game scales on through later when you're facing a Sejuani that has the extra passive for more defensive and a Nautilus that has rushed the Gargoyle Stone Plate. It is going to be a bit difficult here because Gangplank and Cassiopeia are so good with pure damage from those solo lanes, and a lot of it comes in AoE form as well.
Altec shooting off the True Shot Barrage there, seeing if maybe there was some poke to be found. There is not. Core JJ gets jumped on by Xmithy, but does a good job there with the Juke Boots, sidestepping away from some follow-up DPS, and Immortals will move on to the Drake.
Yeah, just keep going down the checklist, Flowers. As we said, these spawn timers desynced by 2 minutes each from top half of the map to the bottom half of the map, so they're easily able to pick up this dragon. They are going to give up some pressure on top side, but they should be able to knock over mid-turret in exchange. When Broxa shows, they know impact was already there. That's a lot of commitment from TL to make that exchange for Dragon, and it will result in the mid-turret also falling. This will be the entire outer line of defenses opened up, and this means that, look at all these wards, you can just keep up your vision line moving ahead for Immortals.
Hakuho thinking about making a flank happen here, but they are missing vision on some Team Liquid players. They don't want to risk throwing a lead away on a haphazard dive. Instead, they see that Ika's got things set up here in the bottom lane. They'll bring everybody over and push on to the next tier 2. Ornhorn's not going to find a lot. I'll give him 3 points for putting it between the uprights, but that's about it. Impact will not protect them.
Yep, tower down, red buff stolen, and Team Liquid trying to get trades on the other half of the map. They are so far behind right now that they cannot fight and contest on these. That's why they opt for Jensen in the side lane on that rise. He does push over the secondary turret himself, so at least he does get 2 back for Team Liquid. Still though, it remains difficult to see how the setup for Team Liquid is going to result in their big turnaround in this game, right? Because Immortals have been so methodical and because they have such a good vision advantage, you see multiple times where Broxa's looking for a flank on Lee Sin, but there's too many wards backing Immortals as they push up for these objectives. And unless you get an amazing kickback on one of those super high priority targets, then you combo that, you know, with the Ornn and Kalista ultimates to try and get a knock up and kill one of those DPS targets first. If you do not get that flank, then Immortals continue to stack up these advantages, and now they're running down Impact. Teleport used as well. He's cornered.
Impact used his Summoner Spellbook barrier there, but did not actually shield any damage at all with it. He'll try to make a valiant stand, but 1 versus 3, all you're gonna do is just get a fancier epitaph. The man has fallen yet again, and Immortals find themselves in a 4-0 lead now. And they didn't use anything super important in terms of ults in that fight. Yes, they had to use a teleport, but they've still got their full combat potential ready to go here. As 4JJ ends up in... no, he's not in any danger. He'll be just fine. Mid lane tier 2, though, that thing's going down. Immortals, they got 4 men already pushing onto that one. Soaz still hanging out there in the bottom lane. He's got his TP. He's got his ulti in case a fight would break out. And Immortals are just racking up these leads. Like you said, they're going down the checklist. They're not taking unnecessary risks, and they're slowly snowballing.
And you kind of you touched on it there, where the champions for Team Liquid here with CoreJJ and Doublelift, they're not necessarily in danger, but that is because they're giving up more and more objectives. The secondary tower in mid lane now goes down. They get the kill on bottom side on Impact, and there's no possible answer for Team Liquid up by the Baron. So now they're just grouping up as mid, trying to force their way back into Immortals territory here, even though there are so many flank wards left behind in the jungle by Immortals. They have all of the options for themselves, and they can see the members of Team Liquid proceed out to the objectives a good 10 seconds, 15 seconds before they even get there.
The big number that stands out to me right now with those stats in the bottom of your screen, Broxa's damage this game to champions is 57. I'm pretty sure that's less than caster minions when you put them together from all the lanes. Xmithy has 3,160, and he's going over the wall to start yet another fight right here. Some follow-up damage coming in from Altec, but the rest of the Immortals are not in a position to properly collapse on that one, so that won't turn into anything. It's Impact anyway, not exactly the guy you want to start the fight on. Jensen will continue split pushing into the bottom lane, and Immortals make the call. They're saying, do not answer him. Force them to come to us. The Baron is the play.
Unless Team Liquid get a steal here, this is looking like... oh,
Here we go. Fight can be turned around. Hawkwoe's going to be on the front line. There comes your Nautilus ulti. They're going to be traded back and forth. Cosmic Radiance coming down now. Hawkwoe going to be taken down to half. CoreJJ exploded before the Radiance able to keep him alive. Now they're going to be able to find the double kill on the double lift. Immortals have lost 1 but claimed 2. They win the fight, and they're going right back into the Baron pit.
They have all of their DPS still available. They trade Hakuho for both members of the bottom side here for Team Liquid. They don't start it back up, though. Xmithy regenerating there on a Sejuani, and he's behind them.
He's got the perfect spot. Jensen's using the Realm Warp, and Xmithy comes over the wall. The Sejuani is ready to go. Soaz chases Impact away from the rest of the fight. Brox is able to disengage there with Jensen. Impact still on the run, taking the Blast Cone over the wall, using the TP. Gangplank has no hard CC. There's no way to interrupt that one, but critically, that is a 5-minute cooldown that they got.
And another critical thing here, Team Liquid are going to give up the Baron in exchange for the Dragon. They don't want to fight this, so they're actually going to further delay the possible soul. Immortals will be happy to take that trade, though. They now have pushing power, and since they've done so much work in the early game, they can run right up to those inhibitor turrets and push on through.
Well done there by Immortals. And that's the kind of decision-making that I wanted to see. When I said I want to see some higher-level strategy, so many times when there's a split pusher in these games, we see LCS teams go back, should we do Baron? No, we shouldn't do Baron. Should we do Baron? No, we shouldn't do Baron. No. Go there. Either stop the guy in the side lane or get the big purple worm. And that's exactly what Immortals did. I love that decisive decision-making.
Yep, so they can easily turn off this Baron. Everybody's on the same page. You need to immediately turn for the fight because they have the split push rise going. And even though the teleport is channeling, they burn down Core JJ both before Jensen arrives from the teleport and before his own ultimate lands critically. Jensen does arrive in time to actually have the burst damage to trade it for Hakuo's life. So from Team Liquid's point of view, at least they got something back, but now they're faced with the Baron push from Immortals, who are significantly ahead. And looks like they've actually dispersed here. They sent Soaz up to the top side, who does have teleport, to try and get top side pushing in addition to the mid lane force.
And if you look at Jensen's items, he has gone for the inescapable Rise build. This first showed up, I believe, in the LPL last year. Rylai's plus Righteous Glory means he's just going to stick to you forever once he gets on top of an enemy champion. But he's not having the opportunity to do so. Soaz is staying away from him in the top side. Jensen may be able to find that chase, but Soaz will not allow himself to be chased. He says, fine, you want to fight? We're going to fight. Jensen can't win that 1v1. Soaz turns it around, and Immortals take the mid lane and hit. Nice shot.
Good shot. They have the ward on the Krugs, seeing him stick around, and Soaz, like you're talking about, fights his way out of it. So Immortals, they get the mid inhibitor. No reason to stop now. They still have 52 seconds left on the Baron buff.
Turns out chase potential only is valuable if your opponent wants to run away. Soaz has no interest in such things, and Team Liquid has called their mid laner back to the base to help with the defense. It's a 5v4 defense now, and that means they will hold this second lane of inhibitors. However, they still have pressure coming into two separate lanes now. The rest of Immortals keeping the bottom lane pushed up. Soaz having the opportunity to use Baron to push down top side means they are not willing to take the foot off the gas pedal here just yet. One remaining tier 2 turret now under pressure. Soaz going to set up some barrels there, make sure he's safe as he pushes up. All text over the wall, and they will apply that pressure.
I just think that this game, you should go back and watch the beginning of this game, because after the early stages, it was very methodical and not a lot of big curveballs came. But it really does highlight the importance of planning in League of Legends and recognizing not only your win conditions, but the opportunities that your opponent is most likely to go for. Because Team Liquid, they very clearly, they have early game Lee Sin with the Kalista and Taric bottom side. So double lift, try to push up, try to get advantage on bottom side, and they try to send Broxa down there. But the early defensive ward completely turns it all around and allowed some very good counterplay here from Immortals. So that planning going a very long ways, and then they're able to use that advantage to snowball so effectively. Don't think they're going to have to go with the next Dragon Flowers, as 1 minute and 15 seconds about left on this one. Already laying the groundwork here, littering the jungle leading up to it from Team Liquid's side with wards of their own. And with super minions heading straight down mid, should be another easy step for them.
But this highlights the importance of what you said earlier, where Team Liquid recognized that Immortals were taking the Baron, they couldn't contest it, they went for the Drake instead. If you don't get that Drake and Immortals gets it, this is now soul point, and it just feels absolutely unwinnable. But Team Liquid will now be chased away from their own tier 3 turret. Gangplank ulti comes in, and Immortals are saying we want to invest for this tier 3. Broxa goes in, but he's not able to find the kick. Instead, he is already gone. Immortals will turn this fight right back around. True Shot Barrage coming in. Doublelift is already dead before the Cosmic Radiance can keep him alive. Immortals will back away and regroup. The damage is just not there for Team Liquid.
Attack repelled by Immortals there. And if you're looking at it from Team Liquid's side, that there also wasn't communication here, I believe, because if you're sending Broxa in for the kickback, regardless if he gets it or not, you want to channel the Taric ultimate as he's going in so that your timing on immunity is there. They actually have Broxa go in, he dies, then they have Taric ultimate as an, oh shit, we're about to lose the game.
Sometimes you gotta have that button ready to go. They did not. and Team Liquid will now have to defend their Nexus turrets. Immortals back away. They realize maybe it's still a little bit early to push for the entire win, but that Mountain Drake is alive. They still got 5 members standing strong. Doublelift just now got himself back onto Summoner's Rift. We'll see if TL are in any shape to contest this, but I don't think they would be, and this will be now sole point for Immortals.
Team Liquid really looking out of shape, Captain Flowers. People were writing off a lot of the early failures of the team with Senna-picks, with sub-jungler, and yet here, Immortals show once again. Let's take a look at this. They have a huge lead at this point, so they're even able to bully them off the tower. Team Liquid go for the play. Right now, you start channeling that Taric ultimate so that regardless, really good flash there by Ica, but Broxa goes down immediately afterwards as well, and then they're on the run. They've already lost somebody. Ultimate starts channeling down, doesn't save anybody here, and Immortals very, very happy with the way that this day has started.
6,000 gold up. Things are looking great. Damage dealt to champions over the game. You can see Soaz, the man at the top, nearly 15,000 done. Of course, it always helps when you lane against a big tank like Ornn that you're just going to constantly be putting damage into throughout the laning phase. That will pad those numbers a little bit. Alltech also on the poke-based champion of Ezreal is going to have higher numbers than usual. But the only person on Team Liquid over 5 digits of damage, believe it or not, is Impact, the tank. When the tank is doing the most damage, something has gone horribly wrong. And Immortals now have control over the topside river here yet again. The control wards are everywhere. The jungle is lit up like an IMT Christmas tree, and they are going to maintain control over these neutral objectives. Here comes your engage. It's CoreJJ saved by Doublelift, but Doublelift is now in danger of dying himself. He's going to be kept alive, and the Cosmic Radiance finally able to find the move. Immortals going to be pushed back now. Xmithie getting himself away as Impact goes forward. Xmithie is nearly down, and Team Liquid have finally found a good-looking fight.
Team Liquid do show some life here with good use of the immunity this time from CoreJJ. Nobody ends up going down. And this is the first time they've really been able to fight off Immortals. But because bottom inhibitor is down, you don't get to relish your small victory at all. This pressure is going to continue. And guess what? Baron number 2 is even more powerful. This is going to allow Immortals to set up here, try and draw Team Liquid into their vision once again.
Broxa caught out of position, does manage to dash away there with a ward. Xmithie's Warmogs has done so much work for him this game on this Sejuani, allowing him to never need to go back to base, always staying healthy, always allowing Immortals to go for the next play. Broxa down to 25% HP. Liquid do not want to give up another Baron. They want to try to get Broxa in there, go for some sort of a steal attempt. Impact going to be on the front line, still going to damage coming out from Alltech. Team Liquid now looking to get themselves away as the fight has gone awry. CoreJJ's in the middle of 4. Soaz there, tanking up on the front line. Broxa's the first one to fall. Jensen under fire. Alltech going forward. Damage coming out. Stasis going through. CoreJJ nearly going to be killed here yet again. Jensen down to about 10% HP. Ornhorn comes through, going to be buying a little bit of time. Impact still getting himself away here yet again. Alltech nearly finding that kill. Impact has run away, but he's run into the Immortals jungle. The rest of Team Liquid continue their retreat, but here come the Mystic shots! Shots, everybody! It's Immortals into the face!
Immortals definitely going to be partying tonight, Flowers.
You had best believe it. They are on to the Nexus. Impact's going on the Tour de Rift. He's looking at all the lovely sights, sounds of the forest, and Immortals are looking at the lovely sight of a victory over Team Liquid.
And not only that, this puts Immortals to 5-2 now, with sole possession of second place in the LCS behind Cloud9. Coming in, people had very low expectations of this Immortals roster. And once again, the team play showing through. Yet another team where Xmithie is on, and yet another team where there's a lot of coordination going on here. Definitely will be worth looking into the comms of this team to figure out exactly who's making what calls. But one thing is for sure, they are happy and they are in second place. Definitely deserving this win over Team Liquid.
What an appropriate game for Valentine's Day weekend, where Team Liquid broke up with their jungler. They ran into him in the club, and man, he is living his best life. I tell you what, Immortals were looking clean that game. You mentioned the methodical way they were playing. They weren't taking risks. They secured objectives. They moved as a unit, and they outplayed Team Liquid.
Also highlights, again, the importance of practice, right? Team Liquid have not had the opportunity to practice with Broxah a lot. They went through a lot of a rocky start here at the beginning of the split, and there's not going to be an instant solve just because your intended roster is now put together on the LCS stage.
And in the wake of that Immortals victory, Riv is going to hear from the victorious jungler after this quick commercial, so make sure you stick around after the break. We'll be right back.
What's going on, everyone? I am here, joined by Xmithy from Immortals after they take down Team Liquid. Now, let me tell you here, this is also your player of the game, so let's hear it for Xmithy. Coming into the game, 91% kill participation. You take down your old team. You get to take down the jungler that replaced you. How does it feel?
Well, it's pretty hard to hide. Like, it feels really good. I think they still need a lot of practice because Broxah just started this week. Like, they just started practicing, so like they're not a bad team. I just think they need time.
I want to zero in on that ward we just talked about. We called it the jet lag ward. Did you know he was going to be walking over this? Or you had a chance. You thought Broxah was going to be invading your jungle.
Yeah, I think we had a pretty good indication because they all had like pushing lanes, so we kind of knew that they were gonna go for it. And I think I or Hako put a ward. I don't remember. But yeah, I think we predicted it pretty well, and my team played the whole game pretty well.
Well, Smithy, Immortals now sits in second with the chance TSM catches up later in that, but everybody is saying that that shouldn't be the record for this squad and speculating it should be much lower. What do you have to say to these naysayers, and should you be up there?
I think on paper, like, I think it's acceptable that people can see us like we're not like at the top team, but it's always never like that. Even like the last Immortals roster I've been in, like people put us like 7th place, 8th place, and I don't really mind that. And yeah, like it's up to people, and I think it's just all our hard work paying off.
Well, it absolutely looks like it. A fun question for the last one. With the jungle changes coming in, I would like to know from you, one of the top junglers in the league, what 3 camps should everyone at home be starting on?
Honestly, you don't even need 3 camps. You just need 1 or 2, and you just gank whoever their tilter is, and you pretty much won the game.
And that's how you do it. Smithy, thank you so much. Congratulations on the win for Immortals. And now we're going to get C9 and TSM teed up by the State Farm analyst desk.
Pick that early Ornn, you open up the opportunity for an enemy scaling laner. Rockstar going in the Immortals jungle. Oh no, disaster!
Watcher. You do have what? My TP?
I don't have TP, but
nice! I'm going mid, okay? I'm going mid.
Well, there we go. Smithy makes the call to chase it even further. Looking to find the damage. Flash coming out, but the chain CC is down. Immortals will do it. And we traded back and forth. Cosmic Radiance coming down now. Hawko going to be taken down to half. Gorgeous J exploded before the Radiance able to keep him alive. Now they're going to be able to find the double kill on the double lift.
Nice. Yeah, is that all, yeah?
What's up, Ornn?
Nice, we kill everyone, yeah?
Nice.
You guys going? I'm gonna just sub Ornn.
Yeah, okay, 9, okay, 9. Actually, we played good this game, no?
Welcome to NA, my brother boxer.
I'm Randy Diaz, mayor of Seltzer, Pennsylvania. If you love Bud Light like me, you'll love Bud Light Seltzer. It's a hard seltzer from Bud Light. It comes in 4 flavors and tastes great. Bud Light Seltzer. It's unquestionably good. If you don't love Bud Light, you'll love Bud Light Seltzer. It's not Bud Light, it's hard seltzer. It comes in 4 flavors and tastes great. Bud Light Seltzer. It's unquestionably good. Questions? Call us now.
It's an absolute slaughter for Cloud9, and they are 6-0.
They're looking like the best team for now, so obviously everyone really wants to win that game. It would mean a lot for us, just as a statement, right?
TSM, they find the fight and their 4th straight win.
Come our match against them next week, they might actually be pretty good. So I think it'll be a banger of a game.
Now it's the re-engage, the duck over the top, and Huni only hits on the 1. The ace for TSM.
It's the clear 2 best teams, I think, and this is the battle at the top.
We definitely want to beat them for sure because it's Ben's old team, and he'll have like a big drive to win that game.
I've tried my hardest to not put personal stuff into it, or oh, it's my old team. I'll be lying if I said there wasn't like a little bit of extra like, yeah, we beat TSM.
Sometimes you hear that the old TSM fans, they're just salty about him. Yeah, that doesn't have to be the same with me.
Oh, baby! Kame from across the map!
C9 has had really consistent games on stage, and they're just ahead of everyone else right now. Personally, I think C9 is the best team in the league right now, and I think it's going to be a good test for us.
I guess the fans will think it's hype. I personally think we'll just beat them like we beat every other team.
Labyrinth found the Sonic Wave, kick into the resonating strike. Good lord, man! Shelly is stolen!
Our drafts are super good, our real meta is good, everything is perfect for us, so of course I think we will win. Because I think we are the best team in the league right now.
Thank you for joining us for our next matchup. It's about as old as the LCS itself, Cloud9 versus TSM. And if the top 2 teams clashing weren't hype enough, how fitting is it that Sven is going up against his former teammates in Broken Blade and Bjergsen, looking to maintain that undefeated streak?
Yeah, we saw one grudge match go heavily in favor of the player on the new team.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens again, because Sven is dominating the league right now, and I'm sure he wants to add just one more notch.
I think the unlucky part is the meta bot lane is not that deadly. I think if meta was a lot more violent down there, I think I'd be really excited to see how Sven plays against Copper.
There's Callista's now.
Apparently Callista's in the meta.
There's also Ezreal's, who you're not going to ever kill.
I know.
Sven's a big Ezreal player, too, so I'm worried that we'll see that. I hope we don't, though.
Yeah, but there's a couple different kinds of Ezreals. There's the more aggressive Ezreals. Hopefully we can see some of that out of him. And, I mean, he is crushing right now. He's playing with a level of confidence I haven't seen at all in North America out of him. With TSM, it always felt like they wanted to be a really good team, and everyone was kind of sacrificing to be that, whereas C9 unlocks everyone to kind of be who they're supposed to be. And so now, yeah, he's still mostly not the focus of early game action, but he's always there picking up a ton of kills and assists over the course of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think C9, weirdly enough, right, they usually have, or most teams usually have like one style, like they're playing through mid, top, blah, 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 blah. C9's actually kind of like everywhere, like who to kind of attack because they're all doing well and playing well together.
There is something special about this team. 72 KDA you saw there for Sven, but he has not been the only story for Cloud9 as Avali met up with the Week 3 Player of the Week.
Thanks, guys. I have this week's MasterCard Player of the Week, Cloud9 jungler, undefeated jungler, excuse me, Blabber. Blabber, as always, you have a trophy, and I know we've made you wait, but you could go ahead and open it now. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see.
Oh my god. What a great pose that looks exactly like Sven's.
Okay, are you just copying everyone's pose? Is everyone doing the same pose now?
Yeah, I think I wasn't paying attention when they told me it was for the MasterCard Player of the Week. So I did the normal pose that everyone does.
You know, it's a power pose. It's a power pose because you're playing as a very, very powerful jungler right now. You're totally leading in the stats. Cloud9, again, undefeated. So what about your play? How have you been able to maximize your effectiveness on this team?
I think it's been really easy for me to do what I want. I really like to invade the enemy jungler and play super aggressive, and I think my lanes have been winning most of the time, so they've been allowing me more freedom in what I want to do. They're always able to back me up, and then if they aren't, I think I've learned better to like play more safe and know when it's my timing to make a play.
And big game today against TSM and their jungler, Dardoch. How do you think your playstyle is going to go against them, and how do you think that match is going to go?
I think my playstyle and Dardoch's are pretty similar. I've always respected him as a jungler, and I think it's definitely going to be a good game. I think TSM is looking like the second best team in the league right now, so I'm hoping that we can show we're the best.
Well, best of luck to you. You can pose your statue right in front of your computer as you play. But hey, everyone who's watching, if you want to take home one of these Blabber statues, all you have to do is tweet at MasterCard Nexus, and you could be one of the lucky people to bring home a mini Blabber. But that's it for us here. Back to you guys.
Some more affirmation there out of Blabber's mouth that they do believe TSM is the second best team in the league. Earlier today, though, Blabber, Dardoch was a point of focus for us, Mark.
Yeah, and you heard him talking about how he's, respects Dardoch, and it's kind of like Blabber is the jungler that Dardoch was always supposed to be, the young mechanical player who's really aggressive and is going to take over games. Never quite panned out long term, and now Blabber has the highest win rate in the league, so it feels like he is that guy.
Yeah, he has really found his form, but probably you mentioned before we head over there to listen to him that Cloud9, it really is something about the team as a whole, and their stats speak to that. It's just utter dominance across their first 6 games.
They're such a clean team, actually, where once they get their leads, you don't see this back and forth. Sometimes you're in league games and you're just wondering, are they gonna actually close? I know they have a lead, but are they gonna actually win? But when you watch C9, you're like, all right, they got a 1K goal lead at 10 minutes. I guess I'll see you in 30 minutes. When
All right, we're done. We're done.
I guess we're done now.
So that's, again, where we should turn our attention to TSM, obviously fighting what is considered to be an uphill battle here, trying to hand the first loss over to Cloud9. Flexibility in draft was something we pointed to as maybe being avenue where they could find an advantage or at least throw C9 a curveball and get them off kilter.
Yeah, I think that's a really big advantage that TSM has, and I think C9 and TSM are probably the best drafting teams we have right now. And I think TSM is But I think TSM's advantage over C9 is they have taken a lot more risks in the draft where they're playing things first time on stage. And I think this is a new patch, so hopefully we'll see some of that. But the way that they're drafting is going to be especially important now that they're on red side. And I think Broken Blade getting the counter pick, which I think they'll give it to him over Bjergsen playing the Ornn mid. I think they'll give Broken Blade that counter pick, so I think it plays into the good drafts that they have, the flexibility they have on red side is even better. So I'm kind of looking for that to be their advantage.
Right, and I think the Dardoch too, he's finally feels like he's coming into his own after years of swapping through teams very, very quickly, and then a whole year in academy. I think now that he's come back in the LCS, he finally looks like he's hitting his stride. Took a little bit to get there. Week 1 was not super impressive out of him, but I think that's why his stats don't look as impressive. Yeah. Whereas if you look at their performances last week, Dardoch was incredible.
We're talking up C9 quite a lot, but I think it is important to give our nod to TSM and say that they should be entering this conflict here with quite a bit of confidence. As the teams load themselves into Champion Select and the bands hit the table, let's throw it out to Captain Flowers and Kobe to get us in the game.
Thank you, gentlemen. Here we go. This is the match of the week. Cloud9 versus TSM. 6-0, the only undefeated team here in the LCS in Cloud9, going up against longtime rivals in TSM.
And with TSM, seeing Immortals just get the victory right before them, they want this win to, again, stay tied for second place in the LCS. This would bring them to 5-2 to try and hit that mark. Currently, both of these teams are best early game teams in the LCS as well, so I'm expecting a draft here to look for lane dominance and to look for more of that early game. Cloud9, of course, has the highest goal difference in all these stats for early game, but TSM is right behind them.
Bans are completed for the first phase. It is Syndra, Xayah, and Ornn banned out by Cloud9, so that premier top lane tank we aren't going to see. Rumble, Aphelios, and Soraka banned out by TSM. Okay, with Set locked in first for C9, TSM have said we're picking Akali.
Yep, this is the not reworked, but this is heavily nerfed and then hotfix buffed back up for Akali. So you do have to target the R now. But one thing I immediately went in for the practice tool, you can guarantee land your E as well after it. It's kind of like the Kiana EQ combination there now with Akali, and they did buff up some of the flat numbers for Akali. By the way, Broken Blade has played a different champion every single game in the LCS, the most diverse top laner that we have, and this is a very high probability that he could take the Akali as well. It definitely could be Bjergsen, but in 2 sets, Akali definitely is a possibility because she has a lot of mobility to deal with it.
Yeah, we have seen this champion banned every single game up until the nerf back got her here in this patch. So this will be our first look at it. Broken Blade, definitely the type of player that you want to see having a game on one of these big pop-off carry type champions. That being said, the boss is not to be underestimated. We have seen Set have some good games here in the LCS so far. That could also go into the jungle. Remember, it's possible but we'll see how Cloud9 wants to shape this one up. It is what we're assuming to be top laners and bottom lanes already locked in. So the bans are going to focus on what appears to be mid lane and jungle now with Lee and Yasuo van to win.
And funnily enough, two of the best set games that we've had in the LCS have been played by TSM from Broken Blade and from Dardoch. Let's take a look here, though. Bottom side of the map drafted pretty safely here for Cloud9 with Sven on the Varus. Still has very strong early lane plays, and Tom Kench can save him just like he can other attack damage carries that do not have dashes of their own. Varus is, again, one of those more unique carries that does bring crowd control from the bottom lane as well. TSM answering that, though, with the Nautilus for their hard engage. Let's take a look here. More junglers being banned out from TSM, trying to focus down on Cloud9 and lower the pool. I definitely expect a round 4 pick of a jungler for TSM, trying to hold their flex pick for their other solo lane further. And C9, what solo lane are they going to ban out here? They do take away the Pantheon as well on top of it.
Let's see what TSM want to go for here in the jungle. Or do you save the jungle? They must have something clever waiting for that last jungle pick. Or this could just be a bait. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see if they do want to lock it in.
Zoe's a super popular blind pick mid laner right now, but they are going to pick up the 4-spot jungler for themselves, and it is AP. So with Akali also being majority AP damage, I'm expecting actually maybe an AD laner here for TSM to come on round 5.
Ooh.
And that would be one of them, so could be a steal away pick here.
Kiana hovered, at least locked in for Cloud9, so we will see Blabber on that one. They're just having fun with you, audience. They're not locking in Zed. I guarantee you, man. It's not going to happen. Kiana, though, that's much more like.
Yeah, because nobody likes playing against Kiana Gragas. That is
it's just not fair.
So, yeah,
it's just not fair.
It's such an insane death sentence because of the crowd control chain that you can get off with those two champions. And also, Cloud9 have been very good at utilizing the Kiana early on, so they get an AP jungler for themselves in Elise and pair the Elise with the Kiana.
TSM, 1 pick left to go, and the name of the game is Renekton. Locked in here. So Renekton and Akali, the solo lanes for TSM.
And I do like it if they keep the lanes as they are now. I already mentioned about the Akali, really good mobility, which is one of the best stats you want versus Set. And Renekton into Kiana is just a stats check. And if you can get your time in with the stats check and trade with Renekton, then Kiana will be very unhappy. But the Kiana player obviously does try and kite it a bit more, play back, throw the Qs for CS plus harassment and the like. And I think that they will leave the lane matchups how they are.
Both of these junglers do have the ability to get off some powerful early ganks, as is the name of the game in the current meta. Both AD carries immobile, but as you already mentioned, the Tom Kench can keep Varus nice and safe. And another thing that got hit with Akali is, remember, she also doesn't just have quite as strong of a laning phase as she used to. The Qs can't be spammed out as effectively as they were back in the day. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how she stacks up against Set, because you talk about a champion that stat checks you. Set is so powerful if you ever get within range of him. The weakness of the champion is you have to play around him, not into him. And I want to see how well Broken Blade and TSM are able to do that.
And this is going to also be Broken Blade's 7th champion in 7 games, so he keeps the streak going, trying to show off the flexibility of TSM.
And this is also Bjergsen's first LCS Renekton game. Funny because this guy's been playing in the LCS for so very long. You know he's got so much experience on so many different champions, but the Croc hasn't been one of them. That's a lot of words. Those are pretty small, but we got some fans from, one says C9, one says TSM. I know they're on opposite sides, but they're sitting right next to each other. These are the kinds of games that divide friends and fans.
All right, let's get into it, because I'm excited to see as well. Broken Blade not scared to pick up the Akali after those big nerfs. It's definitely going to be a big talking point. Fans are ready for this one, actually. They're all over it.
The crowd is rowdy, and I am about it. Everyone is ready for C9 versus TSM. And as we're waiting for minions to spawn, we got Ovly standing by with a sideline report with Reaper. Take it away.
Thanks, guys. I've got Reaper. There we go. Now we have the Cloud9 chance behind us. Reaper, you're coming into this big match for Cloud9 against TSM. A lot of people here are cheering on TSM, thinking that they are going to hand you your first loss. What do you have to say to that?
Not gonna happen.
Not gonna happen?
That's not gonna happen today.
What about the Akali pick, though? We haven't seen her. She's been like almost 100% pick ban since today, or until today.
Oh, yeah, actually, there are some interesting draft, like Akali top and ranked on mid. So I'm not too sure. I don't see her like often in the scrims. So yeah, we'll see.
All right, well, Coach, thank you very much. Best of luck to you. Back to the casters.
Not gonna happen today, he says.
And once again, looking at the Akali changes, and everyone was super put off by all the nerfs. And I think that they didn't quite pay attention to much of the follow-up buffs, which are just flat damage, but it did open up this one combo where you can R1 as a targeted ability with the increased range, and immediately shuriken flip afterwards to guarantee that hit. So the flat damage bonuses to those two abilities definitely can still be used as a sort of different, little bit different point of power for the champion. But again, yeah, Akali a lot less safe basically because you can't use the R as just an escape. Has to be targeted ability here. Blabber did head on over for the invade after Red as well. If we keep track of the jungle pass here, he's trying to split the map a little bit.
Red straight to enemy blue, and you can see a ward had been placed down by C9. So they can see that Dardoch is taking these Krugs as well. Dardoch is not mirroring the path shown here by Blabber. C9 is aware of that. But C9 also has to deal with the fact that Broken Blade is stuck underneath his turret. FLICKR does have priority here on the top side.
Yeah, Set is very good at getting early priority because especially even just level 1, Set having the passive, which basically gives you double autos. He can run at people, get really good trades, and FLICKR using that effectively to rush to the level 2, then shove the wave in to kind of cut off those counter options for the jungle you're talking about. Now mid lane, lockdown.
Ooh. Bjergsen running away from Niski, who's looking to put the lockdown onto him. Bjergsen has the flash available. Blabber's coming up here to try to assist with this one. Niski continuing to chase. Did not have access to further CC to lock him down as the river was all the way back behind him, but he still gets a flash out of TSM's mid lane.
And this has been the Cloud9 motto for this season. Ooh, another good trade here for FLICKR. Pulls in Broken Blade for the Haymaker. But it has been aggression early for this team. That's what earned them this 2.2K average gold lead at 15 minutes throughout the league. And they've used that to run over everyone. So Niski chasing Bjergsen out of lane and getting both summoners. Blabber also finding Dardoch here.
Blabber saying, I don't care about the crab, I'm here to farm you. Going after Dardoch, goes into the rappel to try to keep himself alive, drops down away from the barrel, but now he could potentially be in trouble. Bjergsen going to be taken very low. Dardoch now is going to end up providing the kill for his mid laner, and TSM have won themselves a fight. Niski still has no flash. He's taken down, and TSM get 2 for Bjergsen.
Blabber may be a little bit too accustomed to winning those early skirmishes. Calls over Niski for the long chase in what starts out as a 2v1. And we talked about Renekton wants straight up stats checks where he just gets to fight you early on. So TSM very happy to actually take it. Dardoch runs off the scuttle. Critically, he heals off of smiting and getting the scuttle. So Blabber, after the repel, it actually took a bit longer. Niski then forced a flash to follow up, and he can't actually finish it. Blabber using his own flash to try and go for it. And once he's down, there's a half rage Renekton chasing down Niski, so he's left looking at Blabber saying, what did you just cause me? Bit of a trouble there for Cloud9. I'm actually really excited to see what does happen now, because this is such a different story from all of the early games that we have had for Cloud9. And it looked like it was going to be more of the same when they chased off Bjergsen and got his flash, but with the failure of that 2v2 skirmish being a bit too over-aggressive by Blabber in the damage exchanged early and using his cooldowns a lot very early there with the repel and putting it into a bad spot for Niski. Now it completely shifts, and we'll see what TSM can actually do with it.
Good sign for TSM if you're the first team that can put Cloud9 in a position that makes us, as spectators, as fans, ask, what do they even look like from this position? So I wholeheartedly agree with you there. Bjergsen still with double buffs here on the Renekton means that stat check cannot be passed, at least until those dissipate. FLICKR continuing just a brawl with Broken Blade up here. Remember, now the smoke also does not permanently give Akali the movement speed buff as long as she stays in it. You only get that buff for the first 2 seconds after casting the ability. So you don't quite have as much dodge potential when you're running around inside of it. It does make it easy for FLICKR to hit abilities like the Haymaker. And we're going to see Blabber starting up this first Drake very early on, pre-6 minutes in this game. It looks like he should be able to get it.
Broken Blade going in here. Top side, he's got the ulti, and he forces the flash away from LCKR, taking good advantage of that level 6 versus level 5 power difference.
And again, the hotfix buffs here made Akali more offensive, right? Because of the way that they changed the ultimate. Targeted rather than ground targeted and getting the extra range. So he respects the extra damage output there. Flash traded in the process. You can see, as far as the experience goes, Niski feeling the hit a little bit from the early 2v2, and Licorice a bit on the back foot because Broken Blade did push it in, but not the biggest difference there. The big outstanding one is going to be keep your eye on Blabber, who is at the bottom now with Elise.
Niski's happy to just stay back, maybe give up a little bit of farm, keep himself safe from this Renekton until he gets that ulti ready to go. And remember, Kiana is so effective at roaming around the map, setting plays up with the rest of her team. We'll see if Bjergsen can shut that down or if Niski will be able to group up with the rest of Cloud9 and work together to get things running after this less than optimal early game. TSM still sitting on a 1,000 gold lead. Cloud9 with that first dragon in their pocket. See who decides to go for the next big move. It was C9 that, again, made that call for the fight that TSM won, which has been uncharacteristic. That's kind of iconic of the old Blabber. The Blabber that felt more coin flippy. Is he going to have a crazy good aggressive game, or is he going to end up running it down the jungle? These were the criticisms of him when he first started as a player. He seemed to really be growing out of that and just becoming a coin that always landed on heads so far for these first 3 weeks. But now that it finally came up tails, I really want to pay attention to him and his momentum throughout the rest of this early game.
And I still take that coin. I like that coin.
All right, you're still a fan.
If that is getting that many successful early skirmishes, and this is the price that you have to pay, a little bit of a miscalculation in the early game. Still definitely possibilities for them to work with. Double buff picked up here for Dardoch, though, and he's ready with the ultimate as well. No level 6 for Nautilus, though. So until Biofrost actually has the setup, it's going to be very difficult. That's a Tom Kench next to your Varus, so keeping Sven very safe. You know, they must protect that KDA, Captain Flowers.
Yep.
Even though he did die one time last week.
No
Still
more
available.
freebies. Now we're going in. Now it's Dardoch into the bottom side. Flash away coming out from Vulcan, but the explosive cast goes out. MF ulti goes through. Vulcan is still alive, ladies and gentlemen. He manages to stay out of the way of the damage threats, and TSM will not find their
Niski roam.
Niski's made his way down to the bottom side, looking to grab the kill. Kave barely walking himself away. That's one kill going over to Cloud9, nearly able to make it two. Dardoch should be able to clean this up before Niski gets to him. Oh, is this really going to be the outplay? Not quite. Niski so close to getting a couple there.
Does get one for himself. More so, though, the bottom lane for Cloud9, fighting off the 2v3 gank there, making their presence felt, and then Zen teleports back out to this Rift Herald. So he's being very active as well. Level 6 on the Varus, did use his ultimate there in the bottom little chase, and they're not spending the time to clear that control ward because they wanted to burn this down before TSM actually get here, but TSM are en route now. Eyeball popped, and it's getting smite range.
So many bodies coming in from both sides. Broken Blade gonna be taking some damage from Licorice. He's looking to just body slam Bjergsen. It's set from the top rope, and the Gator is out of there. Kave now on the run. Cloud9, they trade one away for it, but they got two. Blabber's out of the picture, so the objective is a bit more risky. Yeah. Dardoch still hanging around.
Yeah, Blabber there, that's one member in a big pack of C9 members, and he actually goes down a little bit over chasing, not quite looking at his own life there. He does get the kill for them onto Kave, but it means that they're not going to do the Rift Herald afterwards. C9 happy to get the gold there. Licorice comes through with the big dunk. And here it is. This Herald gets so low, the second eye pop, but then when Bjergsen goes in, it looks like a really good opportunity here for Licorice to separate him from the team, and they get the kill. Now, take a look at this. They do get Kave, and Blabber actually wasn't that low when it started. He just got popped. Dardoch, I think, electrocute proc there as well at the same time from somebody. No, nobody even has electrocute. So they're able to disperse him down with the MF and the Gragas damage.
MF does so much damage.
Yeah.
This champion has an incredible amount of burst between the enchanted auto attack and the double up. TSM have made their way onto the Rift Herald now. Cloud9 are bringing troops back up to this front line, but TSM have 4 guys here already. Cloud9 can see that. Shelly taken down to 3,000 HP now. A little bit more damage, and a proc of the eye is going to do it. Nice bullet time from TSM. Vulcan using the stasis to buy a little bit of time. Broken Blade nearly going to be killed. Niski now having to use the ultimate defensively. Vulcan once again barely kept alive. Biofrost going into a stasis of his own. Dardoch's not able to find a kill just yet. Niski grabbing the kill onto Biofrost. And Cloud9 have navigated this fight just beautifully. Bjergsen stands alone, 1v5. How do they keep getting away with it? Cloud9 just take everything.
And in my eyes, that whole 5 flowers were on the mini-map because they were doing that 4v5 with Licorice continuing to split push. In the end, because Cloud9 actually pulled off so effectively, let's take another look at it because as you can see on the bottom of your screen, this is 4v5. That's why it's not a full commitment here. And they just kind of poke down Broken Blade. They force him out. They don't actually over-chase. It is TSM that then chase a bit too far here. After Broken Blade gets pulled out, they don't have the extra damage to finish off the kill onto Vulcan. And instead, with Niski hopping over the wall, C9 pick them apart. And then they decide, all right, Licorice, teleport in. We're going to clean up another one here. And since Licorice is there, he can ult them away from Blabber, so Bjergsen can't even get the counter kill onto Blabber. And they do save his life on top of it. Then we're back out onto an Infernal Dragon here on the Rift. Broken Blade does have teleport, but TSM might want a breather.
We are almost averaging 1 kill a minute in this game. TSM want to slow that down. You said it. Breathe in, breathe out, find your peace, find your center, get back on track because Cloud9 have turned the momentum of this game around.
To be fair, we did warn you that these are the 2 strong early game teams of the LCS.
That's true. That's
Most
true.
kills and assists. And C9 have fought their way actually back into a gold lead even after losing the early 2v2 skirmish that we talked about with Blabber. That's why I said even after that skirmish, I still want that coin because they're able to keep on flipping. They do get 2 dragons for themselves to boot, so it's not just a static gold lead. Really big fights here for Cloud9 in the skirmishes that they've been able to earn for themselves.
And I want to point out, because you said specifically in draft how with the AP in the jungle, the AP on the top side, pretty AP-heavy top half of the map here for TSM, Licorice has done a good job itemizing towards that, grabbing an early Hex Drinker, makes him practically impossible to kill for TSM without bringing Bjergsen up there, so he's feeling super comfortable farming up. He's got a 31 gold lead over his opponent.
Yeah,
31 CS lead, sorry.
He's a massive bait right now because not only does Set already have the Haymaker shield, which catches a lot of people off guard, with a Hex Drinker on top of it, his health pool is a lie, my friend.
Yeah.
Because he will get shields on shields. And it's very good to combine those to get those surprise plays and bait people in. Meanwhile, the C9 bottom lane still pushing ahead.
And they get the last plate with 1 second to spare, 13:59. That bottom lane turret falls, Cloud9 cash in, almost 3,000 gold ahead of their opponents now. Sven also commanding over a 35 CS advantage compared to his opponent in Kabe, who's just barely over 100 on the Misfortune. Blade of the Ruined King and Berserker's Greaves fully completed for Sven's Varus. Across the table, we got a garage sale of Essence Reaver parts. That's not gonna do it.
Sven definitely feeling good about playing his old team, and I did see an interview with him where he talked about, yeah, I try and focus on just every team one by one. Every game is similar. It's just look at the plays in front of you and try and judge accordingly, nameplates off, but you can't help but want it a little bit more against the old team. Yeah. So it's got to be feeling good for him also playing really well in this match versus TSM. We'll see the Rift Tail used by them on bottom side to try and get some territory back for themselves, but C9 do collapse to defend it.
I like TSM going for this. I like trying to not just concede everything to Cloud9. Make sure you're taking any advantage you can find, but C9 are quick to respond. The turret loses half his HP, but considering it's still standing, TSM won't find the success they were looking for. They fall back, decide to regroup, send bot lane home, let him shop up. There's that Essence Reaver completed onto Kabe. Very powerful item here for the MF. See if that's able to help him out in these upcoming team fights. But one problem that's been there for TSM so far, the bullet times have been placed in a spot where they haven't got all the damage they wanted. The first time in bottom lane, Vulcan was able to sidestep it. The second time in the fight around the top lane jungle, it was Dardoch throwing a cast that actually knocked Finn out of the bullet time. They need to get big value out of those ultis.
That's one of the things that people like to point out for anti-synergies, I guess.
Yeah.
is whenever you have Gragas, right, in one of those comps that does like to get big AoEs, it's not like a full-on instant combo breaker, but you do have to be very careful with the placements. And oftentimes, since your skirmishes are so fast, you don't really get to communicate it with your team, like, hey, I'm gonna ult now. No, you need to press that button now.
Yeah.
So it requires really good intuition from the teams and the players being well equipped to kind of recognize the play styles and when their teammates are going to go for different.
Oh, Misty!
I really don't like playing against Kiana as a jungler, by the way. Little known fact. Anyways, really good job there by Niski because Dardoch going over obviously is an easy target for him. Even though he has stopwatch, Kiana probably most well known for 100% to zeroing junglers. And I need to go back and check, but did he get level 11 right before that kill? Not after it, because rank 2 ultimate is going to ensure that you definitely get that burst before the stopwatch goes off.
We'll check on the replay, but for now, it's Blabber taking the second Rift Trail. Turns out you can do that pretty easily when your opponent's jungler just happens to get popped like a balloon by your mid laner in the bottom lane. And Dardoch must have been feeling safe. He was down there. It looked like they were going to maybe do a turret dive. He's thinking, all right, we'll just walk home. Not what the doctor ordered there, man.
Yeah, Kiana, extremely mobile, lethality user, hopping over the wall to get the kill onto the jungler. Much like you see Talon players do. Set up for this dragon, though, started by TSM. They do have the control ward in the Pixel Brush. So watch for the grouping here. Licorice flanking around the bottom of your screen. He wants that big dunk onto Kabe.
Cloud9 have made their way in. Drake has been leashed. Kabe's going to be jumped on, and Licorice is just beating the ever-living hell out of him. Misfortune's out of the fight. Niski's going to be taken low, but he's going to take Dardoch out with him before he goes. Broken blades over the wall, but Cloud9, they've got 2 kills. They lost their mid laner, and they've got the Drake.
Woo. When you can see that play coming, it feels nice to have the Fog of War off for us. Ah, yes, one of these classic Licorice flanks around the backside. And then when TSM opened their eyes, oh no, we've run right into him. Oh, boom, dunked into the side of the wall. Look at this ult. Dardoch actually moved, so Kabe didn't die to the true damage because Licorice got moved to the side, but he just flashes afterwards to finish up the kill. And I didn't even look at the top of the screen because my eyes were focused on Licorice and Kabe. But C9 also just charged right through the top of the screen, winning that half of the fight. And it does look like C9 will continue their charge through the LCS here, just demolishing yet another early game. 3 dragons stacked up so quickly that the soul is going to arrive very early into this one.
That team fight, Kabe didn't even have an opportunity to try to orb walk away from Licorice. He had to just run as fast as he could. Nothing to do, 0 damage from the TSM 80 carry.
All right, Monday Night League is gonna come as well. Tune in for some more action. Monday at 5 p.m. Take a look at C9 though. They're not letting up on the pressure. They just had a 1-3-1 going where they have Niski on top side, Licorice on bottom side, but then Licorice actually doesn't push that wave and he rotates over for this mid lane play instead because Cloud9 do have the Rift Herald. Niski doing the same now means that they're going to easily get that secondary. And they can actually retreat and go catch the minion waves before they even crash to their own towers. Shelly getting off charge number 2 is going to leave middle at that low health for a very long time. And Cloud9 fully reset here. They've got wards already leading up to Baron, trying to cut off any counterplay here from TSM.
Yeah, remember that, I mean, the tier 3 turrets do regenerate slowly over time, unlike the tier 1 and tier 2s, but when it's that low, it's gonna take more than a few minutes to get it back to a healthy state. And Cloud9 with a 6,000 gold lead with 3 of those Drakes, like you mentioned, it's soul point here in 3 minutes. Baron is already up. We're only just barely past the 20-minute mark, and they control the entirety of Summoner's Rift. TSM has not taken a single turret. And so for Cloud9, the question now just becomes, how soon can you go for the jugular? How soon can you put the final couple nails in this one and call it a day? Because we want to see them set down the wards in the enemy jungle. Right now, I want to applaud TSM for having good vision control over their topside jungle and stopping Cloud9 from choking them out as effectively as they want to.
So probably it's going to be about 2 minutes, 13 seconds. Want to know where I got that number
That
from?
seems like a very specific prediction, my friend. A very specific one indeed.
Yeah, Mountain Dragon for the Soul is about to arrive for Cloud9, and they're keeping their vision on the Baron just to make sure there's no, trade there for TSM. If they happen to get 5 people in and try and burn down that Baron while C9 got lazy looking for the Soul, maybe that would be a way for TSM. But since C9 have such a good early lead, and both drafts have been kind of drafted around these early skirmishes, if they get a Mountain Soul with that giant extra shield to start off the fights, it just allows them to push so much harder on the already weakened mid turret that they can brute force straight down that mid lane and earn themselves. Oh, whoa, bottom lane spammed with pings here as they're going for Bjerg.
Tom Kench has brought in backup. It's a 3 versus 1. Bjergsen will hightail it out of there. Oh, did I say 3? I meant 4. It's Blabber here too. Bjergsen's just going to buy as much time as he can. There's not really any way out of this one. Running into the turret, dashing through the minions. Uh-oh, max range Cocoon grabs onto him there. Repel up, repel down, and LCR is just wailing on him.
Meanwhile, Niski pushes mid while Sven already pushed on the bottom side, and he might even, does he have a minion to work with? He can get that secondary turret on the bottom lane. And, yep, he did have a minion. It just died at the end there, and he finishes off the turret while they chase down Bjergsen. No opportunity for a counterplay for TSM. As soon as you started talking, oh, there's 4 people chasing after Bjergsen, Cloud9 pull off the excess players to try and defend against possible counterplay, so they don't send everybody to the bottom side, opening up counter Baron. They don't overuse their resources and just pick up a bunch more extra gold, setting up for that Mountain Soul to arrive.
Mountain Soul in 15 seconds. Broken Blade was top. LCR has gone up there to clear out the wave with still not sacrificing a single turret. It is turning into quite a precarious situation here for TSM. LCR will still keep pushing top. He's got TP ready to make it down to this fight. 1 second, the Drake is alive. Blabber's sitting there in the brush. Ward placed down though means nobody from TSM has to face check it. Dardoch goes over the wall with a blast cone, and C9 have already begun the Drake. This is a moment where Dardoch could end up being the hero if he's able to make a steal, but Niski's made his way into the fight. A lot of damage coming down onto Biofrost, going to be kept alive now by the Gargoyles. Stoneplate Blabber going into the stasis, nearly going to be taken down. Bjergsen now very low, Niski grabbing the kill. Cloud9 seeing if anybody from TSM is dare brave enough to walk any closer. No, sir, they are not, and that is Mountain Soul Cloud9.
Cloud9 just put so much pressure on you while they're playing. They burn on this dragon. They force the teleport out, and then as TSM start to funnel in, just take a look at the positioning in that team fight as they actually get a really good funnel. And Niski on the bottom side does separate the team. He chunks out Biofrost, forcing the flash, but even though the wraparound ultimate stuns him back up, he doesn't over-chase. They turn on the section-off member of TSM to get the kill. LCR looking for Dardoch.
They'll just slam him down into the wall. He's got Niski right next to him. No chance for a steal. They make sure of it, and Baron is secured by Cloud9.
I feel like going from playing other League of Legends teams in LCS to going to play Cloud9 is like going from playing chess without the timer to playing like 30-second round chess. And here's what I'm kind of talking about. They just then turn on Bjergsen, who's sectioned off from the rest of the team. Blabber kind of baited it there. He had the reliance of knowing that he has his stopwatch activation plus repel. Whenever you have Zhonya's acquired on Elise, it feels so good because you're not tanky, but you can buy a bunch of time in stasis. You know, just go immune with your Zhonya's, and then another few seconds with your repel, so they're easily able to finish off the lone member there of TSM when the team got split up due to the fearsome Kiana in the river, which must be respected.
And remember, TSM's not a bad team. They're, if they win this game, are in a position to tie for Immortals. It's looking unlikely at this point in time, but this is a team that is standing at the top of the table as well. Cloud9 just looks so definitively in a league of their own after these first 3.5 weeks of play. This is definitely not a team that would lose to Schalke. Let's see what happens against TSM, though, who are now stuck in their own base, trying to defend against the Cloud9 onslaught as they command greater than a 10,000 gold lead. Sven's gonna find himself hooked, and it's Biofrost starting off the fight. Vulcan doing a good job protecting that AD carry. LCKR hanging out off to the side, making sure Broken Blade's not able to flank, and Biofrost is already down. Bullet time will not do a damn thing as Cloud9 pushes into the TSM base. The first inhibitor turret is broken. LCKR will enchant the mid lane minion wave, bring that one right up there. It's like a delivery service. The limo driver just picked him up, dropped him off. Thank you, sir. Here's your tip. Let's take that inhibitor now. Mid lane inhibitor down to half HP. Broken Blade coming in, a TP going to be used. It is still 8 seconds before Biofrost is alive. Dardoch is under fire. He has to back away. Cloud9 already have one Nexus turret down. Bjergsen behind enemy lines. Gonna go ahead, cast the Dominus right now, but he's not able to make it onto anyone valuable here just yet. Niski goes golden. He'll stay just fine. Dardoch also gonna be using the stasis here. LCKR keeps everybody else away, and Bjergsen's gonna be taken out following his jungler. Biofrost, the next one to go. Kave 2. And ladies and gentlemen, they just make it look easy. Cloud9 win.
And the undefeated streak continues. Picking back up right where they left off last week with another speed run for Cloud9. Yes, there was that little bump in the beginning.
Yep.
In the 2v2 skirmish in the river. But that really didn't turn out to mean a whole lot, did it?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as that happened, you said that you were looking forward to seeing what happens now, because that's a situation we never saw Cloud9 in yet. They had so many early advantages in every other game that they've been playing so far this split, that's when you might have been sweating a little bit as a Cloud9 fan. Oh, is this where we expose the weakness in our game plan, where our Achilles heel was all along if our early plays don't work? The answer is no. Yes, Blabber goofed up, he picked a fight he shouldn't have picked, and they got rocked. TSM, they get the 2 free kills, they're off to a good start, but then all the subsequent fights, Cloud9 just plays better. They avoid getting killed by the Dardoch gank in the bottom lane. They masterfully play that fight in the top side jungle near the Rift Herald to keep everybody alive with about 100 HP. Absolutely incredible job from them on a macro and micro level. This team is scary.
LCKR said that he felt like this roster was a team that could challenge anyone in the world.
Oh, I love it. Give me the trash talk. Give me the confidence. That's all I want to see. But when we come back, Avli is ready to hear from the triumphant bot laner. Don't y'all go anywhere. We'll see you here in a few moments.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LCS. I am standing here with Cloud9's Sven after his victory against TSM 7-0. You guys are remaining undefeated and, again, still deathless. So tell me about the feelings from this game because, again, beating your own team, that's got to sweeten the deal a little bit.
I mean, I'll be lying if I said it didn't mean a little bit more than the rest of the teams, but they're also the second best team in the league with Immortals, I guess. So this is like the last real challenge towards the first 9-0 of the first round of best of ones. So I'm really happy with today's game, and I played well, I think. So.
Now, I want to ask you a little bit about the first half of the round robin later, but first, I do want to ask, this seemed like it was the roughest start to a game that Cloud9 had, but clearly you guys bounced back from it. Do you see, because you guys are such a juggernaut and pushing through all of these other teams, do you see playing from behind as a potential issue for Cloud9 in the future?
I mean, it does happen in scrims, but the end stage, I don't know what happened in the mid-jungle department. Like, I wasn't watching, I was playing my lane, and I have a good lane matchup, so I actually don't mind that there's fighting topside, because it helps me. But I just heard, I fucked up, and then they're like, we're behind, and I was like, it's fine, guys, we can still win. You know, even though we're behind mid-jungle, it doesn't really lose the game. So in scrims, we play from behind. I think we're good at playing from behind. We still look for aggressive plays and comeback plays rather than just like rolling over and letting them win. But we had strong sides on side lanes this game, so it doesn't really matter that we're behind mid-jungle.
You could put Blabber on your back, but actually some news came out today. G2 actually just dropped a game, so they are no longer undefeated in the LEC, making Cloud9 the last undefeated team in the West. So the question is, how long is it going to stay that way?
I mean, well, now my opponents are right over there for next week, but I think we will go at least 9-0, given we have, you know, CLG and EG and next week, next matches. So. But I think we'll take at least one loss this season. I don't think we're like that insane. I think we're really good right now, and we have a head start because of our boot camp and our off-season effort. I think we put in a lot more effort in the off-season than everyone else did. So at some point, I'm sure teams will catch up. TL looked a little shaky today with Broxah, but at some point, they gotta come back out to their usual form.
Confident words from you, Sven. I appreciate it, and congratulations again on the win. But that's it for us here. So to get into the next game, let's throw it over to the State Farm analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Avli. That makes 7 for our undefeated Cloud9. Just absolutely tearing through the competition. A nice nod there from Sven saying that TSM is definitely a top-tier opponent, still able to snag the victory today. I do want to take a look at Champions Select because it was one of the things we talked about for TSM could be a place they find an edge.
Yeah, so I liked what they did. I didn't think any draft had like a gigantic advantage because obviously we haven't seen a Kali in a long time. I'm glad they pulled it out. I think that's kind of a special pick right now because yeah, no one's been practicing against it, so seeing it now, I'm sure a lot of teams aren't sure of like the relative strength. So TSM playing, I think, makes it a bit scary. I know in summer 2019, they're one of the few teams that were playing Akali every game. So I like the early Akali into set. I don't think it played the way they thought it would in this game, though. I think it looked like it was just farming against set.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. These are a lot of interesting matchups. I would assume that Akali wouldn't have too hard of a time. You probably lose a little bit, but you can mostly farm. I don't think set's going to be able to kill you that easily without jungle help. But the Renekton mid, I appreciate trying to make the game volatile with a melee versus melee matchup in mid lane. Both physical damage and junglers are going to go there often. That's the kind of stuff I wanted to see out of TSM, is make the early game volatile and try and run away with it. They tried.
The early game was volatile, to say the least. You know, Jat posed the question during Countdown today, what happens when Cloud9 gets put behind? And put behind they did, at least in the very early portions of the game. A 2-for-0 going over to Bjergsen here.
Yeah, this was a little whoopsie by Blabber. He's like chasing Dardoch for this kill and then accidentally, I think, repels on the wrong side. So Nisqy has to flash in to actually join this 2v2, which I think originally, like, C9 had the advantage in this fight, but after that, I think they kind of just lost it there.
And I think the bot lane did a good job turning around, kind of saving the game. This is a really important play because in a 2v3, Sven is going to be able to turn this around by himself, force out multiple summoners from the enemy bot lane. Nisqy then roams down and gets a cleanup kill and trades his life, but that gives them the tempo advantage on this Rift Herald play, which TSM really should not have contested, but they go diving in anyways, trying to stop this from going down, and really well played by C9. You see so many members show up late, and then Nisqy shows up.
If he had his ultimate here, oh, I wish, but.
Yeah, it was a great job, though, waiting for them to funnel in and have to run back past him. All of that was really impressive stuff coming off that bot lane play where Sven multiple times was not really focused down by TSM, and he popped off this
84 KDA, count them, 16 more, and he hits that triple digits.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. I think maybe TSM...
Hey, you're responsible
I'm just
for this,
saying,
so figure
TSM,
it out.
I'm pretty sure they looked at his stats, and they're like, all right, He's died once, so the chance of us killing him are pretty low. Let's just not go for him. It's
Just
not worth it.
ignore him.
The chances that he dies are too low. We're not going to fight him. So he was just like stealthed in the corner shooting people with arrows.
Yeah, I mean, a super stellar performance out of him. I love that little tidbit from the interview there where he talks about, you know, that oopsie of a play happening in the top river, but kind of the immediate recognition from the whole team, like, hey, this is bad, but it's not disastrous. We can find our way back. And then you jump down to that bot lane play you talked about, Mark, where basically 2v3, they bring that game right back into playability.
Yeah, when you have 3 aggressive lanes who are looking to win and capable of actually turning any fight they get into, even if one goes wrong, you got 2 more.
Right.
Still a 66% chance. It's math.
That's math.
And so again, when we talk about Cloud9, I know, you know, sometimes we hone in on a specific player, but it really is a team game. This time around, though, Niski picking up player of the game, popping off. He did have a couple boo-boos, but some of those plays, you know, zeroing out the enemy jungler in a 1v1, he definitely opened space on the map.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of players, especially on like the Kiana side, if you're playing against a Renekton who's 2-0, you're going to like kind of turtle it a bit and play protective. I'm just going to farm out this lane. If you saw, like, yeah, Niski actually got to that bot fight way before Bjergsen did, because Bjergsen opted to push the lane while Niski was like, I'm going to go try to pick up a kill. And when you're playing these assassins, like, those kills funneled in early are going to kind of break open the game. So I was really happy, like, Niski was still making plays, even though he's like 0-1 against like a 1K gold lead Renekton. That's like that's kind of hard to play aggressive on that side of the matchup.
A very intelligent pivot for him in strategy to keep his team in it. We are going to take a break, but coming up, Jat sat down with Golden Glue to talk about his win over Team Liquid.
From the barrel, but now he could potentially be in trouble. Bjergsen's going to be taken very low. Dardoch now is going to end up providing the kill.
TP in 20. I can TP in 20.
There. Oh no. This is bad. This is bad. Release flash.
Nice.
We got one.
We get back with my TP in 20 seconds.
We got one. Okay, it's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's
No
good.
flash.
He's flashing on me. He's flashing on me. Nope.
Catch for Blabber.
Yeah. I'm trying to ult him. Yeah. Help me. Nice. I'm okay. Nice. Let's keep trying. Let's keep
Play styles and when their teammates are going to go for different.
Oh, Niski!
Akali's in. Akali. I can eat you. You're good. Okay, plays up. Nice.
Dragon. Akali behind too.
Players done.
It's fine. We win.
Nice.
I'm not eating Niski. Why?
Let's go. Right.
Yeah, I'm married. Doesn't matter. You do that for me? Really? Yeah, I'd like that.
Who are you talking to?
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning? Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Hey, do they ever ask you what you're wearing? Yeah. Red sweater, button-down shirt. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Every click.
Every frame.
Every press.
Every sound.
They're playing aggressive.
I'll take mid. Every advantage.
When the difference
Between winning and losing
is measured in milliseconds.
everything. Everything.
Everything counts.
The Alienware Legendary Battle Station.
Welcome back to the LCS. I am Jat, joined by Golden Glue. We are recording this hot off of the Golden Guardians' victory over Team Liquid, but you are likely seeing this right before the CLG match on week 4. So first off, congratulations on the win against TL. It's got to feel pretty good. I wanted to talk about kind of an attitude I noticed from you, a good attitude, during the piece before the season when you sat down with Dash and Aframu and Doublelift. I really liked when you mentioned, like, hey, a lot of players aren't willing to humble themselves, but I did, and I put in the time in Academy, and now I'm the only NA mid. And it felt like you kind of had like a certain level of swagger during that, and I really like that. I'm curious if that's carried through to your attitude and your approach this year so far.
Yeah, so I definitely think, like, I have, you know, I've had a lot of adversity in my career, and I also really like how I responded to adversity. Like, I'm really proud of how I dealt with, like, going to Academy. And it really started all the way back from when I got benched on Team Liquid and I went to Korea by myself. That's, like, kind of what started, I don't know, like, just, like, self-adventure of, like, you know, like, maybe, like, I'm the problem. Like, maybe I can work on myself more, and that will lead to, you know, a better situation. I think a lot of people, it's hard because, like, if you start in LCS, that's like where your bottom bar is, you know?
Yeah.
I started in Challenger. I started playing like back when I was like, I don't know, 6 or 7 years ago.
Yeah.
Like straight out of the mud, you know, so.
In terms of like approach early in the season, it is Spring Split. Ultimately, the goal is growth for an individual and for a team. How's that been going for Golden Guardians, or even kind of throughout the league? How do you feel like that's evolving?
Yeah, so for us, I think on Golden Guardians, we've done a really good of taking an approach in practice where we focus on a single, I would say, like, objective in the game. Maybe it's Dragon, Baron, or Rift Herald. And we'll focus on just setting up for that objective and executing and getting that objective as many times in scrims, even if it's not necessarily like the best thing for the game, for that game state.
Yeah.
But we just want to like overforce this one objective to build a habit so we can do it on stage. Because the number one thing is be able to do it on stage, right? So you need to have enough reps of it in practice to be able to pull it out on stage. I don't really know how other teams are practicing, but this is a pretty unique thing. I've never really been on a team that, like, you know, you're going to, like, even if it's not the best for the game, you're going to try it, you're going to do it, see how it goes, and then just understand it better. Like, oh, we swapped here, and it was bad for us because they just had Aphelios with a Chakram just one-shotting a turret. But you learn because of that, and you lose, you win because of that.
Yeah, I like that. When I was actually good at League, like 7 or 8 years ago, that was one thing I'd always tell people to improve is, like, focus on one thing per game.
Yeah.
Like, this game, I'm going to make sure that I get every Shen ult right. So I'll like, lose CS for it, because once you focus on it and you get reps, you no longer have to focus on it, and you can pay attention to new things. So I like that you guys are doing that. Right before this CLG game, is there anything that people should watch out for with Golden Guardians?
I don't know, actually, because we haven't set like what our objective is.
Keith got first blood on Doublelift. Is Keith online now?
I haven't seen the play yet, but apparently like they MF queued the creep, and then he hooked as the queue was going, killed him through it, and I was like, I was just laning mid, I was like, good job, bombing. Like, yeah, we like that. No, we're not. I mean, I think Keith does a lot better when he's like, he has champions that can actively do things.
Yeah.
I think when you're playing like Tahm Kench or Braum, and you're kind of just roaming around the map, you know, you're waiting for people to fight, it's a little bit harder, like, of a role swap, because you feel like you need to be doing something, you know?
Yeah.
Like, when you're a carry, you're always doing something. You're farming something, you're pushing something. So I think when he's on something more proactive, like Thresh, who can make plays, make hooks, I think it's easier for him to focus on game, and he does a better job of it.
All right, thank you very much, Grayson. Congratulations on the win against Team Liquid.
Thank you.
This is right before the COG game. The 2-4 Golden Guardians looking to pick up their next win. Let's see if they can do it.
Thank you last week, Jet. We are right before the CLG game, and we are jumping straight into that one. CLG versus Golden Guardians. Golden Guardians at 2-4. Their wins coming versus EG and Liquid so far. CLG at 1-5. Their only win also against EG.
So, if Golden Guardians thing that they were practicing for last week, like you talked about, the one thing, what if that one thing was, we're going to 2v2 kill bottom lane?
Maybe that's
Now
the
they
plan.
don't have to think about that. Keith has ascended. You think he's going to get another?
He has ascended. All right, let's see if Ascendant Keith can carry the Golden Guardians to victory here today. as we're into picks and bans. It's Kiana banned out by CLG. I can understand that after the performance we saw last game, some of the damage potential there. Golden Guardian's going to ban out the Rumble. We've seen him continue to be popular. Lee Sin also banned away with Syndra here.
Okay, so some focus towards some of the AD forces here from CLG, taking away a couple of the mid as well as jungle pool threats in that area. With Akali being in the nerf state, I don't expect her to be in the ban phase anymore. Brokenblade already showed that he's willing to pick it, and I think that some more solo laners should consider it because there is definitely still burst potential there, but this does open up a lot more for even our first ban phase. You can already see more targeting coming out. Aphelios joining the list for CLG, and with Senna being pushed more towards the support role, see what they'll be willing to first pick down on the bottom side. That's Soraka, of course. He's got a lot of notoriety for the solo lane play recently, being banned out as well.
Yeah, with Akali recently being evicted from her ban phase apartment, Aphelios saw an awesome chance to move in there, so he's been getting a lot of love lately.
I feel like, too, with the Yuumi pick, so Yuumi on this patch also just got some really nice flat buffs, just buffs to the heal and buffs to the damage. Easy to understand, just better now.
Basic stuff.
From the flat damage point perspective. She also doesn't have to move around from champions that much anymore, so you can stick her on an Ezreal, and that's become a really popular pairing because Ezreal with the attack speed buffs as well. Also seeing a rise in priority, very mobile, so you can move around the Yuumi, but also the poke that stacks up can be really effective. Already on Golden Guardians, though, they're drafting a set who can soak some of the poke, has that healing passive, and some hard engage to try and force on it.
See if they lock that Nautilus in, they do, and that's exactly what we heard Golden Glue talking about. They want to put Keith on stuff that has more proactive decision-making, not just a guy whose job is to sit next to the AD carry, protect him if somebody goes on him. Keith will have the opportunity on the Nautilus to make some plays of his own.
Definitely true. Nautilus has some drawbacks where if you miss a hook and it hits a wall, though, you're in there, and it could be a bad place sometimes.
Just don't aim it at a wall.
So be careful. Yep. There's the Ezreal that I was talking about. Classic pairing here with the Yuumi. I want to see if they go full poke composition though. As you can draft Zoe fairly early on. A lot of mids are super comfortable blind picking it right now. And then you head into round 2, you can even throw some extra bans down. Aatrox super popular in the set as well because of the more of the options, especially later on in the game. Aatrox has more mobility and slightly longer range since you can Q and stuff like that.
Ornn is still up, and Ornn says, hey, poke comps, here comes the horn, and just lets you engage from a long way away. So I'm not sure if we'll see Golden Guardians pick something like that up now, anticipating that sort of a choice coming out from CLG. They already do have some potent engage, as you mentioned, in the form of the Nautilus. Or we could see them lock in the Misfortune. Has been a pretty popular pick here now, like you already said. We've been seeing a lot of nerf to Senna, and also Aphelios getting banned more. But no, it's Kai'Sa in the bottom lane for FBI.
And we've started to see teams sprinkle Kai'Sa back in, making a little comeback for herself. Nautilus is one of the ones I do like because you can set up Plasma for her. Feels quite nice. One of the classic bottom lanes people will be used to watching previous LCS games. But now, since we have those basically top and bottom sides locked in, it's all about junglers and mid laners now.
Mid-jungle, baby.
What's your 2v2 going to be? I expect Golden Guardians to actually early pick jungler here, so maybe CLG throw some more bans at it. They're already focusing down the LeBlanc, see what they can leave up here. Zoe, another one of those blind picks you're talking about. Very strong right now, and CLG banning it away themselves mean they won't go full poke composition. You don't have to throw any more on top of an Ezreal Yuumi, but it definitely is a possibility.
Golden Guardians will go with a jungle ban there in the Olaf. Sometimes we see really heavy jungle focus in bans. This game was only Lee Sin banned out in that first ban phase, so the pool can't get shaved down too hard here. There's still going to be plenty of options left to choose from for either side. CLG may want to limit one of those here or just continue looking towards Golden Glue there in that mid lane. What's it going to be, CLG? And it will be Elise.
Let's see then. Rek'Sai, Sejuani, Gragas, even Trundle. If Sejuani starts to come back, then you always think about Trundle coming back as well.
Yep.
And Trundle is a part that is underestimated in poke compositions because of the pillar setting up easier skill shots to land. So you can shred the Nautilus, you can shred the Sejuani, then try and set up Ezreal Yumi with some slows to make easier targets for your team.
Trundle also has one of, if not the highest solo queue win rate and higher elos of play for jungle right now. Champion is very strong and is locked in against the Sejuani.
Aha, you see the pieces of a poke comp, plus enemy has double stack tanks to shred. Definitely a perfect storm for a Trundle pick like we were talking about.
And when we got to see the Sejuani earlier from McSmithy, he got a ton of value from building a Warmogs early. When you go for the Cinderhulk into a Warmogs, provided you have the Runes and Mastery set up correctly, you get your 3,000 HP breakpoint as soon as you hit level 12. So that could help a lot. And here we have the final pick of the draft for CLG, another unusual one, the Neeko.
And Neeko really does benefit from easier skill shots landing because the snare can be super powerful for poke compositions, and her power curve is a bit earlier oriented than, say, a Cassiopeia. Neeko does not scale as well later into the game as something like a Cassiopeia, but she has a very big mid-game spike here, especially if you can bring the setup over to her. So we'll see if they actually go for a big mid-game push, maybe try and hit up some early dragon stacking for themselves. Trundle is very good at getting those objectives because of the insane increase of attack speed that you get on your W. We shall see how well Crown can actually utilize this Neeko early, because I think you really have to make it count. Otherwise, Cassiopeia provides a lot more later into the game because of the DPS output, and her AoE stun is pretty easy to use.
And I really like how much zone control it provides for this poke comp. Ezreal Yumi together, the missile turret needs protection. So when you can just throw down those snares and have the big ultis zoning away the Sejuani in the set, that can do a lot.
And I also like when Yumi's able to hop on Neeko too, because you can greatly accelerate the Neeko jumping in as part of your initiation. So Neeko creates a pretty big zone that allows, the Trundle and the Aatrox to really get in there.
Of course, a lot of times these days, Glacial Augment is the name of the game on the Neeko. You can build yourself some Spooky Ghosts, build yourself a Super Soaker, have that many more slows to facilitate your snares connecting and help set up your team. That is what we will see Crown take on the champion here in this game against the Golden Guardians.
And again, that's part of building around this big mid push for Neeko. We're in the early stages and the mid stages of the game. Definitely need to get the most value out of it.
And as we're loading in, the Cassio will be on the Conqueror this time around. We saw it on Phase Rush in the previous match at the start of the day, going up against that Rise, but this time around just wants more damage here in the mid lane for Golden Glue.
Yeah, the damage and the healing that comes out of Conqueror Cassiopeia truly embodies the term hyper carry for League of Legends champions, at least, because she can really belt it out. And it does put a high priority on blue buffs as well. You want blue buffs, all the blue buffs on your Cassiopeia, so she can really spit out the damage. Take a quick pause here, see what's up with Golden Glue on stage. Get right back to it.
Machine Gun Cassiopeia going up against Missile Turret Ezreal Yumi. Which one is going to win the Summoner's Rift arms race? We will find out.
How close together are they? Because at range, I like the turrets.
True question here, yeah.
But close.
The Machine Gun seems to have a little bit more DPS there for you.
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm also going to be watching this top lane. We got to see Licorice's set in the previous game get ahead of Broken Blade's Akali and just take control over the entire lane. He built up a big farm lead for himself. He was punching people all over the team fights. We'll see if Aatrox can stand up to him a little bit better here.
All right, we'll get right back in the game, I think, too. Quickly resolved on stage, and let's get to it.
Neeko doing some cheeky transformations. Most people are aware of Neeko, and when it's not the real one, you almost never get to really have a huge payoff with tricking somebody, but sometimes you can manage to sneak one in there.
Honestly, the biggest payoff for Neeko tricks are on casters, because if we're looking just at the mini-map, and you're like, oh, look at this mini-map play. They don't change the icons, or they change the icons there to whoever you turn into. Try and keep on top of that one this time around. But yeah, if they're on screen, it's pretty pink.
Yeah,
very clear.
It's definitely very pink on the screen. That is one thing we've been able to observe. All right, so we got the pink Aatrox in the mid lane, the normal Aatrox in the top lane. Lots of Aatrox all over the place here for CLG. Looking to secure their second win of the split. Last game, it was all about who's going to determine the best at the very top. These teams are still looking to establish themselves after the first 3 weeks of play, and in our LCS meetings where we talk about the games and what we're expecting for the teams in the coming weeks, I said that week 3 is about where I normally say, all right, I don't want to hear any more excuses about how the team needs time to gel or we're just not quite on the same page yet. You've had the damn book for 3 weeks. Find the page. This is where I want to see the coordination. This is where I want to see everybody make it happen. And this is where I want to see the game not get paused anymore. But unfortunately, we're taking yet another break.
They went to go find the page, Flowers. You told them to go find the page. All right, Flowers, fine. We'll go find the page.
This is a project. I have said, you guys have 3 weeks to do this paper for me. And then I call for the homework. Here, oh, I got to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. And I try to scribble it down in a stall.
So if we're in class right now, can I count on you to make a distraction for me to go look for my homework to turn in real quick? Flowers, quick.
We're running a scam for the class.
Go talk to the teacher real quick. Let me find it.
Oh, I forgot my dog ate my backpack. Sorry. But we are paused one more time. We'll see what's going on. Hopefully we can get this resolved for you guys here real quick. And there's not really a whole lot that we can commentate on for the state of the game happening. We can see that both junglers did start on the bottom side of the map and are now pathing towards that top side. Closer is going straight from his blue buff into his top side jungle just to make sure that that doesn't get stolen away early on. Doesn't want to bother clearing out the Gromp or the Wolves. And it looks like Wiggly is still clearing out the rest of that red.
Yeah, and with the Talisman start there for Sejuani, feels really good about doing those AoE camps. Again, gets the bonus level 1 attack speed now, so that's why we're seeing the resurgence of the champion. And for people who have not seen kind of the classic matchup of the Trundle into it, you want to get those Trundle ultimates off on the target right after they proc the Aftershock, so they have those bonus stats right then. That's when you get the full value. And then even after they drop off, it's worse for the target losing it, but Trundle still gets the value there. So we'll keep an eye on that. Sometimes it's pretty hard to notice the Trundle ultimate. It's one of those ults that does have a really big impact on the game because you can then shred that tank, but the visual is very slight, so sometimes you won't notice how big of a part Trundle is playing in the game. And we talked about in Champion Select how well it can also work with setting up skill shots for the Nico, for the Ezreal, for the Yuumi. Trundle Pillar goes such a long way. In previous iterations of Trundle, we've even seen pros at least put more points into the Pillar early on, maxing that.
Yeah.
Because you can get your lower cooldown. It also increases the slow, and you just spam it out over and over as you group up with the team and have Trundle kind of sit back and bite anyone who gets close.
Exactly. It's easy to put this champion in a more supportive role from the jungle. Oftentimes you will see him go with Cinder Hulks, just be big tanks there for the front line. Press the attack, gives the extra damage multiplier after you manage to get the
Pillar gank!
And mid lane, oh, come on!
We've decided to go with slideshow style for this
with
round.
a lovely sepia tone over the slides.
It gives more time to judge the play. Pillar here used it pretty well. He gets the side knockback.
There's a guy over there that has a sign in the audience. It's a giant sad Pepe which says "Feels bad, man."
I think it's a Mumu. Is it?
Oh, is it a Mumu?
Can I see? Can you turn it a little bit?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, it's a Mumu.
Okay, yeah, it's a Mumu. Okay. I saw a sad green thing. I thought it was a frog because
You've been watching a lot of Twitch, my friend.
My bad.
A Mumu. I think I saw some buffs on the public beta realm test.
Maybe he's got some Mumu buffs.
So that's looking a little bit less sad, maybe.
Are you gonna be a big Mumu boy?
I have a problem bringing back a Mumu. It definitely is one of my old favorite champions, but now I really can't play junglers that don't have dashes or movement speed increases.
Just feel a little bit too restricted, huh?
Once you play one of those new ones with that fancy dancy dashes and speed.
Wait, but I thought you're an Olaf player.
Yeah, I mean, you get speed when you run at people and you hit them with the axe and you have the, whatchamacallit, keystone with accelerated speed.
The keystone?
Approach velocity.
That's not even a keystone. That's a rune. You're trolling. I only play stuff that dashes around and runs fast. And now you're playing a dude that don't dash and makes other people run slow.
He runs fast. Approach velocity. He thought I was kidding about the slideshow. I was not kidding.
No, this is 100% truth. I For what it's worth, I am not sure what these frequent and unsolvable issues are. If we get any information, I will be able to update you guys. There's our stats, Mumu. Mr. MVP in the audience, I salute you. You created the perfect sign for the day and didn't even know it when you did it. A true prophet for our time.
Sounds like the problem has something to do with switching languages for Smoothie's keyboard.
Okay, Smoothie's keyboard language keeps switching.
That sounds like there's something off in the relay of info. So we'll just move on to the water drinking
Do you know how to here? Keyboards and stuff? Because I was going to say, I have no idea what it sounds like. I am not well versed in this at all. Okay, well, compare it to spilling water on your keyboard. It's like the language went wrong, but it's the same effect because we can't use the keyboard, right? That's my version of this science.
Agree.
Okay, I'm glad we're on the same page.
Actually, that sounds like a pretty fun video series. Captain Flowers Attempts Science. Like we could get you. You know they have those online science classes.
Yeah.
Set you up with one of those science kits and see a quick 3-minute video. Captain Flowers interpretation of simple science concepts. I like this.
And pouring water.
I'm gonna write one of these.
You're gonna buy
I'm
me.
gonna write a skit.
You're writing this skit now. We'll just make a science that I would do. That's what we can do the next time we have a big pause. We can teach people science on the LCS stream so they have an educational experience before we get back to the video game.
This is fun.
Yeah. Then when your parents tell you you need to turn off them video games, those are melting your brain. Be like, no, Mom, I learned science.
I did a decent amount of science. I was engineering background, so I can get some material stuff together for you.
You're the professor.
I got you. This is gonna be fun.
This is.
In the meantime, though, let's get back to some LCS gameplay here.
We're in. All right, Smoothie, I'm praying for your keyboard, bro. I hope it works out because we are back into the game. 3 minutes in, resetting the stage and everybody's expectations here. We got Closer and Wiggly both near the top side. Wiggly's only level 2 on this Trundle, does not have access to all the abilities. Running up now. Ruin is there. They're going to look to take the fight to Haunter, but Closer has showed up and turned it around. Ruin gets himself away, and it's just going to be Flash's spent there by Golden Guardians jungler and the top laner from CLG.
And they're still going to get the push afterwards here for CLG too. As Wiggly sticks around to push that one in. Can he get a pillar to stop the recall? That's the most annoying Trundle play. Cooldown is too long right now, as it's still level 1. He doesn't want to stick around. Let's Closer get back to base. I think that's actually pretty big for Closer that no interrupt here because Sejuani can't fall back behind. Her bottom side of the jungle is still up. Thankfully, bottom lane gets the bottom scuttle for Golden Guardians to get a little extra defense in place. Always feels so nice. When your bottom lane has a crowd control ability, able to take the armor magic resist off of the Scuttle Crab, and you're able to push up and grab that for yourselves and for your team. Meanwhile, Wiggly seen on the ward from Golden Guardians, so they know the Trundle whereabouts and he can continue.
I like how CLG kept Wiggly topside to make sure that wave got all the way shoved into, let Ruin get himself back to base, shop up, not have to use his TP. He was the one who took the brunt of the damage in the top lane 2v2, but they've put him in a spot where he should still be able to succeed rather well in that lane as Closer hits level 4 here on the Sejuani. See if he wants to make a play towards the bottom side. He can dash over the wall of the Drake Pit with the Arctic Assault, but it does have like a 20-second cooldown, so he would have to wait. Instead, he'll go for the river play, but stepping on a ward means that won't work this time.
Yeah, that the nerf to the Q was one of the ones a long time ago, which changed people from maxing W into E into W into Q to try and get that cooldown lower, so she still has some mobility. But again, all the efforts there from CLG put into keeping Ruin safe after his flash is blown. Generally, it's a very good trade for Golden Guardians to trade your jungle Sejuani flash for the Aatrox, because Closer can just farm up in the jungle. Sejuani has a built-in dash, much safer for her, rather than being exposed in that super long lane. So that's why Wiggly went through that entire process of controlling it for him.
And you can see Closer there just stopping by mid lane, helping Golden Glue make sure that wave gets pushed out so he can get back to base, get the back timer he's looking for. On Cassiopeia, it's important to have the tier, make sure you're stacking that up as quickly as possible. Top side, it's Haunter with control over the lane here on the set, has a small CS lead over his opponent in Ruin. And just a nice little Haymaker for some poke, but remember, as soon as you see Set use the Haymaker, that's your window to fight him.
Yep.
After the shield dissipates, of course.
It's a big part of what everybody cites for Aatrox in this one. Makes it really easy to land your sweet spots You can see Ruin takes advantage there, does get both of them. Meanwhile, Closer's back. And this is the no flash Aatrox. Level 6 now on Hanser. This has got to be the play. He's got flash. Boom.
Got him. There comes your face breaker. Gets behind him to drag him back into the middle of the lane. Closer shows up. He's got the CC into the lockdown. The damage goes through. Ruin's in some trouble, but he's fighting it off very well. He's taken down, and now they're going to see if they can grab any more. Golden Glue makes it into the top side. Nearly going to be killed off now himself, and that's a 1-for-1. CLG continuing to chase after this one. Face breaker, haymaker. Crown still walks out.
Yeah, CLG are able to get that one back. Ruin actually healing up a lot with the Conqueror. And ultimate popped on Aatrox. Delays a long time, chunks down Closer. And when they teleport in, Nico here, Crown, does get the bigger lockdown on Golden Glue since Wiggly's there to close the gap. They get the kill on mid lane. With both of them channeling teleports, and the wave actually pushing away from Crown. So he's a little bit sad about the wave state from mid lane after going topside, but much happier at least at getting the kill credits.
Paused again now. We'll see if it's the same issue or a different one. Okay, once again, I've been told it is keyboard issues. Doing our best to get these resolved. The biggest difference right now in the game when we're looking at the farm is that top side. Hanser's set does have a 15 lead over the Aatrox of Ruin. We've seen both junglers make a couple visits toward that top part of the map. Mid laners roaming up too. Everybody wants to get involved. But now that those TPs are down, it means that they'll have to do it the old-fashioned way if they want to go that way again.
All right, well, now that I have you, let's get back to this Captain Flowers and Kobe science experiment here.
Well, they want to replay first. You have to talk them through that.
So this is exactly what you're talking about for the setup. No flash on top laner. As soon as he gets level 6, set goes in, you get your stun there for Hanser, ults him back, and they get the kill. But because they chase him into the alcove and Wiggly heads up at the same timing with the teleport, Crown gets the lockdown on Golden Glue right there for the counter kill for CLG. So it's not nearly as bad as it could have been for them. And Crown pretty happy to get that kill credit, although we did go over the fact that his wave in mid lane was pushing away from him during all the time that spent going up to the top side. And since both mid laners had to use teleports, it is going to be a nice wave state for Golden Glue when he does get back. Now, do you want to start with biology, physics, or chemistry?
Chemistry's the one the crowd wants. I heard
physics. I'm a big physics fan.
Wait, why are you even asking me if you're going to choose yourself?
I'm taking crowd input here.
Okay, all right.
We're doing it for them.
We're trusting the crowd. All right, crowd, whichever one you vote for.
Even though this is to also educate you, it's mostly for entertainment for them, not you. I'm not doing it for you.
Okay, wonderful. All right, crowd said physics, so we're going physics.
Oh, it sounds like it.
Okay, that's what
I heard some boos, actually. There's
some people don't like physics, my friend. All right, what do you got?
Actually, technically, physicists will tell you that every form of science is physics. Because if you get down small enough, everything has to do with the interaction of particles.
Everything moves. Okay, great. I learned some science here today. Now, what are you going to teach me, Professor?
I mean, I got to make my lesson plan first. I'm just.
This is 3 lines on a piece of paper.
Exactly.
This is not a lesson plan. Here, I'm just going to take this as this is where I'm supposed to write my name at the top. This is probably the only question in the whole quiz I'm going to get right. Wait, I wrote my real name.
So should I give him multiple choice though, or is it gonna have to be like show your work? Because I feel like I want to have him show work, draw some.
What's today's date? It's February. Just gonna scribble something because I don't.
You don't got the date right either.
It's February something. That's me, and this is third period. It's the third day of the game.
Third game of the day. Okay. Pretty close there, yeah.
All right, here's my.
All right,
homework.
We'll get this one started. We'll pop out a YouTube video. You keep your eyes on that LoL Esports channel.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. We're doing that just fine. We're still updating everything here in the game, trying to make sure that the keyboard is okay for Smoothie. We'll get back in as soon as we can. If I get an ETA, I will update you all. But for now, we are just hanging tight here. Remember, game is paused just a couple seconds shy of 7 minutes in. Score is tied 1-1 between these two teams, but it is a gold lead for the Golden Guardians.
And we're going to have to look at the follow-up play after as well. The ramifications of this top lane action. It wasn't offensively blown fast, so let's get back into it. Here we go.
All right. Fingers crossed, 6 times the charm. Let's see how these two stack up against each other with FBI and Keith making the rotation up from the bottom side. Look on your screen, you can see how close everybody is to those level 6s. They've already been acquired for the solo laners from both sides, for the jungler from CLG. Closer still has yet to get his ulti here on the Sejuani. Kai'Sa very close to getting that killer instinct too.
And this right here is what I'm talking about. This line, oh no. Whoops. That line where Golden Glue had the minions resulted from the top lane play, so he was super happy to keep it there. Wiggly though.
Wiggly throwing down the pillar. Haunts are getting beat up right about now, and Ruin will take the kill.
And that is why I mentioned an offensively blown flash in the top lane can be punished just as much of it as a defensively blown one. So the ramifications of that top lane play afterwards, CLG, they're the ones that get Wiggly, heads right back to the top side. And although Trundle Pillar is not effective at ganking champions that do have dashes,
turns out that does not.
Very good at ganking champions that do not. Exactly. So chase down kill there for CLG. They get one back in the aftermath.
And when CLG went from being a lower tier team to one of the teams that made it to the upper half of playoffs last year in summer, a lot of it was off of Wiggly making plays for this squad. He is very critical if they want to find their success. Of course, the jungler is always going to be important, but specifically for that squad, it seemed like game after game, Wiggly was the guy we were praising. So to see him being involved in these kills, making things happen, I think is exactly what you're looking for in CLG.
Yeah, they'll definitely be happy about that one. Meanwhile, for the bottom lane, their poke lane, 6A. And Smoothie just farming away quite easily here. As we said, blue buff always on Cassiopeia here. Now Golden Glue to be able to stack up a bit easier. And if you have this much setup for Dragon, they're actually doing a very good job controlling for the Scuttler arrival. Closer does have ultimate, but Crown mobile enough and does have flash too. You'll trade the ultimate for flash every time, but yeah, Crown doing a good job hovering top side.
9 minutes into the game, neither side has gone for a Rift Herald or a Drake yet. CLG have moved Wiggly and Smoothie up into that river to secure the bottom side scuttle. Golden Glue low on mana, half HP. He's just kind of looking juicy here in the mid lane, saying, oh man, don't you guys want to kill me? I'm just a little Cassiopeia. He's got 2 people waiting in the brush, but CLG won't take the bait. Meanwhile, Stixay nearly gets solo killed there in the bottom lane by FBI.
Yeah, FBI jumps right in with the killer instinct and gets the flash down, but he might gonna flash on his own.
He has to flash away from that when Wiggly shows up. The reinforcements arrive, and that's flash for flash there on the 80 carries in the bottom side.
Equivalent exchange, my friend. That's it's the rule from Alchemist. It's also a rule from the junglers.
Okay, rule for the junglers, but top side, he just got thrown halfway out of Summoner's Rift and then right back into the arena. Ruin gets collapsed on here, but he is not done just yet. It's Haunser who walks away worse for wear in that game.
Yeah, definitely a little bit lower there on the health as they exit the trade. It also, and a lot bigger of a consequence here since your jungler shows top. Clayton, answer me this. Question number 1 on the quiz.
What do you got, Professor?
What is the objective on the bottom side of the map that you're going to be able to get?
Can I go with A, Mountain Drake?
You're such a good student.
Oh, look at that. I've been studying up. That's an objective for the side of CLG. They go up a couple hundred gold in the process. It is a late first Drake, so we're not going to see even the potential of a Soul being online with a 4-0 as early as we did the last game, but CLG are happy to take anything they can get.
I do really like Mountain Drake for this squad as well. On top of the stats that Wiggly gets to steal away from Closer. Have a nice tanky front line for themselves. Will's a little bit more durable of a back line. They get dove upon.
Super Soaker's also done here for Crown in the mid lane, so that Nico will have the extra power of using that active to trade, to use the Glacial Augment proc on it as well, and really set things up if Wiggly makes it back into this mid lane for a gank.
And it's just in time to set up for the Rift Herald. Actually, they're already starting it here. Wiggly walked over by himself. They haven't even recalled the bottom lane, so I think this could be a mistake.
Well, Crown's in trouble. Golden Glue is providing the damage. Keith is providing the CC. And Toucan has arrived.
He popped off last week for the Golden Guardians, and he makes the roam mid really count. While they were over getting their control wards in around the Rift Herald. Keith doesn't go back to base for the recall and roam out to the objective. He roams to get mid priority first. And that is something that's so big when contesting all these objectives, the Dragons and the Rift Heralds. Getting control of your mid lane by ganking there guarantees that you're able to get it without anyone fighting back. It also means that FBI alone on bottom side is giving up turret plates though, so we'll be able to cash in. This ward on Crown, he already used all of his abilities and got set up with a really good stun from Golden Glue. So that is very good play by Golden Glue setting it up, but also good coordination, Keith timing their rival there, talking about how he's roaming up from the river.
Teamwork makes the dream work. We talked about Hakuo and Xmithy earlier on today in that first game, working together as the Nautilus with the Sejuani. And in this game, it's that Nautilus doing the same thing, being there when the support can roam, when he's not just sitting there next to the AD carry like we talked about with things similar to a Braum or a Tom Kench. Keith just seems more in his element.
And honestly, the Golden Guardians comp here really excels at starting off the fights. They've got Nautilus, Sejuani, and Cassiopeia with a Killer Instinct ready from Kaisa. So if they're the ones who get the ward to actually start it out, you pick your target, and it should be pretty easy for them to layer those CCs and get their engagement. Gonna have to wait another almost 2 minutes for the dragon to come up, so you probably want a full clear of the jungle from Raptors on down to blue side. Hand off your blue to the Cassiopeia, then you can set up on dragon. Should be the communication here for Golden Guardians. Meanwhile, topside, you can see it's a Trundle sneaking into the side lane brush.
A lot of focus up here in this top lane from junglers so far this game. Rift Herald Eye still available for closer as well. That one, just as I say it, does appear to be summoned up. That'll be charging down mid lane. There's no plates left to get. Unfortunately, those fell 15 seconds ago. So extra gold not going into anyone's pockets on that one. But will they be able to get the tier 1? Looks like Crown will still hold on.
They weaken it in time for the dragon, but not going to be able to take it. So I think CLG here being able to keep mid turret standing at least for the next few minutes to set up for Cloud Dragon. It's going to be really big. It looks like through the jungle though, Sejuani's over the wall, over a ward, looking for a bottom lane dive.
Stixay just hanging out. He's got Smoothie attached to him for extra peel potential. Remember, Yuumi is able to read that final chapter and make it so that you have powerful disengage if everybody tries to pile onto the AD carry and does not immediately kill them. That bottom lane tier 1 turret taking a lot of damage though. Keith on the front line, good sidestep away from True Shot Barrage, and Golden Guardians just continue applying the pressure.
Yeah, Poke actually landing and leaving a mark onto Keith. The shields from Keith, actually, he wasn't able to block damage with these activations. A lot of them are in between the Poke openings here for Stixay and Smoothie, so they're pretty happy about weakening that Nautilus in preparation for the Dragon. Even though Golden Guardians did a lot of setup work and went for the invade and left a lot of these wards, they get chunked out on health, so that allows an opening here for CLG to walk on this timing, and they're taking it.
And I like the fact that Ruin is down here and ready. He doesn't have his teleport prepared, even though Haunter does. That means CLG needs all 5 ready to go if they want to take this, and that appears to be the call. Cloud Drake taken down below half HP will be secured, no contest. We get an Infernal Rift this time around, so more damage will be spawning from here on out, and CLG have a 2-0 Drake lead.
Yeah, they're real happy about that one. With all the time that Golden Guardians just spent only to get poked back to base for a perfect dragon timing here for CLG. Now they can just go back to farming here. You can see Stixay and Smoothie play it really safe. Ezreal Yuumi easily able to keep their distance. No objective trying to pull them into the rest of the map. And they want to continue stacking up those dragons. So I think it is up to Golden Guardians here. See what they can actually try and force. Two stopwatches total for themselves right now, and both of them are on the initiators.
Which is what you want to see this early on in the game, because you can see that there's not quite enough money to turn those defensive pieces plus the stopwatch into the full stone plate for Keith. Closer also not quite high enough leveled yet to be that massive brick wall of a tank in that Sejuani, so they will need those stasises to initiate without worrying about being blown up completely. And you can see right there on your screen, don't forget LCS is a 3-day show this split. And now we're going to see the damage come down. Crown, that's not what you want to see from him as Golden Glue and Closer work together to grab the kill and the turret. Meanwhile, bottom side River, it's Wiggly starting off a fight here in a 2v2. He's got Smoothie attached, but now Stixay coming in from behind. Keith has to go Golden, staying alive. A mistimed Mystic shot means they're able to get their support out and the Golden Guardians walk away.
Keith will live to fight another day after that one. Teleports our channel down to the bottom side though, and they're gonna keep this one up. They do have a decent amount of sustain, but not a lot of time to work with. Because as soon as Keith heals up back into base, it is going to be numbers disadvantage for them. And the tower remains.
You always hate to see it when you miss the timing on the stasis. It's been 2.5 seconds for years now. It's something that a lot of players have down, but still, even when something's memorized to that degree, it's possible to have a goof here and there. And we'll take a look at the play that they made mid first before we look at bottom. And there it is, Sejuani ulti seals the deal.
Closer just nails the shot right there. What a Sejuani ultimate. Finds them the kill mid, and that means CLG are working on borrowed time. Their mid just died.
Oh, another fight starting up. Keith does not have the stasis anymore. That time they'll grab him. Golden Glue's able to throw down the miasma. Stixay really gonna be killed. And there you go. Hanser brings in the firepower. It's a double kill for the boss.
You take down Keith, you're gonna pay for it. The rest of Golden Guardians do collapse and they get their AoE off. See what they can do afterwards, as it is gonna be a second Rift Herald spawn, but there's annoying poke coming through.
But that poke does not have a whole lot of oomph behind it. The Ezreal's still dead, Ruin's still dead. Stixay's able to make it into the fight with a TP if this is dragged out, but Ruin is not. Golden Guardians, 4 members in the pit. Keith coming in from the base now. We'll see if Crown's able to do much with the Pop Blossom. Doesn't look like it. Big Haymaker coming out, keeping Hanser protected. However, Closer will fall. It's a 1-for-1 here. Mid laner traded for jungler. Rift Herald picked up by the side of the Golden Guardians. Stixay has arrived, but he cannot jump into this with only a Yuumi, not 2v4.
Crown trying to snare them in place to keep them around for the arrival of the Ezreal with teleport, but takes a Haymaker right in the noggin, and that is not exactly what CLG were hoping for off this Rift Herald. Keith, he was trying to get vision for the team. Closer wasn't very, well, close to him when it happened, so they get the big turnaround. Yeah, it was a Cassiopeia ultimate that started out, and then Hanser gets the big dunk into the back line, gets the edge of the Haymaker to finish off the extra damage as well, and then this is the setup fight. Crown goes in, he gets stopped, he only gets the root onto the set, and then the Yuumi as well follows up, but Hanser's happy to take the brunt of it. Sejuani flash at the end going down actually might be big. Closer won't have that one as well, and they do get the 1 trade back on the kill. But that is about it.
And I really like when you look at the itemization, you can see Seraph's Embrace, fully evolved for Golden Glue, decided to complete the Morello Nomicon, which is very important against the healing on a Trundle and an Aatrox. It will allow Golden Guardians to make sure that they can cut through those tanks, those frontliners on the CLG squad, I should call them, instead of tanks, more bruisers. But with those two having their innate healing, plus Smoothie being able to attach and heal them, I think these Grievous Wounds will play a big role in these fights and being able to stop CLG. FBI unloads the Acathian Rain, but only onto a clone of Crown, Spooky Ghosts, looking to find the slows on the Golden Guardians members. The Drake has been started. Remember, CLG already has 2 of these. Golden Guardians have to be careful about giving away any more. Wiggly staying close to the pit, looking to maybe steal it away, and he does it! Exactly what CLG wanted. Now they'll grab it a kill onto Keith as well. Closer's taken into the stasis, a double kill over to FBI. Crown grabs the Pop Blossom onto a couple. He's gonna be able to find himself a kill. A double over to Smoothie. CLG have lost 3 but killed 3. A 2v2 remains, and there is no way for either of these immobile champions to get on Stixay.
And the critical part is, they stole the dragon though. CLG, Wiggly gets in there, and now they're on soul point. 21.5 minutes on the 3rd kill there for the dragon. For the Golden Guardian side though, more money being racked up by the solo laners. And let's take a look at how it happens. Wiggly with the very quick move speed on Trundle, dodges the hook, then runs back in for the steal. And although he does immediately go down, they'll gladly take that for the extra threat of stacking up Soul. And then in the return fight here, Closer stopwatch does buy time, but Crown goes in, gets the stun. He immediately runs. You can tell. He needs to get away from Cassiopeia ASAP, but running in a straight line, Haunter lines it up, finishes him off there with the Haymaker. And the extra gold here for Golden Guardians in their solo lanes is going to be a big deal. Cassiopeia, as you talked about, with the Conqueror is going to be a very big threat for themselves.
2 damage difference between Ezreal and Cassiopeia. Both of them nearly putting down the same amount of pain in that last fight. It is evident who is doing the heavy lifting in these brawls. Baron alive, River Control currently under the property of Golden Guardians, as that top lane Rift Herald is dropped. It's Closer providing that one to give the extra damage over to Golden Glue as this pushes up. That should secure the turret. 3rd turret of the game for Golden Guardians, but Key is once again picked off.
Pan the camera over and instant kill on the Nautilus for you. Another catch for CLG. They'll happily take that one right up mid. This is really going to put a hamper on the game plan for Golden Guardians. Down a member, they're just going to have to seed some objectives here. Mid tower is going to open up a lot of room here. And you can already see the deep control wards placed and the flank in the process.
Golden Glue, nice petrifying gaze onto Crown, just kills him in the duration of the CC. Wiggly shows up with Smoothie, but that Cassiopeia, you don't want to go close.
Snake in the grass, Captain Flowers. They got a flank on him, but if you lose track of the snake inside the brush there and you only have 1 member around, Golden Glue, really, really big pick. Takes down Crown, starts up the Baron because once again, Cassiopeia can burn it down so quickly. CLG giving up everything here. Can Wiggly do it again?
Keith has respawned. It's Wiggly in the pit. It's Wiggly just deleted as Keith is now going to continue the fight. FBI's into the back line with a killer instinct. He's exhausted. Stixxay with a flash over the wall to stay alive. Golden Guardians secure the Baron and grab the kill onto the enemy jungler. Stixxay tries to just provide a little bit of interrupt on the recalls, but CLG critically on the back foot now after their mid laner gets picked and Golden Guardians take their shot.
All right, here's another look at the setup. Wiggly tries to flash in. It's still at 1600 though, and all of Golden Guardians stop DPS. They don't want to let it get low enough for Trundle, who has no real extra burst damage, to get a lucky smite in there. So good focus there from the Golden Guardians. Everybody's on the same page. They pull off of it, and now they should be able to push forward. So even if, you know, you're a team with Trundle and you're thinking, okay, so we can set up poke with the pillar, and then we can even fight front to back by shredding a frontline member. You Trundle ult a tank, then you can actually kill tanks. You don't have to dive. You're facing insane backline killing power. Cassiopeia, Golden Glue is almost level 16. And on top of that, they have the Kai'Sa with Rage Blade stacked up. So they can also quickly burn through whatever kind of frontline you present. And it takes away one of those possibilities for them. Baron buff means that they get to march towards the inhibitor tower very quickly here for the Golden Guardians.
Golden Glue has a full rabbit on death cap. Closer is leading the charge. Wiggly is locked down. Closer has to flash away to keep himself safe. A lot of CC potentially coming in there from that final chapter. FBI half HP. Closer needs to regenerate. He went for Knight's Vow. He has no Warmogs. This is not what we saw from McSmithy earlier on in the day. Haunts are now in a troublesome spot. Tries to go for the ulti, tries to go for the outplay. Flashing over the wall now instead. Follow-up damage is there. A shutdown for Stixxay, but at the cost of the bottom lane inhibitor turret. Golden Guardians know they can't force onto the inhibitor itself, but they will take that defensive objective. CLG now in a 5 versus 4. Wiggly's stasis will keep him alive. Golden Glue's gonna be locked down, stunned up, but he has all the damage in the world. Wiggly on the run, Stixxay on the run. Everybody on CLG is just disappearing in front of their eyes. It is a 4-0 for Golden Guardians in a 4v5. Haunts are still respawning from where he got picked off earlier, but Golden Guardians, they know they win the game right now. Smoothie alone will not protect these Nexus turrets. He will not hold on to this game. And Golden Guardians, 26 minutes, 45 seconds, will take down CLG. FBI's just looking to pad the stats, and there you go.
3 dragons don't mean a thing unless you get to the soul, Captain Flowers.
Nope.
And the Golden Guardians, led by Golden Glue himself, they win the game off of this domino effect started by Golden Glue in the brush. Cassiopeia kills Crown from 100 to 0. He then has the DPS to burn down Baron because, again, is Cassiopeia with 2.5 items. Golden Guardians turn it off. They don't let the Smite Steal go through and finish the game off that re-engage on bottom side, knowing that Trundle no longer had ultimate, is no longer extra tanky. They immediately turned back around onto Wiggly.
And this game, the mid laners were so different by the end, because if you look at Crown on the Nico, 227 AP before that final fight, 503 on Golden Glue's Cassiopeia. The Glacial Augment build, while the utility it provides is incredible, does sacrifice damage for it. And Golden Glue said, no, I'm not worried about that. We're just gonna go full damage here and melt it.
That's why with the Nigo pick and Champ Select, I was talking about, all right, you need to make use of the pick potential. You have to make use of the mid-game spikes. You have to really make use of those strengths that you're talking about, because in the straight-up fight, you're going to get out DPS'd every time by the Cassiopeia.
And that Cassiopeia was so important for that win for the Golden Guardians. But now, when we return, Avali will have an interview with the Golden Guardians bot laner. We're heading to commercial. Stay tuned right after this.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LCS. I have FBI right here. After a victory, congratulations on the win. Now, I spoke with Closer last week, and he said that what was slowing the team was a little bit of on-stage jitters, but you looked great today, so where did you find your confidence?
Yeah, I would say for sure that our previous games were like a bit of nerves and like lacking confidence to make plays. And I think the confidence really comes from whoever's strong in the game. I feel like they're really confident. And I think Closer, jungler, he's really aggressive. So it makes us all like trust him and be able to like follow his plays.
Well, let's talk about the bot lane, because coming into the split, a lot of people were questioning or unsure of how you and Keith would do in the bot lane, what with his role swap and everything, but it looks like you're pulling together. So what can you tell me about that relationship?
Yeah, I would say it's pretty hard for Keith. I think being forced to role swap and then like having all the pressure on you and all the community like flaming you kind of, it's like a lot, but I think Keith has done really well to like recoup from that, and he's like improving really fast. So yeah, I'm really happy for Keith.
Does it help you in the laning phase to have a support who has that previous AD carry experience and maybe knowledge?
Yeah, for sure. I think Keith has taught me a lot about AD actually. It's just stuff about lane management and like wave management and stuff like that. He's a really smart player, so when he makes calls in lanes, like I just trust it and follow it, and it's normally good.
All right, and final question for you. I actually just learned this as we were standing here waiting for the interview when people brought out the FBI chants rather. You said that that's not where your name came from. It came from something very different. So tell me about your namesake.
Yeah, it's pretty funny actually. FBI was actually just like an internet cafe in Australia that I changed my name to so I could get free time playing there, and yeah.
That's the most wholesome thing that I've ever heard. FBI, congratulations again on your win. And for everyone else, we're going to be going to a quick break, but stick around because we're going to see 100 Thieves take on Dignitas. There we go.
Closer shows up. He's got the CC in the lockdown. The damage goes through. Ruin's in some trouble, but he's fighting it off very well.
Okay. Go, 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 go.
Ezreal. Oh. Ezreal's dead. Oh, so good. Oh, nice, nice, nice.
Yeah, push mid, push mid, push mid. Just so.
It's okay, we can win. We can win, we can win, we can win. This is really good. Sedge. You missed ulti?
Yeah.
You're too deep, man.
Sedge.
Peel Sedge after. Peel.
Sedge. Yeah.
Oh, got him. Backline.
Yeah, coming.
Cassio, you need to kill Cassio.
Can Wiggly do it again?
Keith has respawned. It's Wiggly in the pit. It's Wiggly just deleted.
Nico's dead.
I'm 1 HP.
Yeah, both Kai'Sa. Ezreal. He's only damage. Aatrox next. You guys an end. You guys good.
Yeah.
Nice.
Let's go. Let's go.
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning. Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
When you're chasing greatness, just remember, it's not about what you say, it's about what you do.
think we just like need to be able to play the game, like just normally do all the basic stuff and then punish the enemy team if they like disrespect it. And right now we're just like too passive, not really in sync with everything we're doing. So we have to fix like those things, because what we were doing well in week 1 was definitely just try to be on the same page about like what we're playing for and what we're gonna do in the game. But right now it just kind of seems all over the place and it doesn't really feel that good to play.
You just heard from Froggen coming off a 0-3 streak. Welcome back. Of course, Game 4 is coming. 100 Thieves will be facing off against Dignitas. I am David Freak Turley, and we tried to get our dogs to cast, but Jat, they don't have the chemistry that we do.
Definitely not. I don't know what it is. There's just something about the dogs not liking each other.
Yeah, but we're best friends. It's awesome. So let's take a look at the starting rosters. Selecting blue side is going to be 100 Thieves. In the top lane is Someday. Meteos up in the jungle. Ryoma in mid. Cody's out of the bot lane with support Stunt. With the coaches, Zix and Joseph Chen.
And facing them on the other side of this 3-3 matchup versus another 3-3 team is Dignitas. We got Huni in the top lane, Grig in the jungle, Froggen in mid, who we just heard from, Johnson and Aframo in bot lane, with coach FLICKR and Invert.
Going to be an exciting one. Now, Dignitas, as we mentioned, are trying to come off a 3-game losing streak, and it's important to remember the strengths of the opponents they've actually faced in those losses.
Absolutely. I mean, last week they played TSM and Cloud9. Everyone loses to Cloud9, and then FlyQuest the week before that. But then you have their upcoming schedule, 100 Thieves, Golden Guardians, Immortals, and TL. And this, if you're Dignitas and seeing yourselves as a top team, is an opportunity to differentiate yourself and make a run. This game is the biggest one there where, yes, both teams are 3-3, so huge opportunity for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, this is the playoff cluster right now as all the 3-3 squads very much sitting close together in the middle. A win puts you in 3rd place for now. We'll see if that team can bounce back, as one of the most veteran mid laners to ever step on the stage is up against someone who hasn't had nearly the same experience.
Yeah, Ryoma versus Froggen is a spot where Froggen is going to want to try and exert his dominance as much as possible. The CSD at 15, some of that is from the Cloud9 game where Nisqy was roaming the whole game, but a lot of this has been from Froggen's own doing. And if you do point to one of the weaknesses of Ryoma, it has been the individual lane matchups as he's getting more accustomed to this LCS stage. So this will be a big part of Dignitas winning if they're going to achieve it.
Yeah, we'll see if he can do it. Ryoma tunneling in on him a little bit. He has been just a barely below average mid laner overall across the LC. I think a lot of people saw him coming in and was like, why is this guy not replaced by literally any other mid laner? But he's been an okay performer, right? He's been like a 6th, 7th place mid laner so far in the league, except for laning, where again it is very bottom tier for him. So I think he has gotten better though, game over game. I still think Ryoma's pretty solid. He seems LCS caliber. And 100 Thieves overall as a squad, 3-3. A lot of that, of course, through Someday in the top lane.
Yeah, I think Someday's been spectacular. He had 3 solo kills just in the Team Liquid game. In terms of his performance, I think his Aatrox is absolutely fearsome in a lot of these games. And it's that type of reliable veteran success you want to have to work through if you're a guy like Meteos, who's trying to make all of these pieces fit together. You have Ryoma, who's probably going to fall a little bit behind head-to-head against Froggen. Sure. So you want a guy like Someday up in the top lane to be able to do that there. And that's why this matchup is kind of so interesting, because we did the mid lane matchup, but we also have Someday versus Huni up there.
Yeah, and I favor Someday in that one. I think Huni's still a very good player. I think he really stepped up in the back half of last year. I think he had been slumming for a while, but Huni seems solid, but Someday seems to be, outside of basically Licorice, probably the best performing top laner in the league, to me.
Yeah, it's always interesting when I try and evaluate Someday, and we got to see him actually feel like he solo carried a game last week when they played Team Liquid, because oftentimes with Someday, I will see him be very far ahead, but then not necessarily carry the game, and I want to be able to see more of that from him throughout, excuse me, this week.
Yeah, absolutely agree. You know, don't want to choke like sometimes, you know, sadly he has at the end of the games, but
definitely don't want to choke.
No, definitely not. Also, you know, other kind of going down the list of people to look at. As much as Someday was the late game carry for 100 Thieves, I thought the early to mid game of both Meteos and Stunt was incredible. I had been waiting for the entire year to see Stunt step back up, and he had absolutely incredible roams in the early game. He got a lot of that early game going. So if Stunt is on that level, he's actually playing his best support in the league. That was a 1-game sample. The rest of the games are not that. The rest of the games are not that. But if you flip a switch and you're suddenly that player the whole time, then I mean, that ceiling is the highest ceiling.
Absolutely would be. I like the Lucian ban coming out. Pretty heavy targeting of Huni's champ pool so far. I wonder if we'll see the Soraka ban here. We do not. I think it's worth picking if it's open.
Yeah.
But Aphelios is also another one of those. So a lot of target bans early, which leaves a lot of big power picks pickable.
We also know there's some teams who are happy to interchange Soraka and Sono, so if you're willing just to play the support top lane style, you can pick either one. But there is the Soraka in for Huni, Olaf right afterwards.
Now, I'm really excited about this, actually, because Jungle Experience was buffed on patch 10.3, so I immediately looked for really fast farming junglers that can actually take advantage of this and reach the highest level of power in the game. Olaf and Karthus are the two that come to mind. Even on patch 10.2, there was a game over in the LCK with Hanwha Life, and they did Soraka, Olaf, Yuumi. And the Olaf ran the game before the experience buff. So what I actually want to see now, as we come back, is I want to see them fit into Yuumi as well. Because if they can just get through the laning phase, power farm an Olaf, and have a Soraka, Yuumi-powered Olaf, I think it can just run the game. That's kind of what I'm wanting a team to do, and I'm kind of excited that the first game I cast this week has a chance to do that.
Hey, it's going to be a lot of fun. We'll see if it does come through. Have seen Yuumi some so far this week. Set goes through for Someday. Has been nerfed. Is more or less mortal as a champion now. Still quite strong. Still worth playing. And so knowing that it's Soraka top lane, Someday says, I want Set for this matchup. I will carry the mid game.
Yeah, this Set is something Someday could really, they said 1v9 games with, obviously pre-nerf. Some of the things that I've been seeing out of Set in the pro game that make him a little bit more viable, because a lot of times people say, oh, just kite him, bro. Like, it's not going to be a big deal, is people's adaptation to alting carries out of fights. So when someone tries to dive, using it as an anti-dive. So not trying to fit that amazing, you know, alt one guy into his whole team type of thing, but literally just peel is effective. And also the W flash, where you can get the true damage sweet spot if you expend your flash, because you can use your flash after the channel. We'll get into those intricacies throughout the game, but it's one of the reasons I think Set can remain viable even after the nerfs.
And of course, we're talking about Someday here, who had solo carried for them earlier on last week, and he can be a big performer here now as well. Meanwhile, Johnson has been a star performer here for Dignitas as well. I think he was the highest variance player coming into the year, where this guy's fresh out of solo queue, had a ton of top 5 accounts. Okay, this guy could be great, but we have seen solo queue stars plummet and be complete garbage, and Johnson's been one of the bright points here, where he and Afro really have combined for a lot of power overall. Gets the Misfortune, definitely a strong champion. Small nerfs in the patch, but still worth playing totally. And we'll see if, you know, with the fact that top lane is a support, might really want to see something out of the bot line.
Yeah, I was just kind of trying to do a mental stock of which supports it ended up being banned, with the Braum being taken out, and knowing that they're up against Nautilus Aphelios. So tons of kill pressure with this Misfortune Leona. I think it's probably the right choice. I'm personally a little sad we don't get to see the Yuumi, Olaf, Soraka battery run through teams, but you can understand why you would just want the strong 2v2 matchup against Cody Sunstone.
Yeah, I definitely don't like Yuumi in a Misfortune lane when you're against an engaged support.
It's like too risky.
You run the Yuumi when you're Ezreal and you can arcane shift away from stuff, but MF cannot really natively dodge the hooks.
Exactly.
You've seen the Twitter post from some of the LoL designers where they added 7 more hooks to Nautilus queue. You know, that's what it feels like sometimes when you don't have a support tank for you in lane. You just kind of get hit by stuff. So respect the choice.
How would I tell people to find that if they haven't seen it? Like, look at, I think Riot August is someone who had some Nautilus stuff. Basically, a bunch of designers went through and modified Nautilus's hook to be like, actually, here's a buff, but it was just a meme fest of the most ridiculous buffs possible.
Yeah, there we go. Show us the hover. Thank you, Afromoo, for having a nivy for us. I would love to see that champion come through. We know it's Ryze in the mid lane for Ryoma. Lee Sin comes through for Meteos, kind of answering Griggs, Olaf. What are they playing, actually? It's Ornn! It's Ornn in the mid lane, Frog, and that is the least nivy thing you could do.
And also probably like the best team combo.
Oh, of course.
I think I've been a personal fan of Ornn mid, because I think he can wash a lot of lanes, and I also think this fits very well with the Olaf jungle. So we haven't seen many carry performances out of Grig, but he is primed to do so here. He can hard farm, he can get an upgraded Black Cleaver, and he can have the Soraka pumping him up into fights, where if he just gets to jungle enchant, as well as Black Cleaver, he can probably just kill Cody Sons of Felios whenever he wants.
Yeah. You're not getting away from him with that. Like, you don't have CC, you have no peel, you have no blink, you are getting dropped down. The best you have is Scythe Pistol's up there, and you press Q and you kite backwards, and you try to run as fast as you can, and he's still quicker than you. So we'll see what the game looks like. It's going to be an exciting one. A battle at 2 teams tied for 4th place right now. Team on the right-hand side, Dignitas, had a 3-0 start. You thought, hey, maybe they're a real top performer, but they dropped to 3 of the top teams in the league right afterwards. You got to see, can they now stack up against 100 Thieves, who themselves been quite a delight, actually. I think a lot of people had them fairly low, some had them quite high. 3-3 is obviously a pretty average performance, but I think their ceiling is very good as well. And now we'll see if Meteos' Lee Sin, he can learn it during the game.
He learned it like 3 years ago, I thought, at the World Championship. That's the meme. But overall, with this matchup, this is kind of what the regular season is about. Every team comes in with a lot of hopes and expectations, and then the pecking order is defined throughout the weeks of the season, right? It's not the end of the world when a team like Team Liquid starts at 2-5, but it's part of the process. So both of these teams are in the midst of a process of trying to become great, and both of them being at 3-3 is just a great time to match up.
All right, here we go. On to Summoner's Rift. I gotta say, Afro bringing out some nice costume here. I like the Leona setup. And Riv standing by with ThinkCard. Take it away, buddy.
Thank you very much. I am here with ThinkCard. First question, there is obviously the 0-3 that has been happening for Dignitas. What was going on in the minds this week to make sure that the team could end that?
Yeah, so we put a lot of effort in just buckling down and making sure that we had really productive practice throughout the week. And we performed really well in the latter stages. So going to this game, I think we're just really confident. We know that if we play well, we can beat any team.
Well, it looks like you can take almost any fight with this composition. What was the goal coming in this game when you got that in draft?
Yeah, so the Soraka Olaf was showed in LCK, and pretty much the Olaf can take any 1v1 because he has a Soraka with him. So you just kind of play efficiently and just make sure that you're defending your space, getting the places first. And like I said, if we play well, I know that we'll get the result we want.
ThinkCard, thank you so much for the insight. Gentlemen, take it away.
I like those lines, though. Defend your space, get there first, and as long as you're there, you can take any fight. That's what I'm going to look for then is, you know, if Dignitas can control wherever the Olaf is and make sure they actually get control over that. Right now, he's going to start with a solo blue buff start and let his duo lane get lane control down there.
Yeah, I'm always interested in following the junglers around, but also in games where we have these unconventional top laners like a Soraka or a Sona. How do both teams decide to approach it? Because it's something I'm trying to investigate a lot because I kind of have a theory that it's the next big thing in high elo or in pro League of Legends. Like, we've seen Soraka dominate to move to almost 100% ban. We'll see what ends up happening when it moves to other enchanter supports, like if we end up seeing more Sona. The main question I'm trying to answer is, do you play around it or do you isolate it? And what's better for both teams? Oftentimes I see like the Dignitas team isolates it and plays elsewhere, and then the 100 Thieves team tries to like shut it down and kill it. But I wonder if that's even the right call, because if it's a supportive pick in nature and you're putting your attention towards shutting down the supportive pick, are you not then just allowing the other team's carries to thrive, right? That's the question I'm trying to go through right now, and I want to see what Meteos and 100 Thieves has play.
Right now, Meteos, of course, did the quick 2-buff start into the Gromp, got level 3, and waiting around on the top side of the map, very far from the duo. I do want to point out, actually, that impressed with Dignitas' early 2-on-2 plays. They got huge health bar leads off the very start, got a lot of poke towards Cody Sun. And, you know, when you're on the caliber of Cypher, you have a 100 attack range lead that they did not get any trades with.
And that allows them to roam into the jungle. And look at this, like if you look at the minimap, Olaf's done his jungle. Meteos is still have a full camp to clear, and Aphromu's, you know, being a little brat in the jungle trying to chase him down.
A little bit of damage there. Q's back up from cooldown, only 5 seconds, but he's still being slowed by the red buff, so needs the blast cone to get away.
Good patience.
He's got teammates. Yeah, there's no way he gets chased down, so he does live, but you know, pads the KDA stats, or at least the damage per minute stats. Meteos probably top in the charts right now. Maybe Huni, doing a lot of poke on this infinite regen set.
Yeah, and one of the big differences between Soraka top and some of the other enchanter tops that you see like Sona is you're not actually building the support item on this one because you can generate enough CS and have enough wave clear just with your Q spam. I think the main strength of this pick actually lies in the Athene's purchase that you run first. It seems a little weird, right, to build Athene's against a physical damage top laner like Set, but the pick really isn't about the lane. It's about generating the Athene's charges later and re-expending them throughout the process of a team fight because you have a very low cooldown heal like Soraka in W. So from the looks of it, it doesn't look like there's much attention being spent up here, and Huni's just going to try and farm out as best as he can.
Meanwhile, Someday getting some pretty good trades himself and getting the health bar back in a decent spot. Of course, again, a lot of base health regen on that champion.
Yeah, gotta point out, Huni's not taking barrier. A lot of the Sorakas do take barrier to try and dissuade the camp. Since you are vulnerable, Huni's pushed up and vulnerable, no barrier. Let's see if he can get away from this one.
All right, this could be the moment. Goes for the move speed, flashes for the pullback, gets the stun, 2 punches in. Now Huni running downwards with move speed, puts down the silence, but now, whoa! Meteos whips the Q, gets the slow, has to ward hop, but a flash to chase. Couple more autos to put him in, but he's still healing. Lands the Q, he'll live, he'll get first blood, and Meteos strikes the top lane.
Grig, but he's got a wall in the way.
Teleport coming in from Ryoma. He had already been able to recall, so at least Ryoma has items, but now he's going to be late in the mid lane. Stut's holding the wave as Huni TP's back in the top.
There's a lot to unpack right there. The kill took so long, right? They were able to get the kill, but I mean, Afro's been roaming this whole time. Huni nearly outplayed it. The dodge on Meteos' point-blank Q, or the miss, depending on how you'd want to look at it for Meteos, ends up buying so much time. So remember, has teleport, no barrier, and the Q will end up healing him over time. So makes Someday go the long way around. Really, Meteos has to be able to land that Q. Gets the control ward and the flash, and if this Q has time to return the health to him, he actually lives through that one, so fractions of a second end up keeping him alive.
The damage here, finally gets the root there. Pretty stun whiffing an auto, but doing okay overall. This game is, by the way, tied in gold despite the kill coming through. 600 gold first blood if you count the assist, which I believe, yeah, there was for Set. But it's Dignitas farming overall a whole lot more, and you can see that with about 5 camp lead in the jungle. Gonna pay for pretty much all of that.
Yeah, and river fight.
All right, here comes the Horn, honk, knock up. Grig's there as well, but misses the slow. These Qs are not landing, and the flash gets Ryoma away, gets a bit of damage, walks out.
River control still going over to Dig. Errant Q by Grig there, but I think the flash would have been burned regardless, and Ryoma probably lives in either case. So look for a lot more of this if Dignitas can force these plays. Go for river control, use the push they have from the Ornn. Huni's level 6 now, so wherever they fight, you have to account for that Soraka ultimate, specifically even like in the bottom lane. If Aphromoo tries to go for an all-in, or even if Under Thieves tries to do something, they have to think of that Soraka ult in the back of their heads.
For the fight in the mid side, as Ryama's pushing in the wave, but is down farm. Some of that was, of course, the requirement of TPing back to the top lane to help the dive not happen, but overall doing okay. Only -4 CS as top gets shoved in. And you can see, yeah, Someday with his opposing laner pushed out does get to top the XP charts, and Meteos ever active. Sure, he's down in camp, but now Grig actually has a level lead. His dual lane is coming over. Now Grig can ult away from any engage. He's safe, and now the TP comes as well, so Meteos, does he save the hop? Here is Froggen. Forced to ward hop away, but that is a TP on cooldown now as mid is pushed in, and Froggen loses an entire wave on the mid lane as Ryoma shoves it, and now they go for the smite fight, but keep in mind, again, Grig is up a level. Afro could go for the engage as well, and as you said, Meteos is low, but the Dragon kind of playing on 100 Thieves' side, gets a bit of damage across, and Froggen will lose the entire mid lane wave to help control that Dragon.
It was a bit of a trade across the map, though, because Froggen did lose the mid lane wave, but Someday lost the top lane because he walked down towards mid to kind of threaten the 5-man play. A lot of patience there showed by Dignitas, actually, where Grig decided not to all in because he didn't have numbers, but still managed to dissuade the play. And he saw Meteos get very low there, so now that Froggen's kind of returned to lane, I wonder if Dig just starts it up. Yeah, I don't think that 100 Thieves can contest anymore.
Fortunate for the 100 Thieves bot lane, they have Infernum right now, so you can clear the wave quickly, but looks like they're still penned up across this side, and it will be a solo Drake for Grig picked up. Quick Infernum gonna go to them. It's not really envisioned, but yeah, not gonna stop them whatsoever. Drake picked up, good stop by Dignitas. They're on the board.
Good patience.
Image here. Ult goes in, Ignite. Good flash gets away. It does force the flash out, and the ult out of Johnson as well.
Yeah, no Soraka ult burn, no heal burned either, so Flash trying to get out of the bullet time as quickly as possible. I really want to see, Freak, how much Dignitas commit to the Olaf hard farm. Like, I'm even a little surprised the Grig went searching for a little bit of deep vision when he has so many camps up. Like, is he just going to power clear through, wait for Huni to hit Athenes, and then go for team fights? Because at least if ThinkCard referenced the LCK, like that's kind of how they played the pick, knowing what their power windows are and just hard committing to getting there. But it looks like Grig's getting a little bit distracted with a few side quests.
Right now, we're still in the part of the game where the jungle camps are worth more XP than last patch. Once the average level goes to 7, when they respawn, they're identical to what they were in the 10.2 jungle. But Herald's going to go over pretty cleanly over to the 100 Thieves side. They've got 4 minutes to use it and cash in on that 300 gold with the turret plates. 500 gold lead still for 100 Thieves. They managed to catch up and farm across the map as well. And we'll see who's going to get the donation here.
Yeah, it is a little bit tricky when you swap for Herald like that, because none of their waves are currently pushed. So dropping the Herald just for 2 plates sometimes isn't even necessarily worth the lost tempo you have. Like if you notice, the bot wave is already pushing in for Dig, and the Herald drop just becomes a little bit difficult unless Meteos can create a play.
One thing to note, actually, was you watched Grig take down the first half of the Krug camp and then go clear a ward and walk down. More of the gold got pushed to the small Krugs in this patch. It's actually, and especially with Olaf, where a single Q kills them all, but hold that thought. There's a fight in the mid lane. They land both halves of it, and Ryoma has absolutely no way out, and Froggen grabs the kill.
Good job by Dignitas tracking that flash timer. Knows Ryoma, just wanders outside of his turret. They have the CC chain. Aphromu's been really roaming all game. That's the first opportunity he's been able to convert, but well done punishing that flash timer. Meteos wants to make a play happen here, though, so he can drop Rift Herald.
Grig up a level. They both land Qs, but Meteos could be the one forced to run away for this one as Grig keeps the chase going. Doesn't slow Cody Sun just yet, but they get ward control, they get brush control, they get river control, and 100 Thieves have to kind of step back.
Exactly. It's so hard for 100 Thieves to step up right here, because not only do they not have mid control, they have to consistently respect this Soraka ultimate. Nothing they could do to make a play happen there.
You can see Someday and Huni just kind of trading farm right now. Double Doran's ring, and Ninja Tabby keeps him pretty safe, and it's an equal farm situation. Teleports are back up, both level 9. Huni, of course, has the global ulti available, but we are not seeing Someday go for big pushes. Last time I ever seen this matchup, it was, I think, Broken Blade, and he was pushing really hard, just kind of ulting on cooldown, trying to chunk down the opposing top laner, and Someday not able to do it here, as Grig actually helps poach a couple of the chickens, holds that level lead, but doesn't get the big one.
Go farm! Just power up! This is definitely the cheese lord in me saying, like, just hit your item power spikes.
Yeah.
For Dignitas, because I think they're in a really good position at the moment. None of their turret plates have been lost. They have the first dragon. Meteos is just kind of looking for a spot to drop the Rift Herald, but as long as Dig can keep their waves pushed, they'll be A-okay.
And of note here, actually, is it's Cinder Hulk on the Olaf. I feel like the more common buy tends to be Warrior, even in Pro, which devalues Warrior somewhat, so he's actually very tanky in this build.
Yeah, in the game that ThinkCard was referring to from the LCK, it was a Cinder Hulk Cleaver Olaf. Not exactly sure why, but definitely if you're looking for like a late game Olaf, the Cinder Hulk, especially the upgraded Cleaver, you're going to end up having like a really large amount of tankiness.
All right, well, Meteos, without too many issues, gets both Qs, takes down Scuttle. Gold lead, though, is now Dignitas' favor, plus the Infernal Drake as well. And one take I've seen online is considering Soraka a hyper carry, and the fact that the actual health per minute she provides is comparable to the damage per minute you get to see from someone else. And it makes you win every team fight. Cody's got to walk up, make sure they're in turret range, and gold is split between Stunt and Meteos. That's all they get, though.
Yeah, that's the conversion of the Herald that you're going to take because plates are going to have, but Dignitas is totally okay with that one because essentially they traded the 240 gold from the Herald take right there, and they got 2 plates off the bot turret when Cody Sun and Stunt roamed up there anyway, so it's actually a 50-50 trade.
It's being equal, 500 gold difference still here. Dignitas feeling pretty comfortable, but worth pointing out that it's not that much damage on the composition. It's really just the Misfortune. Keep in mind, Leona's damage even went down a bit for her W and her E. At this point, it's a full 25 damage of a full combo.
What's that TP going by Soraka? Okay, good take there by 100 Thieves before Dignitas was able to get the proper reset. Huni was going back to get Athenes, but basically a little bit late. Allows 100 Thieves to get that, and no fight breaks out.
You see only one plate across. 100 Thieves get their one from the Herald they took off the lane swap, or at least the attention swap for a short time. Drake's now 1-1, 3 Oceans to spawn at the very least for the rest of the game, as Greg is waiting to see if someone else to defend the bot lane, if it's just Someday or if there's someone else coming in. Greg can't stay. He could have bolted away. He'd have been alive no matter what, but has to walk out of this one all the same, and we still have a fairly measured early through mid-game. Medios wants some of the Krugs. Smites away 42 gold, but this is going to be a turret dropping down. 100 Thieves not able to defend this, and Dignitas going to grow their gold lead. 650 for the turret, plus the first turret gold on the top, and there you go. Cash earned, and 1,000 gold lead now for Team Dignitas.
Yeah, overall playing pretty solid. Grig opting to apply a little bit of map pressure there, ends up paying off with this. We'll be interested to hear Blabber's thoughts on the Olaf power farm jungle. I think that's something that C9 wouldn't mind pulling out as well. Because, Freak, just like looking at this game, we're about to hit Ornn upgrades. We're waiting on, you know, Infinity Edge for Johnson, Black Cleaver for Grig, just the natural items that will come in for Ornn once he hits levels. And if they can get kills before then, it's just kind of icing on.
Cody's flash still doesn't dodge it, but he's far enough away that they don't chase it down. The rest of the squad was there to defend him. Puts in a turret to make doubly sure, and he's going to be fine. That's ult for flash, but ironically didn't need the flash.
Yeah, you're probably right about that with the backup that he possibly had. And 100 Thieves is really struggling to make something happen right here. Hard to run into an Olaf, hard to run into Soraka, but Dick has maybe the outscale.
They find a lot of CC to get support. Nautilus good damage there. Kick by some time, and Hughes stopwatches away, then flashes. Loses every cooldown, but now the flash chase. Stun has nowhere to go, and they just run him down. Dignitas, they're first.
Yep, they had 5 there. Some days off in a side lane. Not willing to come in for the rest of the fight, so it's probably going to be a turret trade for a kill and a Rift Herald, but again, I think that's a trade up for Dignitas.
Looking pretty good for them. They're going to temporarily lose a part of the gold lead as the bot turret falls, but still up more than 1,000. They're ready to cash in another turret with the Herald themselves as this slowly goes down, and they keep on building new items. Sunfire Cape not far from Froggen now, and next level can upgrade both that and the Abyssal Mask. IE should be the second pickup there for Johnson, and that'll be right afterwards.
They can get this turret a little bit lower. That'll be mid-turret for them as well, trying to up the tempo right here, knowing Someday stuck around to kill an extra wave after killing the turret, so trying to take advantage of that map pressure. They might get a second charge off their greed.
All right, there's the first little bit, though. 2 turrets to 1, and they're aggressively clearing in the mid lane, and yeah, that charge is gonna land, so they're gonna get that turret to half HP. The damage to kill it just wasn't there, and we'll see the scraps of that taken up in about 5 minutes. Two minutes till next Drake. You expect the Dignitas to be there for that one. Again, what their coach said was, let's make sure we take our space. As long as we're there first, we're going to be good. Let Olaf lead the charge, heal him up as needed. And I feel like stacking the Drakes is kind of how you secure the win when the game is going this slowly.
I think so, and the Drake that 100 Thieves was able to take 3.5 minutes ago, I think will be quite important, because the way I'm thinking the rest of this game will play out is Ryoma and Someday are going to play to sides a lot, since once the Ornn upgrades come in, the 5v5 for Dignitas is just going to be so incredibly strong. So it's like 100 Thieves applying side lane pressure while Dignitas try and acquire this Mountain Soul, but they're minimum 11.5 minutes away from being able to do that if 3 Drakes eventually come through. So look for 100 Thieves to try and split up this map as much as possible.
And the first spikes start coming through as the Abyssal Mask is upgraded, as level 12 comes through for Froggen. Level 13 will give him a teammate 1. We know we expect Redemption to come through for Huni at some point, and maybe one day after we'll get a real item as well. This Stone Plate doesn't work with the Ornn upgrades, but they'll get something eventually probably. When we take stock of the game, 100 Thieves have not shown a lot of aggression, as you mentioned, though. Splitting up, finding split push victories might be how they do it. They have tied the turret score 2-2, so going to give them credit for that one, but you still have a 1,200 gold difference from kills and farms.
Yeah, and Ornn item's going to come in and be
be even more of that.
Yeah, it's more like 2,500 gold difference. It's going to become 3,000 and change as soon as the Sunfire is done as well. Froggen is going to be in a 1v2 right here. He's very tanky though, 2,500 health. Jumps forward, does not find the kickback, but does make Froggen flash.
Yeah, a little bit of a mind game right there. Froggen was trying to hold his unstoppable for the kickback, decided he didn't want to play that game after a while and just flashed since his team was making a play happen elsewhere.
But it did mean that tier 2 fell, right? 2 people were sent to the top lane. Dignitas had 4 into the mid. Knocked down the turret. They're there for the Drake on time as well. And so far, this army looks pretty unstoppable. Froggen just is on split push duty. He's on side lane duty. Now comes round 2. Nice stopwatch. Now it's going to be time for the ultimate to come down. W for the unstoppable now as well. Kick him right back into the squad. Could not get the knockup for himself. The flash follow, and it takes him 7 years, but they get the kill. Here comes the rest of the squad, though. Dignitas going to look for the own this slow for aftermove.
He's all alone.
And he's showing that he doesn't have teammates yet, or he would have gone in sooner. Finds the E, finds the Q stun as well. Ignites Ryoma. They're going to try to chase him down. He's running as fast as he can. Does have all the movement speed buffs. EQ, running, but that's going to be the rest of the squad. That's a kill, traded mid laner for mid laner. And Greg does not want to be stopped either. Stunt, he's going to hope he can recall.
I think they know he's there.
He's got the alcove mindset, but so does Dignitas. And it's 2 kills plus a turret plus a Drake.
You understand the idea of what 100 Thieves is trying to do there as well, but it just takes such a long time to dive the Ornn, and the rest of the map was in a position that didn't have that much pressure, so Dig had a ton of time to run up after them. Now they're just going straight for Baron. It would be on Meteos to steal.
Now, you can try, but it's going to be real difficult right now. Respawn still 6 seconds. It's a full-on 5v3 in favor of Dignitas. The Baron's at half HP. They got to make sure they keep marking the Lee Sin. He doesn't have kick, but he has flash and smite and everything else in the kit. Ult comes down, but doesn't find more than a single target. Rema TP's in, 4v5 on Baron. Now they're very tanky, but it still could be some decent damage. There's the dunk in the back line. Big chunk right there. Could they find the kill? Someday kills Huni, and it's a smite in for Greg. He grabs the Baron, but the team fight is going all the way 100 Thieves. It's a complete ace as a trade for the Baron goal.
Definitely a Dignitas game, Freak, but they did manage to secure the Baron in all of that. They thought they wouldn't take any damage in that pit with a Soraka, but it just looked like they didn't go into that with a plan. Are we peeling or are we fighting? And they ended up winning the 50-50, but it was kind of too late because Someday landed a massive ultimate to get in there.
Well, shortest Baron power play of all time, aced in the very pit where you got the Baron buff. And this, of course, means map control goes right on over to 100 Thieves. They can take everything they want. They grab half the jungle. They grab mid lane tier 2. They watch this slow motion fight yet again.
Yeah, watch Someday's ultimate here because Dig thinks they can stay on this because they have Soraka, so they won't take much damage. But they're buying time for Ryoma to arrive. So as he arrives, Someday uses the speed shrine and gets the slam onto Huni into a 3-man stun. So Huni's really unable to get himself out of there, can't flash away with the position he was put at in the back of the pit. Thank goodness for Grig's smiting skills.
Yeah.
Or that could have been an even bigger disaster.
Yeah, smite E it looked like from him, so you'd have to like predict which cooldown came first because there's 2 true damage deals that none of them are affected by the Baron debuff. But look at that gold swing. Right back to 100 Thieves' favor now. 200 gold, narrowly giving that advantage off all the shutdowns and assist gold they just got.
All right, we got ourselves a game.
Yes, we do.
Yep. It's picked up the pace right now.
Wow, Grig wants it already, chasing down Someday, and oh, there's another dunk over the top-hand side. Decent damage and a half, but he's very tanky, and they're going to have to re-engage. They're going to knock down Someday. 1 for 0, a kickback buys a bit of time, but Afro is right back there. The stun onto Stunt, it's in the name. A double kill on a Johnson.
And he's getting bigger and bigger. That upgraded Infinity Edge on top of Essence Reaver is just the fight they wanted in that spot. But again, 100 Thieves is trying to split the map. So it's about how much can Dignitas force while 100 Thieves split pushes.
And it's going to be probably a lot. This is easily the inhibitor turret going down. They could choose to not knock the inhib itself if they really wanted to not give away gold income from minions. But you're going to knock down the inhib itself as well. It'll be down. No, they're going to back off in time. They were afraid of maybe getting engaged upon, maybe forcing out a fight. Meteos dropped to about half HP. And the turret will fall for the gold income. Dignitas have 1 minute to reset and take this next Drake.
Yeah, and I think they're in a spot where they say, hey, this game could actually be really long. No need to get the inhibitor this early, since in effect, a lot of times that just prevents you from being able to farm. They want Froggen to hit level 15 so he can give as many ord items as possible, and they need to reset and get a buy off before this next Ocean Drake. So can understand them pulling off here, and let's see what Ryoma decides to do here, because 100 Thieves clearly loses the 4v5s with the split map pressure, but if they get the right initiation with Set, maybe they think they can win something here. He's definitely moved down to contest, so they're kind of cutting off their own options here. They're looking to contest.
If there is a time to fight, it would probably be after you got the ace. Now the engage is right away onto Stunt, who doesn't have the Enter yet. He's still running away, but it does not have the durability. Stoneplate comes in late as well. That's a pretty easy pickoff. Nice setup by Aframu and Froggen.
They should probably be splitting and giving up that Ocean Drake, but instead they posture a little bit, and Aframu very quick in knowing which team should have control over mid, and he's able to make Stunt pay.
Definitely right about that one. Drake's gonna go over, and Dignitas are on Soul Point, and Absurd Regen is in their future with this one. They've got a Soraka, not to mention the chance that the Ocean Soul in and of itself. Healing reduction, gonna be important. We've got the Executioners, of course, done for Someday already. We've got one in there for Cody Sons of Felios here as well, but even Ryoma might want a Merlinomicon.
Yeah, I actually kind of hate that Froggen upgraded Huni's Redemption before Grig's Black Cleaver.
Yeah.
Picking favorites on the team maybe a little bit. Woo! But I just think it goes so much better on Grig. The whole point of this composition is to power up the Olaf as he runs in. Yes, it's kind of turned into this MF carry from here, but definitely think that's the wrong choice.
Yeah, a lot of the stat profile on Redemption upgrade is percent health and percent mana regen, which Huni's probably not running out of either in terms of regen capacity. So yeah, I agree. I like the raw stats more, but oh well, it's what it is. We'll see next level 15 comes through for Froggen, and then he can get the guy next. Knight's Vow looks to be in the inventory of Aframu pretty soon. Still without a Ornn upgrade, but it's okay.
So right now, Dignitas is trying to get this mid inhibitor down. That would allow it to auto push, and then they'd be able to catch side waves while they're doing this Baron setup.
They're trying for a fight right now, forcing Cody Sun's flash. The anchor pull comes in. They found Huni, but they don't have the damage just yet. He flashed away and stays alive. Redemption can help the squad now as well. Here's the big engage. Mito kicks one back, but he's got nothing else to do. Burns a stopwatch, but he will die on the respawn. Ward Hop won't get him away. 5v4 for the Dignitas, right back in for the inhibitor. They're gonna knock that one down without a problem as well. And 100 Thieves cannot find a team fight that works.
And now Meteos is dead while Baron respawns. So Dignitas doesn't have to worry about the split, doesn't have to worry about the jungler. They're gonna move right into this spot, get vision, and threaten the Baron.
They're happy to play these slow and steady team fights. Huni burns his flash to live, works out no problem. And now how do you stop this Baron attempt? Last time, yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves won the fight last time. It went slowly enough. As we mentioned, there's really only one damage dealer on the squad, and MF single target damage, not that high.
Cody Sutton does have Infernum, but no ultimate, so Dig should be pretty safe in this moment.
All right, Baron down about to half HP. They might find the first engage. Up towards Froggen, he's so invincible though, and Someday pushed away. Bullet Time has to burn the grit for the shield, and that's gonna be an easy chase down. Stunt's gonna drop, and Ryoma just cannot do enough. They land the slows. He's gonna roam more, but there's gonna be something there for him, and there is. The shutdown goes to Grig, and Dignitas walk right back into the Baron.
They just are this blob that moves towards you, like this unstoppable charge of Olaf Soraka Leona. I talked a lot about this Soraka making Grig unstoppable. What I'm really noticing is it's making Aframu unstoppable. Like, he is just a mega tank coming in here.
Yeah.
If they secure this Baron.
It's triple front line with Soraka and an MF for the laning phase. And nothing is dying. They're slow team fights, but it is working out for them.
I think it's a really strong team composition. I mean, you can see Aframu just going straight into Someday, like face tanks the true damage of Set. Doesn't matter, right? The Soraka is farmed to a point. I wanted to kind of go back to the point you mentioned about, like, some people calling Soraka a hyper carry. The language I would use is just hyper scaler. I still personally think, like, carry in our terms is the damage dealer. But you can still, as you gain gold and levels, be more influential than others. And I think just because of the power of the healing you can add, as your teammates build armor and to make your effective health
Grig
better.
is going for this one.
Absurd. Yeah, like,
Grig is just facing down Stun as far as he wants. It's a practically a 2v3, and it doesn't matter. Stun's forced to flash away. Grig is still on their tail. Gets another axe, finds another slow. Now Sunday's forced to run. He's knocked up as well. And they just run them down across the map. Nothing stops Dignitas.
Absolutely nothing. Even not upgrading his Black Cleaver can't stop Grig. He's gonna keep charging whether or not he has that extra gold efficiency.
Hard mode's all he wants for this one. 40 seconds on Ocean Soul. They don't need it. Baron buff is on. They're pushing for the Nexus.
Aframu knows where he's at. He vowed the Olaf.
Hell yeah. Tanky front line, the flash engage. They got the knockup, they got the bullet time. It's another kill. Grig is unstoppable. Finally has the upgraded Black Cleaver. Now Johnson's on a rampage. They're gonna kill every single structure here, and Dignitas up the gut, take down the mid lane, and a sub 30-minute win over 100 Thieves.
Love the team composition that Dignitas put together here. Their execution did, you know, look a little slow, but that was the point. Like, you needed the Ornn upgrades to come in. You wanted the Olaf to hit a power point. You had the Soraka to get to Athenes, and they just kind of methodically went through this one, had the hiccup at Baron, but since they got the buff, that just, you know, continued the game on to a relatively easy victory.
Well, handshakes come out, and Dignitas tie for third place with TSM at 4-3.
Yeah.
Quite a good start for them overall. Third place, nothing to shake a stick at for sort of one of the new orgs back to the LCS here. Fully rebuilt roster, and third place, not a bad start at 7 games in. Thunder Thieves down to 3-4, kind of looking on the outside of playoffs, but still games to play.
Yeah, they have FlyQuest as their remaining game in this week. That's FlyQuest versus Thunder Thieves, and then Dignitas will face the Golden Guardians. So, as we mentioned at the start of this cast, both of these teams have an opportunity this week to kind of differentiate themselves from the pack. And this, to me, was quite a solid or convincing win by Team Dignitas. I was someone who was very early on into the hype train with a 3-0, and then obviously deflating a little bit with that 3-game losing streak, but understood the incredibly difficult strength of schedule. So still think they're in the, you know, 3rd to 4th to 5th range. Sure. And that's where they are on the standing, so it seems appropriate.
Dignitas look like a playoff team, so good hope for their hopes in spring. When we come back, Riv will hear from Huni on his Soraka play. See you here after the break.
Welcome back to the LCS. I am joined by Huni after their victory. Huni, it has to feel good stopping that through-game loss streak. Yes. What was the team working on? What did you kind of do over the past week to make sure that this game did not result in another loss?
I mean, I definitely mentions that as soon as we win 3 games, like our ego got kind of big. And I was like, we were kind of like overconfident and like, oh damn, I think we can actually win any team, but that was like really what we thought and was not actually happened. So we had to go back to what we built up first, and we just had to find our confidence again after we lose 3 games in a row. But we actually find out how should we do actually approach how we should be practicing for the last week, which is like we've been losing. But for now, I think our result got way better and we got our confidence back. So I think that's how we actually show on the stage.
Well, it's absolutely awesome we were able to come up with that in a week and find the win. Now, I have to ask you, you are an aggressive player in the top lane, but we saw Soraka top from Huni coming out this game. What is that?
I don't know, something happened. Just throwing some bananas on there, you know, like, like I'm enjoying to play like, Lulu. Like I nearly mentioned that like my favorite champion is kind of like support champ. So I was like more than welcome to play like Soraka there, and we practice a lot, and I thought that was like really imbalanced. Like we put on Oran mid, and we're just playing onto actually Soraka. Or last front lane, we're just going to dive a lot, and it was a pretty fun game,
Well, this kind of leads into my next question because you do it all. You have the Lucian top, you have a Maokai top, you have a Soraka top. What can't you do in the top lane?
I think Sona's coming too, right? Like I haven't played Sona's on top yet. We'll see what's happening there.
I'm so sorry I asked. We are going to break that game a bit and tee up the next one as we go to the State Farm Analyst Desk. Huni, thank you so much and congrats on the game.
Oh, Lordy. Thank you very much, Riv. Welcome to the Analyst Desk, where Blabber has joined us to help break down this final LCS match of the day. Dignitas with a victory over 100 Thieves. We got to look at the Soraka top from Huni. He says, wait on bated breath for that Sona. Let's talk about the Soraka first.
Yeah, let's talk about the Soraka. Let's skip the Sona talk.
Yeah, we'll wait till that shows up.
Is in absurd position right now. To punish her, I think you have to have really specific picks and a play style in the early game to punish it. And if you don't, then it kind of just takes off and gets to do whatever it wants, and you kind of run out of damage when you play against it.
That's how this game felt, where they were like, okay, we'll just take Set into it, and we'll trade for the Aphelios, and then, we'll go from there. And their answer was try and gank it once, which kind of worked, but it took a lot out of Meteos to get that kill.
Blabber, when you see this draft, which side do you want to be on?
I definitely think Diggs is stronger. I know, like, it's their first time showing it, but, experiencing against it, it's... Olaf will always, or almost always, outfarm the enemy jungler early, and at the first dragon, he's usually 5, and the enemy jungler is going to be 4, maybe not 5, and then Soraka will be 6, and in an early duel, like at first dragon, Olaf's going to be super strong, and they're just able to stack dragons. Also, Ocean Soul, they got Ocean Soul.
You also had a good point off air about swapping the lanes for 100 Thieves to get a better matchup in both lanes. I thought that was really smart, and then when they didn't do it, it was kind of like, so wait, your solution was...
Can you break that down? Like what that strategy was?
Yeah, so Set generally has been pretty good versus Ornn, just as a matchup, and I do think Ryze should be better versus Soraka than Set. Before, like, you would pick Soraka into Set when Set first came meta, so it seemed weird to me that they wouldn't swap lanes there. Maybe they're not comfortable swapping, or they're scared doing it first time on stage, so I'm not quite sure, but...
Do you think you swap champions or swap players? Like
I definitely think you swap players, not the champions. I'm not sure Ryan was too practiced on Set, and
you said
most top laners aren't playing Ryan
first time on stage. Cloud9, did they do the swap first time on stage?
Cloud9 does whatever they want.
Yeah, exactly. I do want to take a look at a replay here. This and Ace, it's not going to look good for Dignitas, even though they did come out with the win. This was a Baron force off of a small skirmish win in the top lane. Let's dive into it.
It was one of those plays where they got a couple kills and they could have tried to extend the lead maybe through pushing through top or another way, but they got really aggressive around the Baron after using all their cooldowns. It was one of those situations where we were watching with Blabber and he was just freaking out about the Baron call.
It was immediate. I will say this. It took Blabber maybe half a second for them to start walking towards River, and he's like, this is dangerous. I don't like this move, right?
It's an early game Baron, and they used all their tools to get their initial kills, so there's no backup for what happens when the enemy comes in.
But then they were able to kind of get their confidence back together. run it straight back into 100 Thieves and find a teamfight win.
Yeah, I think this is a funny point in the game where usually you'll see an Olaf like not going in first, or if he does go in first, he just gets completely melted by an AD. But here with all the heals and all the CC, they just run over 100 Thieves and they just don't stop.
Yeah, I think at this point, Olaf is just too fed. He has Spirit Visage, and I mean, he's 3 items. I think he's like 5-1 at this point. He's got Soraka heals. It's like 700 health per heal. He's not gonna die. I'm pretty sure he could 1v3 there.
But they didn't build his Ornn item. They built the Soraka Redemption.
There's gonna be another YouTube video made and put on Reddit about Ornn items this week.
If you look at the gold value,
until y'all start
better.
building those items. My goodness. Hey, we have a State Farm assist this week, and it goes to Hakuho, who placed the ward that netted Immortals' first blood, which snowballed Xsmithy's victory. Let's go ahead and take a look.
I mean, this was almost weirdly the defining play of the game. That little ward right there, that's gonna see Broxa come in right after, and he goes for the steal on the Gromp. It's already gone, and doesn't know that he was spotted on the way in.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really hard reaction time because he doesn't know he's seen, so he's playing it out like, here I go sneaking, my bot has priority, they're not seeing me, and then right when he gets into that bush, he gets hit, so unless he's predicting, oh, maybe I got seen already, it's pretty hard to deal with that kind of situation.
Oh, yeah, no fault to him for not predicting that he'd be seen there. In fact,
I mean, I will say, someone needs to say, like, hey, Nautilus is not in my lane right now. Like, be a little scared.
I'm not really sure what he's even looking for there. I mean, there's not much to get. I think he's just trying to hit the blast cone, and I mean, they saw the Nautilus leave. He should know.
Oh, they saw the
yeah.
I take it back.
Yeah,
he really wanted that
claim to be dished out. I will retract my previous statement. It may not have changed all that much, but let's take another look at the standings for the day. Cloud9, of course, they're still undefeated, 7-0.
Yeah.
Blabber, how does that feel? Does that feel good?
Yeah, I mean, it feels really good. Right now, I'm not sure. We feel really confident. I don't think we think any team can really contest us in the league right now. But we're hoping to keep this throughout the split. And I know Cloud9's known for having good starts during Spring Split, so we're trying to get a win this year.
Well, you just took them down, but the few teams behind you can see there, Immortals, Dignitas, TSM, rounding out the top 3 or tied for 3. Must be recognized, though, that FlyQuest, they'll be playing their first games of the week tomorrow. Let's go ahead and see how the predictions game played out. It was you against the Puppies.
We're the Pups.
Well, y'all didn't do too hot.
Wait, I got 3. Yeah, they got 3. You just looked at mine. I didn't do too hot.
Wait,
everyone else is great. 3 out of 4.
Okay, 3 out of 4.
The Golden Guardians logo is a little hard to see.
This just in, the Puppies, they got them all correct. 4-0.
Oh, wow.
Look at that.
Are you sure?
Puppies nailed it.
That looks
I feel
like
I see a lot of gray.
I see 4-0, Mark.
Okay.
Okay.
They predicted
Puppies 100%, LCS analysts not so much. And they were right. Look at them.
Dog,
look at those dogs. A dog can't be wrong, my friend. I don't know about a fish or a blabberfish, but a dog is always right. I wanted to come back to you, because looking at that 7-0 record, do you realize what your LCS win record is? How astonishing it is?
My current one?
Your career, personal win rate in the LCS is absolutely
before bed time every night?
It's, I just want to see if you have any semblance of a guess.
I mean, I've seen before, like when you guys show my stats on the post game, but I assume it's like around 70 to 80% around there.
That's exactly right, 78.6%. That is a crazy win percentage for somebody who's now played as many games as you have. Are you going to give us the 18-0 to close it out?
I mean, I might have to. Got to improve my win rate to 80%.
That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. We'll be back tomorrow with significantly less dogs. Oh, that makes me so sad to read. But just as many games. It all starts with Dignitas versus Golden Guardians, then CLG, opposite Team Liquid, followed by TSM versus FlyQuest, and 2 more matches before we say goodbye to Sunday. Taking a look at those matches tomorrow. Blabber, you've got the day off. So what would be your marquee matchup? Which one are you for sure tuning in to see?
I think the Dig versus GGS game could be
kick off the day.
Yeah, it could be a pretty good game. I think Dig looked pretty good today, and I think GGS is on an upswing right now. So I think we'll be able to see like which one of those teams will make playoffs or like how they will contend, I guess.
What about you two?
I'm looking at Team Liquid, man. Everyone owned Team Liquid stock. Every caster was like, okay, they got an easy schedule. Brox is coming back. We'll buy Team Liquid stocks. We're all in the trash can right now.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, you wouldn't normally look at that matchup, you know,
I'm
based on
that,
TL
like,
of last split and CLG of current.
Oh,
My
so
God,
exciting.
Team Liquid, you better win that game 1 for my stocks, 2 for your own pride.
I mean, I don't think many people expected CLG to be 1-6 this split too.
No,
especially after the last split, they were looking pretty good.
Definitely, and with the crown pickup.
Crown pickup was good. Yeah, I was super upset about like Crown's performance so far, and then CLG as a whole. Like, it seemed like there's a lot of holes, a lot of like weird mistakes all the time.
Yeah.
Like, I want to at least see like, good laning phases, and then like, I don't know, fumble a Baron call or something like that. Not just like fall apart at like.
If you're gonna lose, I like that.
Lose big. Not like, oh, we
That's
messed
huge.
up the dragon, or
That's
like,
huge.
oh, we can't kill red buff because you came here first.
Right.
Like, I want some challenge in my game.
I love it, man. I love it. Of course, again, I'll remind you, Blabber's not playing tomorrow, but that does mean that he is playing on Monday Night League. Is that your first night playing on Monday Night League? Or
Yeah.
did you guys have one already?
No, I think this is our first week playing Monday, and I think we play EG.
Does that feel weird? Does that feel weird that you're gonna have to get on stage on a Monday night? Is that like shaking you at all?
I'm more excited to play against Svenskeren.
I'm excited for that matchup.
And my old teammates in Dazel and Kumo, so.
Yeah, to finish out your round robin, finish out your round robin to hit that 9-0. You guys have EG and then CLG to follow. You expect those wins, 9-0?
Definitely expect those wins. I think Sven said it earlier in his interview. So.
All right. Well, I'll talk to you in the middle of next week to see if you are 9-0. If you need more league action, head on over to twitch.tv/academy or youtube.com/LOL Esports for the Academy Showcase taking place right after the break. But thank you, Blabber, so much for joining us here today. Congratulations on that 7-0 run. Keep it up, my friend. Now for myself, the casters, the entire LCS broadcast crew. Thank you for watching. We'll see you after the break for the Academy Showcase and Monday Night League tomorrow.
I need a mid turn up too.
What? Ooh, give Tommy.
You can't
Someday
do me.
hates you.
Someday you can't do me like that. What? Someday. Why are you trying to turn Okay, up? I need top turned up too.
If he's turning mid up, I'm turning top up.
The ward hop, but a flash to chase. Couple more arrows to put him in, but he's still healing. Lands the Q, he'll live.
Look, set, kill.
I'm blocking for you guys. Fair?
Sorry. Get out.
Nice. They're dead. One flash, go dead.
Good job.
Nice.
And they're going to re-engage. They're going to knock down Sunday 1-0. A kickback buys a bit of time. But Afro is right back there. The stun on the stunt. It's in the name.
Rise.
Sunny not.
No. I'm still tanking.
Hey, Cody's son 0 deaths. Is that fine?
Yeah, it's fine.
Let him fucking good. Hey. Hello and welcome back for the final game of the day, which pits Cloud9 Academy against TSM Academy. And as always, we start with the starting rosters. On the blue side is TSM Academy with Dokla in the top lane, Spica in the jungle, Evolved in mid, Lost in the bot lane alongside support Treats and their coach Mabry.
And facing them on the red side, it is C9 Academy, which has Fudge, Honori, Palafox, King, and Diamond with coach Rainover. And Freak, I have a fun fact for you.
Yes.
If C9 win this game, their Academy plus LCS record will be best of all orgs, because currently they're tied with Immortals for that record of 10-4.
And then interestingly,
I figured that out staring at the graphic.
Yeah. And Dignitas are 7-0 here and 4-3 in the LCS.
Yeah. Wait, that's better.
Yep.
I'm trolling.
That's
keep
okay.
Going, keep going, keep going.
Fun
keep going.
fact, Jat sometimes gets the stats wrong. That's okay. Evolved in the mid lane. The man on your screen was definitely a hype picker from Scouting Grounds. The chatter I was hearing was that he didn't necessarily even want to go pro. People wanted to offer him, but he wasn't sure he wanted to do it. He took the offer. He's actually playing pretty well overall, and he's up against Palafox, who's been a journeyman Academy player, having a very good split himself.
Yeah, hyped up for this mid lane matchup. Also, like the junglers that will be supporting them, so much emphasis can be put on the mid-jungle duos in these games, but sometimes tune into Evolve stream when he's on. I really like watching late night solo queue. Not many high challenger people play, but those are always the games that I want to watch, and Evolved often in those games.
Yeah, definitely a very strong player overall. Going to be exciting to watch right here. TSM Academy has gone 1-1 every single week so far. We're 4 weeks in, and they won yesterday or the day before, so we'll see if they can keep that one up. And now we are in a champion select to see if that can continue on or if they move up to 5-3.
Yeah, so Dig just won at 4-3 to move them to 11.
Yeah.
3.
They're 11-3 across the orgs.
Well, C9 can be 11-4 across the orgs.
That's, yep,
yeah,
that's
that is
true.
Correct. Not the best.
Not the best.
But tied for the most wins.
Which is,
kind of the same.
It's really all that matters.
Yeah.
Yeah, losing is irrelevant. Winning is all that matters. And here we are in a champion select, hoping that one of these teams wins. Spoiler alert, one of them probably will.
Yeah.
At least Scrag us off the table so far, dropping some jungle bans against Denora, who has been a very, very aggressive player. It has gotten him killed quite a bit, but he's making it flashy at least.
Totally right about that. A lot of jungle bans coming out from the side of TSM. Spica has had some hero moments so far in the Academy games. There was one really epic moment early on in the season, if people haven't seen the highlight, where he jumps into the Elder Dragon pit. It was against TL Academy, kicks Mike Young out of the pit as Lee Sin, and then secures the Elder as his team just Elder nukes everyone down thanks to the steal. Just one of the most epic League of Legends moments I've seen from a gameplay perspective.
Yeah, doing some impressive stuff. Master Yi not like to be locked in first pick. It's going to be the Jarvan that we kind of expected to see, as continue to be a fairly premier jungler overall, and Spica's 3rd pick of the year on it.
Yeah, solid early game jungle to make action happen.
Of note, Inori actually has yet to play Jarvan, so on paper, not terribly contested as a champion, but you expect to see it when you see 3 jungle bans coming through, that maybe it comes in next.
Play Soraka.
They should.
Good.
If you want to win, you should play Soraka.
I think so.
She's getting really heavily nerfed in 10.4, which is a good thing.
Yeah. Well, I'm always so conflicted in moments like Soraka. What do I expect a pro team to do? Do you put games in on Soraka to get the 2 weeks of victory, or do you just try and project what the nerfs are going to be eventually, and that ends up scaring people away from the pick? It's one of the reasons that Yuumi saw more play in the LCK this week, even though they're on patch 10.2, because they're already practicing it for 10.3, and these games are no longer wasted. So I can see for the Academy guys at least, unless they're specifically trying to prove hey, look how quickly I can learn strong stuff, would just say, actually, I don't expect this to be a long-term thing, so I'm not going to play.
Yeah, of course, the interesting thing is, I know Soraka is so absurdly strong even in solo queue. The win rate is ridiculous. The nerfs will bring it to very strong instead of broken, which means that you could probably just play Soraka forever, and she probably doesn't drop below viability.
That's my strategy. I'm just going to be playing top lane Janna.
Yeah.
Until people,
nerf that one too.
Don't let me do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are into this game, though, and Misfortune Thresh is going to be the bot lane pickup. I think that's a really exciting one. Definitely a lot of kill threat here. King and Diamond You know, coming into the split, I was actually really hyped on both those players. Diamond, #1, #2 support in Academy for the last 1.5 years or so, and King, I had high hopes for. He's not been having a very good year. I do want to see him step up a bit more. Of course, he is having to play remote, sadly. He's probably up in Canada doing that. So, you know, that can help, or that can hurt a little bit, right? You're not next to your teammates. The ping is obviously a bit higher, but not having a good year is just too bad.
Yeah, probably coming off his best game, though, against Evil Geniuses this week. He had an Aphelios game where he went 5-1 and 11, so potentially on an upward trajectory. And he's got a decent lane. Like, Diamond's Thresh has been really good in the past.
Has been absolutely 2-0 on it so far this split. They're against Nautilus there, and as the bans come through, we're seeing an extra 80 carry ban down there. The Camille dropped off as well, and we'll see if Cena want to grab top lane or mid lane first, and then, well, of course, they know Cinder's coming through, so you probably just counter pick the mid lane and then wait for top now as well.
Yeah, that is likely what we would see happening, but I'm trying to think, like, there's a reason Cinder is high priority and often banned is because it's not exactly easy to counterpick. I wonder what Palafox would pull out against it. Zoe is available. It is something he won with earlier this week.
Well, so far, he's 7 unique champions in 7 games. I want to see #8. I want to see him go all 18 games, you know, and just keep stuff going. So they're actually going to go, though. With the Camille ban, they go for the Aatrox rush pick, right? And that's kind of what you show when you ban Camille, is that's the expected matchup counter. So they really, really want the Aatrox. I don't think that gets flexed towards mid, but they thought that was going to get grabbed by Dokla there, and they wanted to get him off one of his most comfortable champions. 3 plays so far. This would have been his 4th. They pushed him down the tier list a bit. Ornn Camille already gone, so it's like Gangplank is the last one left.
Yeah, a lot of stuff being denied so far in the draft. Yeah, likely a top lane pick here. Not the easiest position to be in for Dokla.
GP, yeah.
You let out the choices, unless he's going to really pull into a back pocket and do something like Yorick or Alawi or Gnar.
Sona.
Hey man, I'd be on board.
I'd be on board too, but it's not. It's the Gangplank, and now Cloud9 get to double check, and maybe it is the Aatrox Flex after all. Again, not thinking it's going to be the case, but we'll see what comes through now as the likely mid lane pick afterwards. Zoe, you mentioned it, Jat.
Yeah.
Sadly, this will be a repeat pick on Zoe, so the streak ends for Palafox. 7 unique champions in 8 games. But I like the draft.
Yeah, thinking about overall, like, both teams have a good spread of damage. Both teams have a different damage profile between the jungler and the mid laner, which is actually pretty important when you're thinking about how the mid lane 2v2 will work. Definitely a bit of a push advantage on the top side for the Aatrox early, but there's a push advantage for the Varus Nautilus on the bot side for TSM. So, like, the teams matched up, right? I don't think either team necessarily won or lost draft or has these fatal flaws. They kind of followed the basics to get these team compositions together.
The only difficulty I see on the Cloud9 side is a lack of very reliable engage tools. Flash Rek'Sai often gets you killed. Zoe Bubbles, of course, unreliable. Thresh is your best bet, and that Diamond is very good, don't get me wrong, but that is a very narrow window to hope on, whereas, you know, Flash Nautilus R is gonna connect. And so I think TSM can pull the trigger a little bit easier. Cinder Stun's also, I would argue, more reliable than Thresh Hooks as well. So we'll see if Evolved can make that one happen here as well. TSM slightly better record so far in the Academy split. A lot of good players in this roster.
Yeah, C9 Academy traditionally has been dominant in the Academy scene. In part of C9's offseason, they did end up making a lot of moves, which depleted their depth between their LCS team and Academy roster. So definitely in a little bit of a rebuild, but C9 is known for being able to develop top talent.
Yeah, sometimes it takes a little while, sometimes it's ready right away, but as you mentioned, yeah, Cloud9 sold off basically 3 other players last split, from last split, and picked up 1 or 2 replacements, and it's looked pretty good for them so far, and we'll see how well they can build their next year's stars as we get ourselves onto the Rift for TSM and Cloud9's Academy squads. Woo! Anytime I hear woo, I have to say it as well.
Oh, no.
Woo! Okay, but no, we're done. We're done. It's got a cooldown. It's got a cooldown like you see.
Yeah. It's like an ultimate cooldown.
It is an ultimate, you know? And not one of those Udyr ultimates, it's like a real
Karthus
ultimate.
or something.
Yeah.
3 minutes.
Yeah, without old presence of mind, where it just got back instantly.
Yeah, like, woo! No, it's on cooldown. You
Yeah, I can't. You know, it just doesn't happen.
I'm glad it has a
Yeah.
cooldown.
Yep.
Please no Cloud Drakes.
got it.
Yeah.
It took me like way too long to catch that one.
That one was way, yeah.
Because I thought you were going to be like, oh, please no ward kills. I'm like, because I cheer for those too.
Yeah.
And then it was Cloud Drakes, and I was like, what is dumb about Cloud Drakes? Oh, it's a little cooldown.
Yeah.
I'm just a little slow today, chat.
Well, it's also the first time that it hasn't given move speed on the base Drake.
That's right.
Was that intentional, being a little slow today?
No.
Cloud Drake used to give speed?
Sure, yes. Which one is it, Jat? Oh, I gotta tell everyone, by the way, Jat has a habit. Jat's a very smart person. 1 in 15 statements, he will deliver like he's serious, but he doesn't mean it. And I never know if, like, wait, do you just like have some hidden tech, like you just researched, or are you just trolling everybody?
Yeah.
And you're often wrong.
Wait, what?
Sorry, one is often wrong when trying to read Jat. The insight check is like too difficult.
Yeah, my most memorable story of this is I'll do an educated guess, and this is definitely a brag, and I'm gonna say it.
Oh, I love this one. I know what you're doing.
Yeah. People asked what the origin of 7-Eleven was.
Yep, that's the one.
And I was just like, oh, it's because the store used to be open from 7 to 11 when everything else was 9 to 5, and they thought that was impressive. And then now it's 24 hours, and like they just never changed the name.
Yeah.
And that's true.
Yeah, but he was BSing us when he said it.
I completely was like, yeah, it's probably right. Like, this is just a guess.
But he says it like he means it, and we're like, he must be true. It's like the LCK school of casting. Just believe everything you say. Your teams are the best, and Reddit is gonna agree with you because they're silver.
That's an old school reference freak.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, we're to this one.
Yeah.
2.5 minutes in the game. So League of Legends being played, and Diamond is aggressive in the bottom lane. Poor TSM stuck at level 1 down here. Here comes the walk-up play. Or the hook. They can't go anywhere. Look at that. It pulls it right back in anyway. That is beautiful. And Treats, whoop, you got tricked.
That was really interesting. Normally Nautilus hook like overpowers any CC, but there's that extra pull from the thresh hook. That's an interaction I really can't say you see often.
Oh, I play Tristana.
Like
I run into that all the time. Because you can't break thresh hooks.
For thresh hook, yeah.
Because it just pulls you out of the jump and you're just sad the whole time.
Man, the Nautilus thresh interaction was there. Real interesting.
Yep. But still smart by Treats. He's like, okay, I'm getting hit. I'm going to buffer the Q. He got, a bit of distance built out. Didn't die. Smart plays. That bot push is coming in. They deny. Oh, they don't deny the cannon. That's so free. Like, you can't miss this. Good job. 60 gold earned. Worth 3 melees. I mean, I'll take that every time. Yeah, we heard more woos. Still on cooldown for me. Can't go for it.
I feel like Varus Nautilus should be a powerful lane. So I don't know exactly what happened in the early phase that made them get pushed off on the early levels. And like the GP with his Potion Master start, I can see that pushing in Fudge a little bit, but now I think that top lane should be going back.
Yeah.
Because just remember Champ Select, I was like, oh yeah, Aatrox will push, and then Varus and Nautilus will push, and the exact opposite is happening right now. So kind of trying to figure out why that happened.
I think a lot of it was leash difference. Judging by where the junglers ended up, I think Inori didn't get leashed by bottom side, but Speak it did. And anytime you're late to the lane in a tank matchup, you automatically lose push. It's always theirs, and just like it plays out that if both teams are playing appropriately, you give up the second wave as the one without push advantage. So that will just happen almost regardless of matchup. You've got to be like absurdly stronger in the 2-on-2 to not make that happen, and so that's just the price you pay. Anchor does not hit what they want, but he gets the root to get his Aftershock back on. Big damage on Diamond, and now he's at half HP trying to run a flash Q. One more auto will kill him, and Spica does all the work for first blood.
Yeah, Diamond was waiting for the Jarvan EQ to flash, and Lost just killed him while he was waiting, and then the flash ended up not even needing to be used. So there's the Varus early game power coming through.
That was actually kind of cute as well. Treats like cues him in. He's like, it's okay, I got to jungle it.
Yeah, so I mean, they know that they have Spica's Jarvan on the way, and it is basically a bait, right? Aftershock is down for Diamond, so Lost can just kind of move towards him as much as possible. As you mentioned, the flash through to chunk him down. Like, Diamond, even if he burned flash for that damage, Spica then would have saved to be able to get the CC and kill him. Just a good rundown gank.
Nicely done right there. And so it's a gold lead for TSM. Lost gets a pretty safe early recall, gets the Vamp Scepter. And we can move on as we wait to see what the next big play here is in this one. Early top lane push. Dokla did have counter pick on the matchup, but Fudge really, really wanted to take Aatrox out of his hands. And now we have Diamond looking to roam into the mid lane, but Treats is already here. I'm not sure if the sweeper, now it does. Now the sweeper spotted him. Now he for sure knows he's there. Looks for the sleep, gets it. Here comes the entire squad. Cleanse into hook. There's way too much of Cloud9. And Treats is running. Thankfully, had Aftershock gone, so he gets away.
Yeah, good 3-man there by C9. Evolved. Thought the cleanse was going to be enough to get him away, but ended up just being way too much damage coming in all at once.
And a lot of crowd control as well, so a really good roam and a good gank to happen as Inori flash for the knockup, made that all come through, ties the game back up. It's a small gold lead to Cloud9 now, and very successful of Diamond to roam over there.
Let's watch this again. So yes, Diamond knows. Oh, fight.
Well,
okay.
He's already there. Inori, 2 ganks in under a minute. Gets his top lane ahead as well.
Yeah, so kind of answering the questions here, the lanes that I expected to be winning ended up getting pushed in, but then still generated kills.
Yeah.
Right? Because they end up, the gank comes and then it happens, but...
You're right in the end, Jat.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the point.
Yeah.
I'm not wrong, guys. Just
I'm summing it up for you. It's my job as play-by-play. Is to dumb things down so that us laymen can understand.
They're pushed. Gank them. It's actually one of the only times where, hey, the other team is pushed. Why isn't the jungler here? Can like apply.
Yeah.
When you are the stronger 2v2, but you are pushed in.
Yeah.
The other team is in like this actually dangerous spot. Not when 2 people are just dominating. Watching this gank one more time.
Both of you, yeah. There's just no way out. You burn flash for the W because you have to, but Inori's already behind you.
Yeah, maybe he could have sidestepped and then flashed later since Inori's flash was already down, but he's dead.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be rough for him, but it means that Cloud9 looking pretty good now into this game as Stork Shoe's done for both mid laners. Triple Doran's Ring is in for King. It's going to be a lot of landing power. Going to be a lot harder to all-in that champion. And we'll see if they can get extra leads out of this one. There's a lot of stats, very efficient, but I want to point out that even though Doran's Blade is a very gold-efficient item, it is gold-efficient because it has health and lifesteal. So if you are not getting poked down or all-in, it's just a bad version of attack damage.
Yeah. But being able to threaten the all-in is really good.
Of course it is.
Do you suggest the triple Dorans on anyone except MF? Because that's really where the build gained a lot of popularity. It's like triple or quadra Dorans MF into snowballing the lane, into getting Essence Reaver, and just kind of taking over the game.
It definitely has higher synergy on her because she is one of the few champions who has a spell that actually works with lifesteal because double up applies full-on hits like an auto attack. So she gets a bit more than other champions do for that compared to, say, like Callisto, where like your E is just a spell. And no one really cares about that. I think it's still good though, right? It's a ton of stats. Like I think Tristana could get away with it by just rocket jumping in all the time and just fighting, and it's never bad for you. So I think there is room for that. I think Jinx could probably make it work as well, just because she's often so easily killed. So yeah, maybe. I think there's room for exploration there. Speaking just jumps out of the pit, hits the dragon once, but walks away, and we look back in bottom lane, which is a small CS lead to the Cloud9 side. Despite getting ganked, they are doing all right for themselves.
Yeah, reset just comes in from Evolve. They're kind of just deciding that neither team will go for the Drake because both teams have so much to do on the top side of the map.
Yeah, top is definitely volatile, right? It's a flashless gangplank. Now, thankfully for him, he's being pushed in, so there's not a lot of easy ganks out there.
Fudge's Aatrox is actually really good.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know, Fudge, basically this like 17-year-old top laner phenom from OS, had a really good playoff performance actually on Aatrox. They had like this Aatrox Yumi composition, and he just totally took over, trying to do the same in this game against Opal. Obviously no Yumi, but a very good mechanical player.
Yeah, and he's super fresh as well. He's got one split in the Oceanic Academy scene, and then one split in the OPL where he won and went to Worlds, and then now he's up on Cloud9 Academy, right? So it's like, it's a scoop up 1 year into his career. He's already, the licorice understudy, essentially, right? And it's like, well, that's a good start. We know Sinan has that eye for talent, and I remember talking with Diamond at the beginning of the season. He was saying, hey, how's your Australian pickups? Like, how are they doing? And he said, yeah, they're good, especially Fudge. Like, that was the guy he had his eye on as far as he's been performing so far in the States. So, yeah, do you want to see sort of how his career progresses so far? He's definitely a guy I'm looking for. And it'd be nice to see, him continue onwards and upwards. For now, it's just wave through the mid lane. Very exciting stuff. Is it going to be perfect CS? Yeah. All right, there you go. And the Q, wow. Incredible gameplay. Blue buff Syndra got every minion with spells. Who could have seen this coming?
I mean, 102 CS at 10 minutes, 40 seconds is pretty high.
Yeah.
Especially when he died. So that means like guaranteed he lost a few minions on death, but basically means he hasn't missed CS outside of that moment.
Doing a good job there. Also, credit to TSM bottom lane getting a farm lead on their side now as well, as a Spell Thief Ignite was just tossed down for some poke. Sleep not going to land there, but looks like the team is setting up for this bottom side of the river, as Inori is forced back here as well, and now TSM still unwilling to quite push in. They actually could have killed a control ward down there. I think with the Jarvan having an EQ available, could have gotten away from a roam. But I'm going to go ahead and play a little bit safely. Cloud9 still sitting on a 500 gold lead as we wait for the big sort of spikes to come through. Dogle having to rush for tier 2 boots to survive sort of some of the gank matchups. You kind of have to run away from the Aatrox more often than not, so has to delay Trinity Force. Feels bad when you have to do it, but sometimes that's the case. You got to spend 1,100 gold on tier 2 boots.
Both top laners have TP here, except Spica is off on the other side of the map, so this is just Infernal over to C9.
All right. Well, nicely done there. Managing to keep the gold pretty close to equal. Get a little bit of extra stats. See as they push forward with the Mountain Drake coming in next. Now, no incredible tanks to benefit from, but you know, stats are still stats. It doesn't suck too much to get the Mountain a little bit later on. And we'll see when the next big aggression comes in. We've yet to see the Herald get dropped, but it is being worn by Inori, and he's got about a minute and a half to summon this thing.
Yeah, Spica is trying to get as much done as possible because basically him and his team decided that the Infernal Drake wasn't worth investing in, but C9 have like so much stuff they're just trying to burn here. This won't be the full turret, but it'll be extra plates.
That's going to be 4 plates to take it down, which is not too bad. They kind of champion damage got the first 2. Herald got the next 2, so good amount of damage picked up there. 120 per plate, 480 total. And gameplay gold, of course, used for the wave clear. Nice recall stop. Cute by Palafox.
Is there a champ for you? This is just something I've been thinking. Every time I watch Syndra, I like watch Syndra CS and always have all this kill pressure. And I say like, I should play Syndra.
Yeah.
But then I go into game and just feed.
Yes.
Like, the pros make it look so easy, but I just can't do it. Anyway, watching this, 4-man dive bot.
Only hits onto one, Flash gets away, but Treats does not have the way out. He burns the stopwatch, I'm not sure he needed to, but a damage comes in. They got Inori pretty low, but he also dropped the aggro and the kill comes in. Cloud9 after 3 kills now.
As soon as I was trying to make a tangential point, the game gives us action, but
of course.
Fudge teleporting in right there is going to give away a lot of plates top lane, so yes, they generate the kill, but TSM's going to be able to match this with a decent amount of pressure, I think.
Plate number 1, the walk now for Fudge to get back up there. He's likely to get plate number 2 in time. Clears it away with the Sheen. Demolish is there as well, so it is a 240 gold tax, plus this roughly double wave actually locked, or most of it. A kill is still worth more gold overall. It's still a positive play, especially when you deny some farm, you deny some lane pressure, maybe lost can't list everything, but yeah, 4v2, it's gonna work well.
Yep, kind of brute force this gank. Inori doesn't get the flash knockup, actually gets so much damage returned onto him. Credit to the Flay post stopwatch because Treats' Nautilus was still looking to flash backwards, it looked like post stopwatch, just never had the opportunity to.
All right, look at the game state again, though. 800 gold difference, just short of 1,000. Cloud9 still holding the advantage, and we've got 2.5 minutes till the Mountain Drake comes back up. I still think it's C9 who's the winning team right now, and should still be the one with the pressure, getting stuff done. As for champs that look good that I'm bad at, roughly all of them, Jat, would be my answer. Just in general.
I mean, that does happen.
Yeah.
Right? As casting and watching games for a living, you're like, hey, this makes sense, and then actually pressing the buttons yourself ends up being way harder.
The really big one actually for me was, I think around 2017, I was like, I want to try jungling for a season. And so I got to Diamond, like Diamond 2 in solo queue playing AD carry, and I was like, all right, I'm going to play flex queue solo and be a jungle main.
Yeah.
I got to like Diamond 5, and I was like, wow, this is actually really hard. I don't know where to be at the right time ever. Like this role is harder. You know, it's basically Tyler 1's story, right? It's like, I think I'm so good and I'm just not. And I lost all my skills and became a Diamond 5 AD carry again. I was like, wow, I lost 3 divisions of AD carry, learning to jungle. Ouch.
So that actually does happen. When you role swap, your main role ends up depleting in skill and you have to relearn it after you switch back.
Yep.
Doesn't happen with perks that often.
Oh my, Evolve does walk away though, did not get pulled right back. I don't know, G2, 6, and 2. They're clearly, you know, it didn't
I
quite
started
work
it,
for
I was
them.
like, didn't happen with perks. Could have said that like 2 days ago and it would have been totally accurate. And then they lost to everyone
in the
this
league.
week.
Yeah. It happens, you know?
Yeah.
TL didn't roll swap. What's their excuse? I don't know.
Process.
But TSM is his process.
Yeah.
No poke gonna land just yet. Diamond though walking in for the play. He's gonna look for the trade back. It's not gonna come through. Here comes the dunk over the top of bullet time. It's gonna be a little bit of damage, but it gets stopped pretty early. King can't do a whole lot. There's the ulti I was looking for, just to make it rain at the start. And in fact, no one actually dies. Oh, that could have been really scary from Palafox, but doesn't land enough damage there either.
Dokla's GP ultimate did so much damage in that fight. Really, it felt like the only things that hit that fight was GP ult and bullet time. And it took both teams to half, and then they ended up walking away.
And it's 1,000 gold difference with 25 seconds of the Mountain Drake. And if the holding pattern just stays, that still feels C9 favored to me. They still feel a little bit stronger overall. First power spike actually done for their AD carry before Lost has theirs, so this could be just fine with the Essence Reaver. And Misfortune, you can see, like towards the bottom side, might just run down towards mid and gonna be on the break side of the map.
Yeah, Stoneplate on the way for treats. On Nautilus as well. Surprised that people aren't moving up more towards the Mountain Drake. It's interesting here, it's actually deprioritized second Drake since we're so far away from Soul, and higher priority on Rift Herald, which is what Inori is prioritizing. Try and probably break open the mid turret after this.
Yeah, right now, bot lane being pushed in by Dokla, and that means there's no way for C9 to push the bottom river right now. But finally gets to clear the wave back, and we'll see that does come through as he comes to join the river as this Herald goes down without much of an issue, but there is a collapse coming down towards this bottom river as they fight for vision, they fight for the second Drake. Oh, he's gonna go to the right-hand side now, but thankfully does have reinforcements. Evolve, able to walk away.
They got mid-prio for this Herald though, that basically means turret, and then after they take the turret, they can move back into river, so looks like overall it's going pretty well for C9.
Evolves at 40%. This turret always dies. They get to walk away cleanly. Dies at the charge. They always get gold with their within about 2,000 range. No problem there. And now onto the river they go. It's clean.
And does TSM let them do this, right? Because they have the position to set up, and it's dangerous to stop.
Good target. Spica pulled in. Nice EQ. Does get out. Dokla sets up a barrow, but now a low health jungler. Does have ult. Does have flash. Can maybe find something, but you can see TSM make the call saying, you know what? It's not worth it. We don't have vision control. They have sweepers and everything else. This Mountain Drake goes to them.
Yeah, unless TSM is really coordinated with their engage, they're just going to get poked out when they go for stuff like that. So C9 did a solid job there of going Rift to mid to Drake. And TSM either needed to have a clean plan to go all in kind of right away, or they needed to just concede all that stuff and make push happen elsewhere, right? The fact that all those things went to C9, but still, Dokla and Lost are now catching the mini waves that they didn't actually gain the tempo advantage beforehand. It's just straight win for C9.
Alrighty, it's looking good for them as they continue to hold this small, just sub 1,000 goldie, but they are stacking neutrals up as time goes on. Got to give a lot of credit to Palafox. I think he's been doing, though the KDA's not really showing it, I think he's been doing a lot to get that pressure. He had 2 really good paddle starts landing onto Evolve, which pretty much just gave them all the mid pressure. Diamond drones, of course, been nice as well. He got that mid lane kill, and the hook on a Spica is really what I think broke the jungle fight as well. Really prevented them from doing anything about that second Drake. And credit to Inori, right? 0-0-3, his ganks have been landing. He's up in farm, and he's gotten his lanes the kills they need.
Yeah, trying to get the 2-0 on the week with double Rek'Sai, Zoe Thresh games. 3/5 of the team composition they had against Evil Genius's Academy is back in this game for C9. Triple Thorns into Essence Reaver and BF, that's the MF build we're talking about, so still pretty solid.
250 gold, lost to the Ether. That's 4 cannon minions, depending on game time. Maybe 3.
Yeah.
But it's still gold picked up by the turret falling. Another flash engage. Don't quite find it getting away from Lost ultimate, but there could be a chase through. Hook doesn't land, which means Spica can definitely go for this one. Nice Lantern gets away, and Inori gonna hope that he's got some teamwork. Here comes the rest of the squad. Here comes the big team fight as Fudge in the front. Looking for the play, gonna find the W and Evolve, who walks away now as well. Palafox to the side, half health and his reach. Hook's not gonna land for the Thresh, which means the disengage is gonna happen here.
I mean, that was a display of the unreliable initiation the C9 has. That's the kind of one weakness you pointed out of the C9 composition. That's one where Inori wanted to be able to turn the fight, was in position to do so, and TSM was able to just kind of walk away from them. But they do still push them out, and they try and regain control of top and mid.
Means that C9 might have to keep playing the neutral objectives then, do something to force TSM into them. All he can really do is poke and then let TSM walk away, but if you can build up inevitability, then that's going to work out. It does make the comp harder to play overall. One thing I've sort of noted, sort of watching coordinated League of Legends, even playing a bit of it, admittedly at a lower level myself, is if you don't have just an actual team fight starter, it's hard to break your advantages sort of over your opponent.
Totally agree.
Really QSS for Misfortune, relying on Flash. Not enough to get away from Syndra stuns and Varus ult, so wants to make sure he's not the one who's getting killed. Play a fairly safe back line, and if a team fight does start, just ult over the top, but it might be enough for him.
Yeah, just seeing as the way the map kind of progresses at this point, 7 minutes away from a potential Cloud Soul, which is I think what Cloud9 is going to be working towards. I've been doing a lot of research into like Cloud Soul in general, and how, or not Cloud Soul, just Dragon Soul in general, and how teams are working towards it. And LCK and LCS were around 70 to 75% of games a team actually gets Dragon Soul. And then LEC was at like, this is before this week, I'll check in after this week as well, was at like 46%. So way, way lower.
Right.
And I think some of it does come down to approach to the game, and I'm still not sure which one is going to be better. But like in this case, if you're trying to figure out like, hey, how can we work methodically towards victories? It is just, once we have a lead, let's not make any mistakes, and let's secure this buff that's never going to go away. Right? It also starts the clock towards Elder. Like, I don't think you necessarily need to have these like amazing fight starting tools or amazing base breaking tools if you're able to get a lead and brute force around objectives.
Right.
Because there's enough with Dragon Soul, with Elder, and with Baron to just kind of win the game that way. And I think because C9 has limited initiation within this team composition, that's the way they should approach winning in this match.
And so far it's been the case. It's definitely been a fairly low action game. There have been moments of attempts like that. And there's the flash Q. There's the attempt. Treats is going to find the knockup. Palafox will be in the air. There's Driver to the top. Play and bullet time do a lot, but the snipe still comes through. And Spica's basically invincible, but they find the re-engage. They get that kill. Still a 2-for-1, and the root finds its mark. Lost finds that one, and now it's going to be the opening. It's suddenly 4 alive versus only 2. And Nori could maybe go for the steal, but it's going to be so unlikely as TSM finally get that fight, finally get the kills, and they get a Dragon on the map.
And if Inori goes for that steal, then it's Baron for sure for TSM. Still going to be threatening. That's a moment where TSM can retake control of the game themselves. Able to engage while Fudge wasn't ready. So look at that minimap. Fudge is in bot lane without teleport as far as I can tell here. So a safe engage, and as you mentioned, perfect stone plate power spike for Spica. Just face tanking that Misfortune ultimate and being the crucial CC to set up the 3 kills.
And it makes the game a lot closer now. Only 500 gold difference as they go +3 in the fight. And now as the red buff goes down and can get some more gold, he pushes towards the Infinity Edge. Cloud9 got to make sure they reconsider and figure out what's going on here. Now the flash retreats is going to be on cooldown for quite a while. It'll be up about the time that Drake respawns. Until then, though, there's one less tool to be afraid of. But Lost about to have his combo back, and it might just be that there's just enough engage tools that TSM can set the pace now in the mid to late game.
Yeah, Spica's got flash when his ultimate's back up. You can kind of just try and go again every time you see Fudge in a side lane. Like, I think, yes, C9 can still win if they have a powerful Aatrox in a fight, but that last fight was really so disastrous. They needed to be able to stack up towards that Dragon Soul and kind of use that gold advantage to swing around the map. It's going to be a lot more difficult now.
It's going to be, but it's the attempt at split pushing. It's Fudge pushing down the bottom lane. The Gangplank picks it up just a little bit late. It's a chip damage onto the turret and maybe 1 or 2 minions lost. TSM able to walk right back in, and Nori, a little bit of danger here. Does know where they are, but spotted by the sweeper. Still, yep, there's the stun, and he's going to finally walk away. Over the wall, they're going to find that sleep. This could be a potential pick. Nautilus stunned by some time, though, as Fudge has to back off. Creed gets to walk away.
Definitely the fight over mid priority. We saw what happened when Fudge wasn't with his team. It was a snap engage by the rest of TSM, and they were unable to retreat. So everyone kind of just pulled towards this mid lane right now, but that is advantage TSM because they have better initiation tools if they find the right one.
Again, minis being cleared back and forth. Nori's gonna loop around, look for a flank play. Or is it just helping to make sure that Fudge can shove the bottom lane? It's back to the split push here for the Cloud9 side. They weave through with 4 in the mid lane. No one on TSM pushing in top. It's actually on their side of the map right now.
Yeah.
But it's TSM playing for the top river instead.
Yeah, so Fudge is getting pressure bottom lane, which creates this dark zone of fear around the Baron where they have to check safely. I think they did get a blue trinket in the back of the pit. Now they fight.
Hook's gonna land the flare over the top. Here comes the re-engage. The TP is in, and Nori goes down. He can't find that kill. Diamond's gonna drop as well. Straight back for support. Redemption buys some time, but Fudge is forced to run. And TSM again win that fight. The Varus snipe is not gonna find any damage, but it's a 2-for-1 team fight. The TSM Academy as they push in towards the mid lane. A few minions are left. They can threaten that dive. That's done. Walked away from King. Hook's not gonna land there, and that turret's gonna fall.
Yep, reactive TP instead of a proactive TP from Fudge right there. So by the time he arrived, the fight was lost, and just so dangerous against a Blade of the Rune King Rageblade Varus to have Baron in Fog and be unable to contest. That's what kind of moves C9 towards this. Yes, they land the Drowsy and everyone thinks go, 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 but they need to be able to realize that they don't have 5 people.
Yeah.
And
I mean, C9 picked that fight, right? They landed the Drowsy and said, okay, like Inori's over the wall, and the TP starts after Inori's engaged.
Yeah, that is definitely one of those moments where you think you found the thing that allows you to kind of sneak one, but the mindset needs to be defensive in the moment.
Yeah, it's like, take that poke, you're 4v5. Don't, unless they really thought the Doka had walked away, but I think they saw him on, you know, right there with the squad already, so definitely mistake there on the Cloud9 side. They give some gold out, 900 for the kill and assist on 2. You get one back. Not the worst thing in the world, but still rough stuff as they clear down the mid lane and lick their wounds somewhat. C9 still up a Drake buff and, you know, equal enough in gold. It's not really time to sing their doom or anything, but not quite their place either as the mid lane goes down and the Drake spawns in 30 seconds.
Super close game we have here, and definitely thinking we're going to see more battles for this next Drake. C9 still only 2 Drakes away from that soul. Did just clear a little bit of Baron vision. And since they have been pressuring this bot lane wave, it does give them decent flank setup towards this Cloud Drake. Would have loved to get a little bit more poke on speed.
That's the good thing about Jarvan. You can pretty much always tank that bubble and EQ to build enough distance to get out of the tries, but there's another sleep. And again, the buffered anchor gets that to safety, but it's Cloud9 who has built some space. TSM healthy enough to contest, but the spacing is so far away that even with Vision, they can't go for the play. Spike comes in, and Cloud9 now on Soul Point. LTCDR now for both squads.
Gold is so close, though, so let's see how TSM trades this pressure, because this is exactly the situation we were in last time, where TSM pushed up the mid lane. Then, if you look at the minimap, they ducked into this spot, and Fudge is down here, this time without teleport. So C9, they have to find a way to check this. They just dumped a blue trinket that got disabled right away. And
knows.
They know they're there, but like, what are they really going to do about it?
TSM knows there's also no teleport. They know it's a 5v4. They commit to the play, and Nori has to make the hero steal happen. Control wards over the wall, gives some vision. And it's TSM flinch. It allows Fudge to recall and walk back to the squad, and nothing is earned. It's a 2 waves crashing to the bottom lane, chipping down the turret, and Cloud9 rewarded for the split push.
Yeah, they were able to put a couple control wards there and dissuade TSM from going for the 50-50. At a certain point, when a team's got you on Soul Point and you're able to have more burst than the opponent on that, that's a 50-50 that I think you should go for.
And I think it's better than 50-50. I think Nautilus ult should have been up. Syndra is there. Now, maybe they couldn't have tracked the Rek'Sai, but maybe you find the bait, right?
Yeah.
You know they can see you. You put it at 1200. Is that enough? Is he over the wall yet? Okay, no. I don't know. Maybe you go for that play. Palafox gets the lantern out, but yeah, I mean, you know it's 5v4. You know you have the numbers advantage.
We're running it back. There's been only 1 reset for C9. Diamond has 2 control wards, and there's a blue trinket on Palafox. That's 3 ways they can get vision. Diamond can keep dumping in wards for about a second to vision every time he dumps it in.
Rek'Sai can see what's going on as well. 5,000 health yet again. This is going to be the attempt. Looks like for real this time. And Nori, when does he tunnel over? Barrels over the top. Here comes the attempt, and it's still smited away. Sneaka grabs it, but it's a kill for a kill. It's a 4v4 now on the map. Baron above the TSM runs away. Drowsy on Dokla, able to walk back though with the oranges. That's not going to put him to sleep. Got caffeine in those, and now the recalls come through Redemption. does not stop the recalls. It's evolved, left to the wolves.
Get the minions.
Sucks for a cat, but it's gonna be the case here. He's gonna knock down the minions, earn some money.
Can he get any more?
No way.
Get more.
Absolutely no way. He lives, but does he kill King? Does he get the ulti? No, he cannot. He was asleep at the wheel. Didn't have the ulti anyway. And that is at least a kill for Cloud9, but the Baron survives on 3.
Man, what a series of events. That's definitely one of those spots where TSM pull off the Baron and say, wait a minute, we shouldn't have pulled off the Baron. So then they run back and say, we're definitely not pulling off the Baron this time. But there was just so much more time for the rest of C9 to arrive. Like, at this point, Treats is dead by the time the Baron steal potential happens. Fudge is there as well. He managed to run all the way up from bottom lane, but they did win the Smite War, so credit to Spica, and enough people have Baron, they can make a push.
And Nori instant Smite what's got over the wall, couldn't see the health bar, and now Doklo's in a pretty bad spot, knocked into the air, slammed back down. The shutdown comes in, Cloud9 got a bit more gold and knock yet another Baron buff off. So now only 2 surviving buffs on the TSM side. You can see the gold very close here. Baron buff is on for a while, but keep in mind Cloud9 on Cloud Soul Point.
Definitely accelerated this game as C9 is working around the TSM death timers, and TSM is just trying to get as much value as possible out of those remaining Baron buffs that they have. All the while, that Cloud Drake is probably the most important for him.
Yeah, it's going to do a lot for him. I mean, movement speed definitely a really big deal for the squad that is a little bit blink light.
Yeah,
knocks down him anyways.
Cloud's always just really tricky one to evaluate the power of, because like personally I'd rather have a Ocean Soul just because I like being full health all the time. But the 10% move speed all the time is actually sneaky powerful.
Oh, it's so good.
Dodging skill shots, whenever you see someone, you'll always win that race. But like,
play backwards, Diamond's got a flash away, still gets dunked in, looking for damage on the Thresh. They don't kill him, they finally get him down. 1-for-0 so far, and Nori's in a bad spot. But bullet time over the top does so much to turn it around. It's a 1-for-1, and Nori gets out, and another kill comes through now to the bottom lane as Lost gets a second smite, or snipe, I should say, and TSM take the fight 2-1.
Yeah, 2 fights happened there. It was Lost down at the bottom killing people, and the rest of C9 trying to kill the rest of TSM, where they eventually, did kill the Stoneplate Nautilus, but Lost Varus, when he can stand in fire, is immensely powerful.
So much attack speed, gets Phantom Mix, a third item. He is really hitting rapidly here, as with how long the death timers are, it's going to be TSM grabbing a Drake for themselves, once again delaying Dragon Soul here on Cloud9's side, but
okay.
That ward I think was in vision of something, because you can see how TSM is running over to him,
Okay.
They know this is happening, so Fudge is cutting around. He's probably safe. No, he shouldn't run into Spica. He should be getting away from them. Could get found by a second Cinder Stone. Actually burns the ulti for move speed, but it does buy time. Buying time is what matters. They need Palafox back with the squad. It's actually C9 shoving in mid first as well.
Yeah, but TSM is just going to try and brute force a fight here. They're just going to go straight on to this Drake, knowing Palafox is still running from base, and the Aatrox ult is down, so they think they can get this and then still be able to win a fight.
All right, well, they're not going to find the smite in any way. It's picked up by the Gangplank of all things. The turret falls in the mid lane. But the Drake for some gold. Now Dokkan forces the flash, does get away, but he's sleeping. Poke not landing here, and this could be very deadly for King. Over the wall, Fudge doesn't win the first Q, but there's Rek'Sai, spots the target, gets 1 kill picked up, a 1-for-0. Now Treats is pulled back in. Stoneplate will not save him from the 1v4. The dunk, Spica does to buy some time, but Fudge, flash knock-up, cannot quite get it, but he's healing, but he finally does go down. Still, the fight goes the way of Cloud9. 3-for-1 despite the Drake falling. And they're ready to kill another turret as well. Mid lane fell to the minion wave. Bot lane was worked on by Fudge so many times in the course of this game. Look at that one as well. And it's still this 4 versus 2. They can push for the inhibitor itself. The respawn timer is over 20 seconds long.
They might
the
go
inhibitor itself will fall. Can they get the Nexus? There's only 6 minions.
Watch the wave clear from Evolve. That's what pushes them back, because it was just 3 spells. Woo! There was a lot of action to unpack there. Fudge, I think Fudge could have lived at the end of that fight, but Death Dance ended up giving him the kill. Can't necessarily fault TSM for going for that Drake to prevent the soul, but they had to make those decisions so quickly.
Re-engage is really, really nice.
Yeah, so they did decide to just run instead of return fire, and the GP ultimate ends up being fairly easy to avoid rather than some turns. So like once a team is in full retreat mode, C9 can just kind of go. So watch Fudge towards the end of this fight. He's going for all of it. Like he can just Q through onto Lost and be fine. but he thought Lost was already dead, decided to go forward to Spica. That gave Lost more time to auto-attack him, which eventually killed Fudge. So tried to hit the home run, which probably would have been game over. Ends up meaning they don't even get a Nexus turret, which, I mean, maybe it would have been game over if they had to find that turret.
That could have been the case right there. One more engage, so maybe finds a dive, and suddenly, yeah, there's no defense anymore, because if you threaten Evolve, he can't wave clear that. You just run forward with an Aatrox. Level 17 on that top laner. 4, 1, and 6. Definitely going pretty tanky. Steric's Gauge nearly done for him. And you can see what's left of this is still a tied gold game. Cloud9 still on soul point. TSM 2 to go. And Spica looking for a flank play. Going around the left-hand side, spotted by a ward, going to kill it himself. So it does get to be sneaky this time around. He's not on the opposing roster anyway. Kills that one, and now jumps across into the pit, puts the controller down, and yeah, really goes for Vision. In fact, in Vision, go for the Baron. Looking to take another fight yet again as bot is pushing in. Bot lane is going to push towards the next, but look how low this is getting. Not also over the top, looking for the smite, and it's again grabbed by TSM. Lost claims it, and no one is dead, but the re-engage could be good. Spica's got to find a way to run away. Looking for poke, not going to land for Palafox. Still going to chase down that jungler. Fudge, though, goes way too hard and drops for it. TSM get the kill, and they get the Baron. And can they get more? It's King chasing in for some damage, does knock down Treats. Lost can't go for the recall. Finally, Inori gets that kill as well. It's a 3-for-1 fight. In fact, it is Cloud9 getting more out of this one.
Baron is gone, and now it's about whether or not they can clear minions as fast as possible to prevent the game from ending once again. Fudge, yes, he did die, but it bought time for C9 to chase everyone down. Let's see what C9 can get.
Look for the tunnel over the wall. If someone defends this wave, Dokla knows better than to not sit on the left-hand side. Good wave clear gets most of the minions, but it's enough to push this one down. That turret should pretty much always fall if they concentrate fire. And indeed, it drops. Still 15 seconds in the first respawn means you can keep the 4v2. You can definitely get the second inhibitor cleanly. You can knock down the minions. You can take the reset. It's a slower recall. They don't have Baron. But it is enough to get control over both side lanes now.
Yeah, TSM, in essence, keep trading Barons and Drakes for their structures because these are such reckless starts, kind of need to be because of the state of the game, that they end up losing the fight afterwards. That bullet time, like Evolve is completely out of the fight. It's almost impossible for them to turn properly. Fudge does his best to juke around, but King not quite there to follow up as Lost kills him. And then, yeah, TSM is just bailing on this one since their Syndra had recalled. If they take that all-in fight and lose it, the game would be over, so they end up kind of taking another small loss. No time for more analysis, though, because we've got this Cloud Drake coming up in 30 seconds, Freak.
Well, Gold, again, basically tied. TSM still wear the 2 Baron buffs on their 2 solo laners, so they are up in stats, I would argue, overall. But this is soul point in 15 seconds for Cloud9. Otherwise, TSM ties that score at 3-3.
But because of the 2 waves of super minions pushing in top and bot, TSM's actually just going to have to start this and fight. They don't have time to dilly-dally.
Fudge spotted on the side. Knows that he's over on Lost's side here as the damage starts. He stacks up the Rage Blade. Lost has huge damage. Now, when does the engage come in? They got to finish this quickly, and they're going to do so, but the pull comes in. Treat starts the battle, and they're just going to completely destroy that poor Zoe. That's a 1-for-0. Evolved is in there as well. King cannot kill him. Zeke there in the front line. Fudge trying to help, and they might just knock down the Jarvan. Rek'Sai on the backside gets 1 kill. Another one comes across as well, and the backline just refuses to die. Out goes Dokla after finding a single kill, but again, Cloud9 get more out of that fight. It's a 1-versus-3, and it's time for Fudge to claim yet another kill. Will he do it? Yes, indeed. The ace comes in, and look where the minion wave in. It's already poised for the taking. Cloud9 are going to go up to 4-4, and they will take down TSM.
They secure their 2-0 week. It was a doozy, 40 minutes of back and forth, but there we go.
Absolutely back and forth. They found the fights. One of those games where Nori's killer instinct always wants to find someone to kill, always go for that one. This time around it worked out. He had a lot of backline kills, a lot of shutdowns. Early ganking also very good for him on the Rec side.
Yeah, oh man. I want to see that last fight again because I think Lost flashed way too far forward in that last fight. Like, it actually looked like TSM had a lot of control of it up until that point. But then, because the stakes just kept getting higher and higher in every single one of these fights, that last one ended up being what ended it.
Well, good job to Cloud9. As you said, a 2-0 week. EG Academy and TSM Academy, the squads they took down today. High fives come out from the audience, and smiles on the faces. Almost done to the first round robin. 8 games of the 18-game season is done. At the middle mark right now, hoping for that playoff push. Diamond, a journeyman player for the C9 Academy squad. We'll see if they can keep that push on going upwards.
Yeah, and overall, this is a game that's a big learning experience for both of these teams. Obviously, that's kind of every Academy game, but it's not just something that has nothing to build on. Like, it's not like you got completely stomped 20 kills to 3.
Right.
Instead, it was a back and forth game the whole time. So there's a lot of decisions you can kind of dissect in high pressure situations you can get practice with.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think if I look back from the TSM point of view, it's like I would have committed to the first Baron when you know it was 5v4, and that like, because you really take smites afterwards, right? You really take 50-50s afterwards, so take the one where you have the 5v4 team fight where no one dies. I think that game looks very different. From that inflection point, I think that looks a lot different there. On the C9 side, obviously, felt like they were late to a lot of the resets. Like, the Drapers are dead before they could get there. Thankfully, they could win the team fights, but yeah, definitely an interesting one. After the commercial break, we've got an interview with Cloud9's jungler, so stick around.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I have Cloud9's jungler and Cloud9 Academy's jungler and Nori with me right here. Now, right after that game, you looked like you were still stressed. You said your heart was pumping, so tell me about it.
Yeah, I was pretty stressed because so far we played every Saturday after LCS, and we've lost every time. So I had like the feeling where like we did really good early, but we were just about to throw the game. So I was feeling a little nervous towards the mid game, but we actually got the win, so I'm happy.
What's happening on these Saturdays? Because every single Saturday that I've been here and I've seen you play, like you said, a loss. So is there a mental block or something about Saturdays that just throws you guys off?
I think, well, we don't have one of our players on stage, so it's kind of weird listening to him but not having him there. But, I mean, no excuses. We're just playing bad as a team. So, I mean, we're getting better, so I hope we keep winning.
I mean, Cloud9 Academy is a team that's been known for finding this amazing talent and slowly cultivating it. So what do you think of having that opportunity to be on this team? And do you see the potential of all your teammates and basically the growth as you're going through this first split?
Oh, no, of course. I've always been a huge fan of Cloud9, even before, like, when I was on P1. And even just first introductions, like, to Jack and everyone, they're, like, incredible organizations. So I do feel like they really care about the players, and that's always like a really big thing for me because I feel like I can go out there and give my all and not feel as much pressure.
Well, let's talk about that because it's now been a while since people are probably tuning in and going like, oh yeah, Nori, I remember him playing in the LCS and now being happily surprised to see you also participating in Academy. So what's it like for you to go back to Academy and what are the benefits of playing through the league again?
Yeah, I mean, I've been MIA for quite a while. I had a little fall off, but I'm just happy to be back. Like, I feel like I didn't really finish the way I wanted to in LCS. That's why I grinded really hard to get the opportunity to come back because I feel like there's so much more I can do, especially in LCS. So, like, my goal is still to go LCS, and, like, I'm just going to keep improving the Academy for now.
Awesome. LCS is the goal. Well, Nori, best of luck to you on that path. But that's it for us here. Back to the casters to wrap up the day.
Thank you very much, Avali. As we wrap up the day, as she mentioned, let's see how the teams stack up. Dignitas Academy, of course, still holds that perfect 7-0 record, although, based on Jat stats, they'll lose, and C9 will tie them for the strongest combined record in the LCS Academy. But, of course, Immortals are strong, holding second. Cloud9 in 4th place as they took down TSM today. 4 teams tied in the middle of the pack. Team Liquid Academy and CLG Academy wrapping up the 9th and 10th place spots for now. We'll see them move on up, I'm sure, as time goes on. Let's take a look at what games we have coming up tomorrow, though, with Dignitas and Golden Guardians teeing up the day, followed by CLG versus Team Liquid. Then we'll see TSM face FlyQuest with Immortals and Evil Geniuses wrapping up the LCS portion. And, of course, we have another Academy game following the LCS games tomorrow, where FlyQuest Academy goes up against 100 Thieves Academy. 100 Thieves in 2nd or 3rd. Looks pretty good for them overall, so yeah. Should be a pretty hyped one.
Golden Guardians trying to close out a 2-0 week. Team Liquid trying to find a victory. Brox has only been with the team for like 48 hours, but he's already in a spot where it feels like if they don't win, Team Liquid is in for some flames. So high-pressure game against CLG for Team Liquid tomorrow.
I enjoy that TL and CLG have the identical records in LCS and Academy. There's a quick stat for you.
There you go.
2-5 and 1-6 overall. But if you need more league action, stay tuned for the LEC rebroadcast going live right after the show. So now for myself, the rest of the casters, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more of the LCS. Good night.